Her Fake Billionaire Fiancé, A Clean Billionaire Romance, Book 4. Written by Bree Livingston. Narrated by Nicole Goode. Copyright 2018 by Bree Livingston. Production copyright by Bree Livingston. Chapter 1. The magazine slapped against the table as Steele Corday sat in front of his father's desk with his finger steepled in front of him. He knew the photos would be printed in the Seattle Times. It's why he chose to be a sloppy drunk and had a woman on each arm. His father had aspirations, and they all centered on him becoming a Washington State senator. Mitchell Corday straightened and looked down his balloon-like nose at him.
You want to tell me what this was all about?
Steele dropped his hands on the table and shrugged. It was a party that got out of hand.
The exploratory committee just returned with their results. You have some of the highest numbers ever seen by an independent candidate. At least they were, before this picture was published.
His father sat down hard in the chair across the desk from him.
There's a real chance you could be a senator. I won't tolerate this behavior any longer.
I don't want to be a senator. Steele's tone was curt. Never once had he ever expressed a desire to be in politics, but that's what he'd been groomed for. His father sat back, somehow still able to look down his nose at him.
You will be. You know the consequences if you disobey me.
Yeah, he knew. Steele's top lip curled as he looked away. How had this man come to have so much control over his life? He was 30, but most of the time it felt like he was 4.
The only reason I didn't curb this behavior sooner was that I wanted your name on the lips of the public.
What are you talking about? His father's lips twisted into a sick smile.
Did you really think you had any control? I arranged those parties. Got you invites. People love redemption. You've got a playboy reputation, and now we're going to fix it. Studies show that candidates in serious relationships are more likely to get elected. I knew you'd buck me on it, so I decided to back you into a corner.
Why didn't he see it coming? Late-night parties, women, press always around. Of course his father had a hand in it. Steele shook his head. I should have known.
You're going to be a team player in this. Do you understand?
Mitchell's tone was one he was accustomed to, the one that said that if you try anything, I'll make your life miserable, the one used any time he even thought about breaking free. Steele clenched his jaw. Yes, father, I understand. The word father was hurled as an insult.
I'm calling Harriet. November isn't that far away. You'd better hope the public will have forgotten your lapses in judgment by then.
His father glared at him.
And it's campaign season. For the next few months, your schedule is booked.
It seemed like nothing Steele did could change his fate. He would be a senator, and his father would have power. They were billionaires, but money never satisfied Mitchell's thirst for power.
If you decide to pull another stunt like this during campaign season, I'll make you regret it. I could always have a talk with the police about the diving incident. There's no statute of limitations on murder. And if that happens, Helene will suffer as well. Do we understand each other?
Mitchell reached over and grabbed the phone, sitting less than a foot from him.
Lynn, I want you to get Harriet Buchanan on the line, now.
Steele's heart sank. His life was being planned right before his eyes, and there was nothing he could do about it. Well, he could, but the consequences to his mom would be too high. His suffering didn't have to bleed onto her. Please, no, not Harriet. There has to be another way.
It's the only way. I do believe we discussed this not long ago. I warned you, and I've never gone back on a threat.
His father put his hand over the blinking call button and lifted an eyebrow.
Now, go to your office and let me handle this. Or do I need to make another call?"
Steele stood and jammed his hands in his slacks. Turning, he looked over his shoulder and said, "If you didn't have leverage, this would be a fair fight, and I'd win."
"Which is why I don't play fair. I play to win."
"You know I hate you, don't you?"
"I need neither your love nor affection. I need your obedience. Do as you're told, or I'll make good on my threat."
His father pressed the blinking button.
"Yes, Harriet, it's good to hear your voice, too."
Steele didn't need to hear the rest of the conversation. He knew what was coming. Another thing added to make him even more miserable. He shook his head and walked out of his father's large office. As he walked to his own office at the far end of the hall, he raked a hand through his hair. "Mr. Corday?" His secretary stood by her desk as he passed her. He loved Inez. She'd been like a second mother to him the last 5 years. He stepped into his office with her following him. "Yes, Inez? I have my family reunion this coming week, and then I'm staying with my sister while she recovers from her surgery." She smiled. "There will be a temp starting Monday, remember?" "Right, the family reunion and your sister. Yes, it's been 10 years since we've all been together." She took his face in her hands. "You are such a sweet man to give me this paid time off. 6 weeks to spend with my family is so generous of you. I'll never be able to thank you enough." His cheeks burned. Inez was kind to him. Any time he came from his father's office, she'd tell him it'd be okay. She didn't know how, but one day all the darkness would be gone and he'd be able to smile. "You have a good time and enjoy yourself. That's all the thanks I need," he said, giving her a thin smile. "You're a good man, Steele." He shook his head. If she knew his darkness, she wouldn't be saying that. "No, I'm not." "Yes, you are, and you need a good woman, someone who will fight for you." She wagged a finger at him. Steele shook his head. A woman didn't need to be pulled into this nightmare. Loving someone meant keeping them away from his father. "Inez," she hugged him around the waist. "No, you listen to me, Steele. Your father is a bad man. One day, the light will shine on him and all his sins will be in the open. You'll be free. Until then, you need someone to love you like you deserve, like you've always deserved." He loved Inez deeply, but on this, she was wrong. He may not deserve what was happening to him, but he wouldn't subject anyone else to it. "I'll see you when you get back, okay? Go ahead home." As she shook her head, her lips curved up. She patted his cheek as she stepped out of the office and stopped by her desk chair to pull her coat off the back and pick up her purse. "Such a sweet boy. There's green chili stew in the fridge, enough for lunch a couple of days if you want it." Steele smiled as he leaned his shoulder against the doorframe to his office. "You know I love your stew. Thank you, Inez." "For my sweet boy, anytime. We'll find you a woman, Mr. Corday, and she'll love you deeply and widely." She paused in front of him and kissed his cheek. He wanted to be loved, but that was a dream. One he'd never get the pleasure of having, not if his father was in the picture. The yellow circle of death was clamped to her tire. Alana Riley could have cried on the spot, but she didn't have time now that she was walking to her new job. In heels. Why didn't she get up earlier? Oh yeah, because snooze was too tempting. Losing her last gig was a bummer. Who wouldn't love sleeping in, making coffee, and chatting up cute guys? If she hadn't called the assistant manager a pig-faced jerkwad after he grabbed her, she might still have the job. It just popped out. She couldn't help it. At 28, she should have a better filter. With a huff, she trudged down the sidewalk, pulling her little sweater tight around herself. At least the temp agency was able to find her something quickly. Her dad needed help paying the mortgage. If she ever got the chance, she'd pay it off so he didn't have to worry anymore. A sick man shouldn't have to wonder if he was going to get to keep his house or not. 1 mile and a bus ride later, a large skyscraper loomed in front of Alana. Corday Enterprises. Huh. Why did that name sound familiar? She searched her mind and came up blank. Oh well, it was a paycheck. She pushed through the door and stopped at the front desk. A woman with platinum blonde hair lifted her gaze without lifting her head. Yes. The way she said it made Alana's mouth freeze. We're not buying. Good day. The woman smiled, but it was one of those, leave or I'm calling security, smiles. Alana gathered her wits and said, I'm from Just-in-Time Temp Agency. I'm supposed to be the temp for Inés Castillo. Alana made sure to say the L's like Y's. The woman lifted her head and looked at her. Well, why didn't you say that? Elevator, top floor, right, then left. Thanks, she said, before crossing the lobby and stepping into the elevator. Before the doors closed, a hand poked between them and they slid back open. A tall man with dark wavy hair stepped in. Or, well, tall enough. She was 5'6", and he was maybe 8 inches taller. When he looked up, his gaze caught hers, and his perfect lips curved into a smile. Ay, caramba. Even in the silver-gray linen suit he wore, she could tell he was one well-built man because he filled it all the way out. His eyes were liquid pools of honey. This guy was the very definition of sexy, and there was no way he didn't know it, too. Hi, he said, his voice deep and throaty. Alana was too engrossed with the man to catch which button he hit. It barely even registered that the doors had shut and the elevator was going up. Wow. She squeezed her eyes shut and then peeked one eye open. Those lips were still holding that 1,000-watt smile. Hi. I've never received that reaction before, or, at least, not aloud. Oh, if she could, she'd shrink herself and run inside a mouse hole. I'm sorry, I have this problem where I just blurt stuff. It never works out well for me. You'd think I'd learn to control it. And now she couldn't shut up. She pinched her lips shut and looked down. It's okay. I don't doubt you've had plenty thrown your way as well. She jerked her head up. What? The hot guy was calling her attractive? He shot her a crooked half-smile. You have the most beautiful red hair I've ever seen. Alana ran her fingers through the bottom of it. He chuckled, and it was better than warm cocoa. Oh man, this guy was having a serious effect on her. What's your name? Alana. She squeaked and cleared her throat. Alana Riley. His eyes were beautiful. Most women wanted blue or green or some such jewel color, but she'd always loved guys with dark eyes. They were soulful, and they spoke to her. Alana Riley, a lovely name to go with the lovely hair. He took her hand and shook it. It's nice to meet you. Her cheeks burned from the compliment. She had no idea why. She'd received compliments before, but for some reason coming from him, it held more weight. Thank you. What's your... The elevator dinged, and she looked up. Oh, this is my floor. He tilted his head, and his eyebrows knitted together. Your floor? Yes, I'm a temp. I'm supposed to be filling in for Inés Castillo. Do you know where her office is? They said to take a right and then a left. Alana stepped off the elevator, and it looked like a maze to her. I don't think the woman in the lobby has been up here in a while. Another warm laugh. I'll take you to it. Do you work up here? He stuffed one hand in his suit pants pocket and nodded. I do. I wasn't told who I was working for, but it can't be worse than a coffee shop with a handsy assistant manager, she shrugged. He rubbed his lips with his fingers. I can assure you there are no handsy people here. They walked a few more minutes and stopped in front of a desk. This is where you'll be working. Alana looked at the name on the door. Steele Corday? One corner of his lips quirked up. That's me. Alana's mouth dropped open. The Steele Corday? That's where she remembered the name. He'd been in the papers recently. The one picture had shown him basically falling down drunk with several women surrounding him. Only she didn't get that feeling from him, although she hadn't had the best luck with picking trustworthy men. "See you shortly, Alana." Alana clamped her lips together and waved as Steele disappeared behind his office door. Well, working for him would be interesting. She stepped around the desk and took a seat in the chair. A list of things to do was stuck on the computer screen. Puffing a piece of her hair out of her face, she snatched the list and got started. Chapter 2. "Okay, Daddy, I'm going to work. You behave," Alana said. He waved her off. "I'll sit right here and watch TV. Don't worry." "You better," she said with a wink and waved as she went out the door. A soft sigh of relief escaped Alana as her gaze fell on her car. She'd been able to get her parking tickets paid off, and the boot was gone from the wheel. No walking for her today, and no parking tickets. She could park in the Corday Enterprises garage. The little badge she had said so. Her late 60s Honda Civic wasn't perfect, but it was great at getting her from point A to point B. Gas mileage was fantastic, too. It was the car's way of soothing her ego when people made fun of its size. She got in her car and cranked the engine. Nothing. Not a peep. A dead battery? She'd just bought a new one the day before. Really? I bail you out, and this is the thanks I get? With a groan, she contemplated getting out. It'd be day 2 of riding the bus to work. Okay, look, I know the boot was embarrassing. I get it, but we're friends, right? I love you, you love me. I didn't paint you purple and call you Barney, remember? I rescued you from Grandma's plot. She turned the key, and the car revved to life. Alana patted the dash. See now? Was that so hard? 30 minutes later, she was hurrying to make the elevator. She squeezed through the doors and found herself riding with Steele again. Just not alone. There were a few people riding with them, but gauging by the number of buttons pushed, she'd get about 10 floors alone with him. She moved to the back, standing about 6 inches from him, and took a quick glance. He'd traded the silver-gray linen suit for a dark blue today. It was as perfectly tailored a suit as she'd ever seen. He looked as yummy today as he did the previous day. Whatever cologne he had on should be banned. He smelled unbelievable. It was spicy and warm, with hints of citrus. The scent wrapped around her, and it was hard to remember there were other people in the elevator with him. "Good morning," he whispered as he leaned over. The richness of his voice sent tingles up her spine. "Good morning." The elevator stopped, and 3 people exited. "Seems I've had excellent timing the last couple of days." He shot her a smile that turned her knees to jelly. Alana's cheeks heated. Was Steele Corday flirting with her? No way. She wasn't even close to his league. Plus, based on his tabloid headline behavior, she wasn't interested. Well, not seriously. Rich guys like him didn't date guys like her. They flirted with them, used them. But something real? Nope. And she wanted something real, with someone real, not the illusion of something real. With the next stop, 2 more people exited, and they were alone. Steele smiled. "Are you not talking to me today?" She chuckled and looked away. "I'm not sure what to say." "I see," he said, and stepped closer. When she looked up, his honey-colored eyes were trained on her, and she nearly gulped. Ay, caramba, he was yummy covered in fudge sauce. He shot her a crooked half-smile. "How did you like your first day?" It was good, if not a little intimidating." She hadn't spoken to him since yesterday afternoon because he'd been stuck in a meeting when she left. His eyebrows knitted together, but the smile stayed on his lips. "You? Intimidated? I find that hard to believe." She tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. This man had charm down to a science. "You're very charming. You know that?" "Am I? I thought we were just talking." Uh-huh. For a heartbeat, she debated what to do. Would it hurt to flirt a little? It was just for fun, especially when she knew there was 0 chance for something between them. How was your day yesterday?" A small smile played on his lips. "Oh, well, it started fantastically. I got in the elevator with this gorgeous redhead who had a smile that could melt the ice caps. Then she ignored me the rest of the day, and I left work completely depressed, especially when I realized I'd missed riding down with her." This time, when his gaze caught hers, she did gulp. His eyes held such an intensity. He'd leaned in while he spoke, and he was so close it was nearly impossible to breathe. Yummy, sexy, attractive. None of them were good enough for Steele Corday. This man was out of this world delectable. She just needed to remember it was a game. That's all. Then maybe you should pay more attention to when she gets off work. We wouldn't want you depressed again, now would we? Did she just say that? She did. She'd said that to Steele Corday, and he was smiling at her like she'd made his day. Thank you for the advice. I think I might take it. Holy cow. The look he was giving her was so smoldering she was sure the whole building would catch fire. She needed to get a grip. He was just flirting, and she was the only woman available at the moment. The elevator's doors opened, and she nearly ran out. "Have a good day," she said as she looked over her shoulder. Have a good day? What was she, a tour guide? Gah, so lame. Alana hurried along until she got to the desk. She needed to get to work and stop messing around with the resident playboy. She didn't even glance up when she felt him walk past the desk. Nope, that man was heartache. A weekend of binge-eating ice cream and a pillow full of tears. There was no way she'd let herself forget who and what he was. Steele chuckled as he sat in the chair behind his desk. The cute redhead had nearly broken her neck to get out of the elevator. She'd blushed at least 6 different shades of red more than once, and she'd called him charming. Redheads had always been his Achilles heel, but she was something far different than the usual. Her near waist-length hair was flame red, and the silkiest-looking hair he'd ever seen. If he could, he'd be asking her out, but not while his father was trying to fix his image with the right girlfriend. Steele's door swung open and then shut, and he lifted his gaze. His father stood just inside the room. Mitchell looked over his shoulder toward the door. "Is the woman at the desk new? Did you fire Inez?" "No, I didn't fire Inez. She's at a family reunion. Alana is the temp while she's out." "Inez didn't have vacation time." Steele glared at Mitchell. "I'm paying for it." "You need to treat her like an employee, not a friend." "She needed time to see her family. It's coming out of my pocket, so what do you care?" Mitchell locked eyes with him. "Just make sure it's your pockets and not the company's." "I am." His father crossed the room and sat in the chair facing Steele. "I've got it set up. Thursday at 9 in the conference room. You have 3 days. Be punctual." Steele's heart sank. He hated the idea of pretending to fall in love and get engaged. He also knew he had no way out. The death of his high school sweetheart was a never-ending prison. If he hadn't let her talk him into skipping school to go diving, maybe she wouldn't have drowned. Maybe his life would be completely different. "Fine," he spat. "Harriet is doing interviews at her office tonight and tomorrow. Once we interview them, you'll begin dating. I don't care what you need to do to sell it. If you don't, I'm not kidding this time, Steele. I will call the police in Yakima and tell them what I know. Helene will never get another dime from me. Do you understand?" Steele looked away. He hadn't spoken to his mom in years. His hometown was only a 2.5-hour drive, just a 45-minute jet ride away, and being that close, one would think he could have at least visited, but no. Mitchell's threat to throw her out of their family home wasn't something Steele was willing to test. If he could, he'd take care of her, but the same threat had been applied to sending her any money from his own account.
The leash his dad on him was getting shorter and shorter. He pulled his gaze back to his father and locked eyes with him. "What do you think a Senate seat will get you? You do understand it'll be me with the title?" A sneer spread on Mitchell's lips. "And you won't be a senator for long when they find out you committed murder." And all of this would be for nothing. Mitchell shook his head. "No, not for nothing. I'd get to see you suffer." Steele leaned forward on the desk. "What did I do to make you hate me?" His father stood. "Let's not get sentimental, Steele. I call the shots, and you do what you're told. We've had this arrangement for years now, and it works for me." Steele lowered his gaze to the desk. "I really do hate you." Mitchell stopped at Steele's door, opening it before pausing to cast a look over his shoulder. "And if I cared, you'd still be in Yakima." He walked through the door and shut it. If Steele could, he'd call the police himself, but with his mother's health and her home at stake, he couldn't. Turning himself in would free him and condemn her. He couldn't do it, no matter how much he hated his father. Chapter 3. Steele thought he'd made a clean getaway until he reached the garage. He'd concluded earlier in the day that he needed to stay away from Alana Riley, no matter how much he was drawn to her. With what his father had planned, the last thing he needed to do was flirt with the new temp. He'd end up breaking her heart. Then he saw her trying to get her car to start. He couldn't just leave her, even though that's exactly what he should have done. He walked to her car and rapped on the window, causing her to jump. She rolled it down and gazed up at him. "Car trouble?" he asked. Does this even qualify as a car?" She lifted an eyebrow. "Don't be mean. She's sensitive." He smiled. "Do you need a ride home?" She chewed on her thumb like she was debating. "If it's not too much trouble?" "It's no trouble at all." She rolled up her window and climbed out of the tiny car. "Thank you. I thought she'd forgiven me earlier today, but she's being moody. She's probably sulking again because of the parking tickets that got her the yellow boot. It clashes with her paint." "Do you always talk about your car like she's a real person?" "I started doing it when I got her. She had a white paint job, and she reminded me of those old Herbie movies. It's kind of become our thing." He chuckled. "I guess that's a reasonable answer. How do you fit in it?" "What are you talking about? She's perfectly big enough." "For a stash of clowns, maybe." She rolled her eyes. "Gabby is fine. Her gas mileage is great, and I can fit in places other cars can't." "I'm sure she can. The bed of a pickup comes to mind." They walked a few feet before stopping at his black Audi R8. He unlocked it and pulled the passenger door open for her. Alana scoffed. "And this is any bigger?" "It's twice the size of yours." "Is not." She shook her head and got in. He shut her door, jogged around to the back, and got in. "Do you know what might be wrong with it? Other than, of course, its size." Alana exhaled sharply and cut a glance at him. "I don't know. I got a new battery yesterday after work, and she did fine this morning. It might be the alternator. She's due for a new one." He started the car and pulled out of the parking space. "Where did you even find it?" "It was my grandmother's. When I graduated high school, she gave it to me. I'd always loved it, and she knew it." "Are parts hard to find for it?" She shook her head. "Not too bad. There are aftermarket parts." "Where to?" he asked as he pulled out of the garage. "Burien, on Avenue S." He glanced at her. "Okay." Silence stretched out until Alana cleared her throat. "Where do you live?" "My family has a home on Mercer Island and one on Lake Washington, and I own a penthouse downtown. Most of the time, since the campaign started, I stay at Lake Washington. Since his father decided he needed more supervision, he'd taken his choices away. He should have just come clean when his father threatened him." "I guess I kind of expected that. I can't imagine trying to keep up with 3 places. I struggle to keep one house clean. Not just clean, but the mortgage, too." She squeezed her eyes shut. "I'm sorry. Please forget I said that. You didn't need to know that.
Sometimes I don't think before I speak, and stuff just spills out.
She was struggling to make her mortgage? What did he say to that? I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I always find a way, but I've promised myself that if there's ever a way to pay it off, I'm doing it.
Anything?
He glanced at her with a raised eyebrow. No. There are definite boundaries I won't cross, but short of... She paused and waved her hand. You know, that. I'll do what it takes. Steele laughed. I'm kidding. I didn't picture you doing anything like that. Good, because I wouldn't. My love life has enough problems. I don't need to add that.
Are you dating someone?
Why did he ask that? To torture himself?
She looked out the window, twisting a piece of hair around her finger.
I'm not. Hero broke my heart, and it's been hard since then. I seem to attract men I trust too easily, and they always hurt me. Vi says it's them and not me, but I'm not sure I agree with her anymore. I seem to be the common denominator.
He took her hand, and the contact sent a jolt through him. It's not you. She pulled her hand free and hugged herself.
I don't know what's wrong with me. I just can't stop babbling about things you don't need to know.
I kind of like your babbling if you're looking for an opinion. A little smile grew on her lips.
It gets me in trouble.
You?
No. She laughed. More often than not.
What was your worst offense then?
I was in New York, and there was this huge jerk that lived above me. Whoever it was would stomp around and rattle the whole apartment. One day, I was sitting on the stoop, and this guy sits across from me. We start talking, and I complain about my upstairs neighbor just going on and on. All the while, he starts getting this look on his face.
He was your upstairs neighbor?
No, I was talking about his mom.
Steele scrunched up his face. Oh, ouch. What did he do?
Well, it certainly didn't get quieter. In fact, I think he joined in and asked for backup. I eventually had to move because they wouldn't stop.
That's bad, he said as they turned onto Avenue S.
It's the 5th house on the right.
He pulled along the curb and looked at the home. It was a cute little craftsman with a spacious front porch and a swing. Cute.
Yeah, I love it.
She opened the door and paused.
I'm making dinner. Would you want to stay? It's the least I can do to thank you for the ride.
Dinner? With her?
Not just dinner, but a sit-down, home-cooked meal. How long had it been since he'd eaten something like that? Before he could stop himself, he said, I'd like that. What had she been thinking inviting her boss to eat dinner with her? He was used to caviar served on gold leaf crackers or something obnoxious like that. She didn't even know what she was making yet. They stopped at the door. Just a little warning. My dad is sick. He can be a little forgetful.
Steele pushed the hair over her shoulder. It'll be fine.
Her heart stuttered a split second before she recovered and said, Okay.
She opened the door just a little.
Daddy, are you decent? We have company.
She looked up at him sheepishly.
He's forgotten his pants before, and that's just not something you want to see. Why did she say that?
She squeezed her eyes shut.
I swear, one of these days, I'm going to find a fix for that.
I hope not. I think it's one of your better qualities.
Her lips parted and the corners twitched up. I'm decent. Come on in. She pushed the rest of the way in, and her dad's sweet smile greeted her as he sat in his recliner. Hi, Daddy. Did you have a good day?
I stayed out of trouble, if that's what you're getting at.
He waved to the kitchen. See? It's still standing. Who's this fella? He gave me a ride. Gabby is pouting.
Her dad laughed.
Well, that's what you get for not paying your tickets. That boot stuck out like a sore thumb. I bet the other cars made fun of her. Steele's warm laugh came from behind her as she shut the door. He stepped forward and shook her dad's hand.
I'm Steele Corday. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too. I'm Oliver Riley.
I hope it's okay that I'm staying for dinner.
Her dad grinned. Oh, you're in for a fine treat. My little girl can make magic out of nothing.
Alana's cheeks heated.
Oh, stop that. She glanced at Steele. He's just kidding.
I doubt it,
Steele said. Take a seat. I'll have dinner ready in a bit. She looked from Steele to her dad, hoping her dad wouldn't tell every embarrassing story he could remember. The only way to cut that possibility short was to get dinner on the table. She slipped her coat off and hung it on the hook by the door, along with her purse, and then kicked off her shoes. On her way to the kitchen, she smiled. Her dad seemed to come alive because of the company, and it made her happy. This was good for him. Maybe Steele staying for dinner wasn't such a bad idea after all. She stopped in front of the fridge and pulled the door open. What was she going to cook? Cream, Parmesan, and butter, and they had some noodles. Alfredo it was. At least it was an easy recipe. Alana got a couple pans out and began putting the ingredients together. Has she told you about... Alana cringed and pressed the palm of her hand to her forehead. No, Daddy, I haven't, and he doesn't need to hear it, she called. She didn't know what story he was about to tell, but Steele didn't need to hear any of them. But it's cute. No, she called from the kitchen. Oh, don't listen to her, her dad chuckled. So she was 10. Her class was having a field trip to the museum, eating lunch, and then they were going to the park. Alana and I... Oh, no, not that story. Daddy, no! She was going to need a hole to crawl into. Anyway, she was going through this dancing, singing stage. With the sauce now simmering, she walked into the living room and said, Daddy! Hush, I'm telling a story. Steele laughed and caught her gaze. I'm all ears. Of course he was. The rat. So we get to the park before anyone else in her class gets there. She starts singing and dancing her little heart out, thinking no one is watching. I mean, she is putting her entire body into it. Alana's cheeks burned and she closed her eyes. Why did it have to be this story? Anyway, she lets loose with an old 90s tune. You know, the kind with notes so high cats might reach them. Oh, Daddy, if you love me, you won't finish this story. It's cute, he said. It's horrifying. Steele laughed. Now I have to hear it. She grumbled and spun on her heels. There was a good probability she'd die of embarrassment tonight. Her dad snickered. The girl is screeching like a hoot owl, and then she turns around. The playground had completely filled with her classmates, and they were all watching her. Alana's face turned so red I thought her head was going to melt. Both Steele and her dad burst out laughing. Alana took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Her face was hot all the way to her ears. She walked to the doorway and said, Dinner is ready. She stalked to the dining table and sat down, trying to ignore the laughter that grew louder as Steele and her dad walked in. I hate both of you. It was cute, her dad said. She kept her head down in the hopes that Steele couldn't see how red her face was. No, Daddy, it wasn't. And just so you know, you two are laughing at the woman who just cooked your dinner. I can no longer guarantee its safety. Her daddy leaned down and kissed her cheek. You're the sweetest thing next to sugar, and you couldn't hurt a fly. Steele leaned over. It was adorable. Don't ask me to bring you a coffee tomorrow. I saw rat poison in the break room, and I'm not afraid to use it. She lifted her head a little to find Steele trying to hold in a laugh. The grin she was trying to hide spread on her lips. They were both rotten. Stop talking and eat. She waited until Steele fixed himself a plate and then dished out some for her dad and herself. Steele took a bite and groaned. This is great. Is this sauce homemade? Yeah, it's just butter, cream, and Parmesan. Not a big deal. I told you she could do magic. Her dad beamed at her. She shook her head. No, don't give me the proud face. I'm still mad at you. Her dad winked at her. After that, they quietly ate their meal. When they were done, Alana helped her dad to his chair and went back to clear the table. I can stay and help you clean up, Steele said as he walked up behind her at the sink. She turned and leaned back on the counter. That's okay. You gave me a ride home. I appreciate that. Are you sure? I won't laugh anymore. Rolling her eyes, she tried to hold in a smile and couldn't. I can't believe he told you that. He shrugged and his smile reached his eyes. In his defense, it was a great story. Her cheeks heated again, and she shook her head, failing to remove her smile. No. I guess I should get going. That is, if you're sure you don't want help. I'm good. Steele turned and she followed him out of the kitchen. He stopped by her dad's chair and shook his hand again. Thank you for letting me stay for dinner. Oh, come any time. It was nice having you. Alana finished walking Steele out. Thank you for the ride. Thank you for the home-cooked meal. It was the best thing I've eaten in a long time. He sounded sincere, but he'd probably eaten at the finest restaurants, so it couldn't be true. She waved him off. You're just being nice. Steele held her gaze as he stepped closer, and suddenly it felt like she couldn't breathe. All she had to do was lift on her toes, and she'd be kissing him. She mentally kicked herself. He was her boss. She had to stop thinking those kinds of thoughts. I'm not. That was fantastic. Do you need a ride to work tomorrow? No, I've got a way in. Thank you for inviting me. I'll see you tomorrow. He trotted down the stairs, and she watched him go, admiring him the entire way. His back was just as nice as his front. Boy, he was something. If she didn't watch it, she'd be in trouble. Chapter 4. Steele had missed his morning ride up with Alana. He'd hit snooze more times that morning than he had in the entire year. Most of the night, he'd been wide awake, thinking about her. Red hair and her great smile. Plus, she could cook. Sitting in her home the night before gave him a glimpse of something he knew he'd never have. At least, not while he was under his father's thumb. A light tapping came from his door. Come in. The door opened and Alana walked in. The light blue dress she wore flattered her figure and stopped just above her knees, making her legs look a mile long. You need to sign this. Her eyes were so blue, he could swim 1,000 laps in them. Okay. His hand grazed hers as he took the papers from her, and the shock of her touch sent his heart hammering. Zings of electricity shot up his arm and weaved around his spine. He was suddenly wide awake. Her eyes widened. Oh, sorry. It's okay. It was more than okay. He signed his name and handed them back, wishing he'd brush against her skin again. She walked to the door, and before he could stop himself, he asked, What time do you get off work today? With her hand on the knob, she paused. Around 5. Funny, me too. Maybe I'll see you in the elevator. That way, I don't go home depressed. Alana looked at him over her shoulder, pinning him with the sultriest look he'd ever seen. Of course, I've never liked seeing people depressed. The way she said it, with her voice soft and low, made his breath catch. Until then, Mr. Corday. It wasn't until she left that he realized he hadn't responded. She'd tongue-tied him. No one did that. If his father wasn't in the picture, he'd definitely be asking her out. Getting to know her would be fun. She was more than hitting all the right notes for him. Wait, what did he even sign? Geez, how was he supposed to concentrate on work when she'd be occupying his thoughts all day? Would she be interested in him? He scrubbed his face with his hands. It didn't matter. He needed to remember that. Steele's cell phone rang. He hit the answer button and put it to his ear. Steele! It was Chuck, his best friend since college. Hey, I'm going to be in town sometime soon. You in or out of the country for a while? Chuck asked. The guy spent his time hopping from Dubai to Hong Kong. Getting FaceTime with him would be a chance in a million. Steele sat back in his chair. What's your window? Maybe a month, a little longer? I think I can make that work. Good, it's been too long. Steele chuckled. Not my fault you can't seem to settle down. Hey, I'm a wanderer. What can I say? How about you? Your father still bent on that Senate seat? He exhaled heavily. So much so that he's decided to buy me a girlfriend to fix my image. Chuck choked and coughed. You need to warn me before you say something like that next time. That's a joke, right? Did it sound like a joke? Chuck whistled. Man, that's twisted. You gonna play ball? I don't have a choice. Whatever he's got on you can't be as bad as fake dating someone. No one knew what his father held over him. Not even Chuck. Not just fake dating, getting engaged. Again, his friend choked. Okay, that's just nuts. Yeah, I agree. When's the sentencing? Steele sighed. Sentencing? That sure was what it felt like. Tomorrow morning. Chuck was quiet. Too quiet. It usually meant he had an idea. What if you controlled it? What? Find her first. Mitchell would never go for that, and he didn't want to subject an unsuspecting woman to his father. Chuck exhaled sharply. How bad does he want that Senate seat? He'd step over 1,000,000 bodies to get it. Then he'll go for it. You can't pretend to date and then get engaged to someone you don't even like. If he picks her, you know he's only going to be looking at it from one angle. His. Steele rubbed his chin with his hand. Alana Riley's face floated in his mind. He just met her, and he didn't want to do that to her. No, it wouldn't work. I don't have time. Sure it would. Have her sign a contract, spell it all out, and at the end, you go your separate ways. No woman in her right mind would ever agree to that. Chuck scoffed. People have eaten cave spiders for money. I'm sure if you pay her enough, she'll be more than willing. That was true. People did crazy things for money. Mitchell will have his own contract. Okay, so have a separate contract. One you and the woman have under the table. You're a billionaire. Throw some money at that mountain and move it. Steele needed to get off the phone. All this talk of paying someone to date him was making his stomach twist. Look, I need to go. Just think about it, man. Sure. A couple of quick goodbyes, and Steele set his phone down. Chuck was right. It was nuts, and his father was just that crazy. Pushing through the cafe door, Alana smiled as Violet, her best friend, came into view. It had been almost a year since Alana had seen her. Girl, it's good to see you, Violet said as she pulled Alana into a hug. Alana hugged her back. I'm so glad you're here. Violet's shoulders sagged as she took a seat at the small bistro table. I wish I had more than a few hours. She'd been visiting her family in Maui, and with a 4-hour layover, they had just enough time to have lunch and visit. So did the temp agency find you something? She asked. Yeah, I'm working as a secretary at Corday Enterprises. Alana nibbled on her lower lip and then added, for Steele Corday. Violet's eyes widened. Steele Corday? Oh, girl, that man is fine. A waiter came to the table and took their drink order. As soon as he was gone, Alana picked up a menu and pretended to study it. He's my boss. And that somehow makes him unattractive? Alana shook her head. No, but I can't think of him like that. But you have. Alana snorted. It's kinda hard not to, but I'm trying. What little I've talked to him, he's very sweet. Oh, someone's got a crush on the boss man. I do not. He's a playboy. That's not my type at all. You know that. Alana had no desire to be in another relationship at the moment. She could flirt with Steele, but that was it. Violet lifted an eyebrow. Something tells me you aren't giving me all the dirt. Alana laughed. There's no dirt. I just met him. Today makes 2.5 days. If she told Violet about him driving her home, she'd never hear the end of it. The waiter returned with their drinks. As soon as he took their food orders, he was gone again. Violet narrowed her eyes. Alana had hoped she wouldn't press it. You're not telling me everything. I know it. She pointed her finger at her. I know you, Alana Riley. She rolled her eyes. Okay, so she was going to tell her. My car wouldn't start last night, and he gave me a ride home. Oh, did he? Alana huffed. See, this is why I don't like telling you things. You make them out to be more than they are. He was just being nice. And what did you offer the nice man in return? Violet grinned. Alana rolled her eyes. He stayed for dinner. Now we're getting somewhere. Alana shook her head. No, it's not like that. He offered me a ride. In exchange, I cooked him dinner. That's all. My dad was there, for crying out loud. Okay. Violet put her hands up. I'll take your word for it. There was a twinkle in her eye that let Alana know she was letting it go for now, but there'd be conversations about Steele Corday later. Their waiter returned with their food, and after that, they stuck with less sticky topics. Violet was well on her way to becoming a conductor. Another 6 months, and she'd be done. Alana was happy for her, but it made her heartache for the life she'd originally planned for herself. Not that she didn't love her dad, but the violin was A piece of her. It felt like the longer she was away from school, the more that piece collected dust. As Violet gushed about everything going on, Alana couldn't help but wonder where she'd be if she'd stayed at Julliard. She smiled and set the thoughts aside. Violet was her friend and she wouldn't begrudge her. Doing so wouldn't change Alana's situation, and her choice to come home wasn't something she'd do differently. And while she loved her music, she loved her dad more. Chapter 5. Steele's head hurt. He'd thought about Chuck's idea all day, and most of the time he thought of Alana in conjunction with it. What if he asked her? Would she look at him like he'd lost his mind? The answer he got every time he asked himself the question was a resounding yes. Still, he couldn't shake the thought that it might be worth the risk. She was pleasant. Her dad was charming. If she did agree, would he be able to look Oliver in the eye and continue the charade? She did say she was struggling to make the mortgage payment. Maybe knowing Oliver was taken care of would ease his guilt and give him enough breathing room to pretend to date and propose to Alana. He looked at his phone. It was only 3 in the afternoon. If he was going to ask her, it may as well be now. He stood and walked to the door, pausing before opening it. Taking one last deep breath, he stepped out of his office. Alana looked up, and those pools of blue glued his feet to the floor. "Leaving, Mr. Corday?" This was it. Did he drag her into his mess, or risk being stuck with a woman his father picked? "Actually, if it's okay, I'd like to have a late lunch with you." Her eyes widened. He put up his hand. "No, not a date. I need to go over my itinerary with you for the next few weeks." It wasn't a total lie. His father had scheduled luncheons, along with meetings, press conferences, and a couple town hall meetings in the smaller towns outside of Seattle. And if she agreed, it'd be her schedule, too. "Oh, then, sure. I had lunch, but I can always eat." She smiled and stood, grabbing her purse as she did. "I'm ready." They walked together to the elevator in silence. He couldn't believe he was even entertaining asking her. When the doors opened, they stepped inside. She said, tucking a piece of hair behind her ear. "I couldn't help but overhear yesterday, when your father was leaving. Is he always so intense?" That was a nice way to put it. "You could say that." "I'm sorry." "Don't be. I'm used to it." He smiled as he cast his gaze to the floor. "What about you? Is your dad ever intense like that?" "No. He's the kindest, most wonderful man I've ever known." He looked and caught her gaze. That must make it easy to get along. He smiled. For the life of him, he couldn't picture having a father like that. She smiled. "He's pretty great, but I'm biased." He laughed. "Any siblings?" "No." She paused. "Well, I have a friend I consider a sister. You?" "No." She snickered. "Oh, then this is dangerous." He narrowed his eyes. "How so?" "Two only child people in the same space. It's a wonder the place hasn't blown up because of our egos." She was cute and funny. If she actually said yes, maybe it wouldn't be as horrible as he'd been picturing it. As the elevator touched down, the doors opened and he said, "Well, I guess we'll have to park our egos to make sure we don't harm anyone then." He waved her in front of him, and she stepped off with him following. "There's a little place about a block from here. Do you mind if we walk?" "I like to walk." She balled her hands in her thin sweater and crossed her arms over her chest. After a few heartbeats of silence, Steele said, "So, you said you don't have any siblings. Do you have any other family?" If she had a ton of aunts and uncles, it might be better if he didn't ask her. He could only pretend so much. Alana shook her head. "It's just me and my dad. My uncle passed away when he was kinda young, and his wife remarried and moved away. My aunt lives in Florida. She's a professional bowler, so we don't see her often." Steele's eyebrows went up. "A professional bowler? You know, I've never met anyone that does that." "She's good, and I learned very quickly to never bowl against her," Alana chuckled. "I bet bowling against her would be a challenge." "And then some." Steele stopped in front of a tiny rundown bar. "This is it. Still okay?" He wasn't sure this was the type of place she'd ever visit. Her gaze caught his and held it. "Why wouldn't it be? Just because something's run down and ugly on the outside doesn't mean it's run down and ugly on the inside. Beauty can be found in the darkest of places. You just have to be brave enough to look. How about when it looks good on the outside, but when you get a glimpse of the inside, you find it dark and run down? She wouldn't be saying that if she could see how dark he was on the inside. That's when you gather your courage and pick up a flashlight so you can prove to other people that it's not as bad as they think. His pulse sped up. It was almost like she was looking through him. He cleared his throat and swallowed hard. "Right," he whispered, and held the door for her. Having lunch with Steele was interesting. He was funny and charming. They'd covered small talk topics, but she'd skirted around college. And by skirted, she'd kept that she'd attended Julliard to herself. She hadn't finished anyway, and it would only highlight the painful reality that she'd never get to finish. The waitress picked up their empty plates, and Alana pulled out a pen and notepad. "So, about your schedule?" Steele chewed his lip a moment. Yeah, about that." He took a deep breath and looked away. It almost seemed like he was having a war with himself. "It can't be that bad. I mean, you're the boss, right? You can just tell them no?" He chuckled. "On this? No, I can't." She tilted her head as she studied him. "Why is that?" Steele met her gaze head on. Something in his eyes pulled at her. They held such sadness. "Because it's my father, and that doesn't work on him." "I can kind of see that. I'm sorry." "I need to ask you something, but first I need to explain the reason behind the question." His eyebrows drew together and his gaze intensified if that was possible. "Will you hold your questions until after?" Alana nodded. Whatever it was, it sounded important. "Okay, sure." "My father is determined to see me as a senator, but due to recent tabloid articles, he needs my image fixed. His solution is to hire someone to date. It will be a whirlwind relationship, and I'll be proposing to them in less than 2 months. Her mouth dropped open. "I'm sorry, what?" She'd agreed to hold her questions, but she couldn't stop the words from tumbling out. "That's why I asked you here. I don't want him controlling this, and I want to know if you'd agree to be my girlfriend. I'm willing to pay you just to keep my father from having all of the control in this." Alana's mind swam. Girlfriend? Paid? She had to be hearing things. "Could you repeat that? I think I might be hallucinating." Steele exhaled sharply. "No, you aren't. I'm willing to pay you. That's in addition to what my father will offer you. This would be between you and me. A separate contract that I don't want him to know about." When she said she'd do whatever it took to pay off her dad's house, this wasn't what she had in mind. Apparently, the universe had taken it as a challenge. Look, I know it's insane, and you can say no. I won't pressure you." He paused and hung his head. "Honestly, you'd be better off if you stayed away from me completely. I shouldn't have even asked, but I can't let my father control this." "This is crazy." "Completely, but I will throw out that I'm offering $200,000. As soon as you sign my father's contract, I'll pay you. You'll have all of it up front." Her heart and head stuttered. 200,000. It's just until November, 6 months, when the Senate race is over. After the seat's confirmed, we'll quietly split and go our separate ways. Alana blinked and sat back. What would her dad think? Fake dating and then getting fake engaged? She was smart enough to know she wouldn't be able to be honest with him. His dementia wasn't too bad yet, but he did have a habit of saying things when he shouldn't. Nope, if she decided to do this, she wouldn't be telling her dad. She tapped her lips with her fingers. This was insane. No, this was beyond insane. She shouldn't even be considering it, but that kind of money would pay off her dad's house, take care of her dad's medical expenses, and maybe someone could stay with him during the day. What would it feel like to not worry all the time? Was this the chance she'd been waiting for? If she said no, would she kick herself? Okay, she said. The word slipped out before she could consider it further. Someone was going to get paid to be his girlfriend, so why not her? It was only a few months. She could handle it if it meant her father was taken care of. Something unreadable flashed in Steele's eyes.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I'll do it. Just like that. She had to make sure he knew it was fake, that there was nothing else there. Sure, why not? With that kind of money on the table, I'd be crazy to turn it down. I did say I'd do what it took to pay off my dad's house. Right, he whispered as he sat back, studying her. Part of her wanted to explain why it was so important to pay the house off, but he was rich. He wouldn't understand. Steele crossed his arms over his chest. Okay, I'll get the contract drawn up tonight. It'll be contingent on you signing my father's. Great. She stuck out her hand. It was taking every ounce of calm she had to keep it together. Slowly, he took it, and they shook. Little zings of electricity shot up her arm, but she held herself still. This was a business deal. That's all. He was faking it too. Now it's a deal, she smiled. He nodded. Right. We treat this like a business arrangement, and everyone gets what they want. Exactly, she said, as an uneasiness settled into the pit of her stomach. Dating Steele Corday. No, not dating him. Fake dating him and getting paid to do it. Alana mentally choked. She pushed down her nerves and squared her shoulders. Her reasons were noble, even if the method was questionable. Yep, that's how she'd justify this nutso plan, and she'd keep it together, no matter what. Chapter 6. None of these women are going to work, Mitchell. None of them, Harriet said, pulling her glasses off and rubbing her temples. They're all stuck up and elitist. All Steele was waiting for was Alana to walk in, and his plan would be in motion. He'd known Harriet long enough to know she'd take one look at Alana, and that'd be it. Harriet would be pushing his father to use her. The last two words made Steele sick. Was he any different? He was using her too. For years, he'd fought against becoming his father. But it seemed the man was like a dark stain, slowly engulfing Steele. She'd agreed so easily. Was it really that important to her to pay her house off? It was money, and he'd long ago learned that people would do anything for the right amount. He'd wanted her to agree, but the disappointment he'd felt when she did went all the way through him. At the moment, Steele needed to make it look like it was all torture. I didn't like any of them. And he didn't, because he'd compared all of them to Alana. Harriet waved a hand at Steele. See, there has to be at least the appearance that he's attracted to her. Mitchell leveled his eyes at Steele. I don't care about attraction. I care about him winning that Senate seat. We can't just pick some random woman off the streets. She needs to be attractive, poised. She needs to look like the potential wife of a senator. She also needs to be someone people can relate to. Steele is a billionaire playboy. The only way this is going to work is if the woman we pick is normal. We need the girl next door. The girl all the women wished they were and all the men wished they had. It needs to look real. It needs to feel real. Do you want to win that Senate seat or not? Harriet asked. Steele groaned. Why can't we find another way to fix my image? Does it have to involve me dating and getting engaged? I don't— What you want died with the last out-of-hand drunken party, Mitchell growled. The door to the conference room opened and Alana stepped in. Her timing was perfect. I'm so sorry, Mr. Corday, but I need these papers signed. Richmond Consolidated just sent them over and they want them back as soon as possible. Harriet's lips curved into a smile. What about her? No, Steele said. He needed to make it seem like he was fighting his father at every turn. She's just a secretary. Mitchell's gaze roamed over Alana Riley. Alana stepped forward and Steele took the file. After a quick flourish of his name, he handed the file back. Thank you. His father held up a finger. What's your name? He asked as he looked at Alana. She touched her chest. Me? Man, Steele had to hand it to her. She was good. Yes, Mitchell smiled. Alana Riley? How old are you? He asked, seeming to size her up as a potential match. Her gaze darted from face to face. 28? Any college? Alana's eyebrows scrunched together. I attended, but I didn't get to finish. Personal reasons. Are you seeing anyone? His father asked. One little eyebrow hitched up. Why? Are you offering? Steele nearly choked to keep from laughing. His father gaped at her. She'd confounded Mitchell Corday. When he got his voice back, he said, "No." She crossed her arms over her chest and shot a quick look to Steele. "Then that really is none of your business, is it?" Mitchell rolled his eyes. "Ms. Riley, would you mind waiting outside a moment?" She narrowed her eyes. "Rich people are weird." Harriet snorted. "Would you mind waiting? Please?" She shrugged. "I guess not." She turned and walked out. As soon as the door shut behind her, Mitchell turned on Harriet. "No, she's no good. She's absolutely perfect, attractive. She looks sweet, funny." Steele shook his head. "I don't think she's a good fit either." "She quit college," Mitchell said. Harriet nodded. "For personal reasons. That means she didn't want to quit. She had to. Nothing woos a constituency like a sad story." "I don't know." Steele rubbed his jaw with his knuckles. "I'm not attracted to her." It took work to make that even come close to sounding believable. Mitchell scowled. "I don't care if you're attracted to her. I care if the public will like her with you." "Then she's the one." Harriet put her glasses back on and clicked a few keys on her laptop. "Alana Riley, 28, no siblings, no record, a few parking tickets, but who doesn't? She lived in New York while she attended Julliard, violinist. Looks like she was an up-and-coming musical phenomenon until she quit. Just one semester shy of being able to graduate. She's perfect." Julliard? Violinist? When she said she'd gone to a college but hadn't finished, he'd pictured a regular college, not something like Julliard. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. He needed to concentrate on the task at hand. "No, not her. Let's keep looking," Steele said. His father turned his dark eyes on him. "You lost your say in this, Steele. Stop talking." Steele clenched his jaw and balled his hands into fists. He hated his father all the way to his core. If the man only knew Alana was his plan, that she was working for him. He may have been disappointed she agreed, but this part, the part where his father wasn't getting his way, was worth all his disappointment. Harriet exhaled sharply. "I thought you called me in because you wanted my expertise. If you don't, then why are you wasting my time? Alana Riley is the very picture of the girl next door. She's cute as a button, and the two of them would be adorable together." She cut her eyes to Steele, and despite what his mouth says, he is attracted to her. Leave it to Harriet to see through him. Mitchell crossed his arms over his chest. "All right, I'll defer to you on this." He picked up the phone. "Please send Alana Riley back in." The doorknob turned, and Alana stepped inside. "What do you want to know this time? When's the last time I kissed someone, or if I do theater?" She shot a quick glance at Steele. He covered his mouth with his hand and turned away to keep them from seeing him smile. Mitchell started to open his mouth, but Harriet touched his forearm and shook her head slightly. "No, dear, you're fine," Harriet said. "We have a business proposal we'd like to discuss with you. That is, if you aren't seeing anyone." Her little red eyebrows slowly went up. "No, I'm not seeing anyone." "Before we begin, we need you to sign a non-disclosure statement." Alana furrowed her brow. Harriet sighed. "Please." She blew a puff of air out. "Fine." Steele stood and walked to the window, stuffing his hands into his pockets as he looked out over the horizon. It also allowed him to watch her through the reflection. "Take a seat," Mitchell said. She sat facing both his father and Harriet and crossed her feet at the ankles. Harriet slid the agreement in front of Alana, and once it was signed, his father said, "My name is Mitchell Corday, and this is Harriet Buchanan. Hi. My son is going to be running for Senate later this year. Due to some bad decisions on his part, his image has taken a hit, and we're in the process of finding him a suitable fiancé." Both her eyebrows shot up, and she jerked her attention to Steele. She tilted her head and blinked. "So your solution is to buy him a girlfriend? I stand on my original statement. Rich people are weird." His father held up his hand. "Ms. Riley, please." A small smile played on her full pink lips. "Fine." His father continued. "I am prepared to make it extremely financially beneficial to you if you agree to date him and then say yes when he proposes in 6 to 12 weeks. This will all be a whirlwind romance. Of course, all of this would be confidential, and you would be signing a contract. Not a word of this would be leaked to the press, or you'd face stiff penalties." Alana sat quietly, looking from Harriet to his father and back to Steele. "You have 24 hours to make your decision," Mitchell said. "I know it's rushed, but we have a time problem. This needs to happen quickly." She tilted her head again. Her silky hair spilled down her arm, and she sat back as she stared at his father. The silence dragged out until Mitchell asked, "Well, are you at least willing to think about it?" "I'm just going through the list of things that could potentially be wrong with him to the point that you have to pay a woman to go out with him. He's attractive and he seems charming, yet you're trying to buy him a girlfriend/fiancée. Is there a disease or growth that I'm not seeing?" Steele chuckled and turned. When he told her to be hesitant, he didn't expect her to be so good at it. "I can provide a clean bill of health." Her blue eyes caught his and held it. "That doesn't address the potential for hairy growths or maybe extra toes or something." How was she so good at this? "Should I strip naked then? Would that help?" He tried not to smile, but his lips didn't cooperate. Instead of answering, she just continued to hold his gaze. "Well?" he asked, suddenly nervous. She shrugged. "I'm thinking." His cheeks heated and he looked away. He'd never had that reaction to a woman before. Her scrutiny was unnerving. He brought his gaze back to her, and the smile on his face disappeared. The way she was looking at him made it feel like she was looking into him, like the way she looked at him as they walked into the restaurant the day before. After a few moments, she broke eye contact and looked at his father. "Okay, but I don't need 24 hours. Steele had never been more conflicted in his life. On one hand, the prospect of spending time with her elated him, and on the other, dating her because she was being paid made his stomach sour. Chapter 7. Alana had tossed and turned all night, thinking about being paid to date Steele. It was the craziest thing she'd ever considered doing, and she'd lived in New York with artists. She'd met crazy, stared it in the eyes, and didn't flinch. This level of nuts was brain-frying. It was batty, sitting in a conference room, openly speaking about being paid to pretend date. These people were talking like it was an everyday thing, like, "Oh, hi, would you care to date and get engaged?" And the response was, "Oh, sure, that'll be a couple $100,000. Who did that? She did. Yep, the next time she looked in the mirror, it'd be at her own crazy she was staring down. But this was her chance to pay off her dad's home. As long as the contract wasn't nuts or had friend benefits in it, she'd sign whatever. Of course, she'd read it first because, duh, who wouldn't? The older man smiled wide like he'd caught the biggest fish of the day. Alana wasn't sure what to make of that. All she knew was she didn't like Steele's father or the way he treated Steele. "Father, please, don't do this. I'll comply. No more stunts," Steele said. She knew he was going to continue to act like he was completely against doing it. Only there seemed to be so much sorrow in his voice, and it broke her heart. "What good would my threats be if I didn't follow through?" Mitchell's lips spread into a sick smile. Yeah, he was a bad man. How could someone as sweet as Steele be related to him? They didn't even look alike. Mitchell had a bulbous nose and fat lips. Steele had great cheekbones, olive skin, ski slope for a nose, and square jaw. The only thing the two of them had in common was height. Mitchell Corday turned his attention to Alana again. "Okay, great. We'll get the contract printed and you can sign it." She shook her head. "I swear, rich people are nuts." Steele covered his mouth, but she could see the smile peeking out. She liked him, but a real relationship with him would never work. She'd never fit into the crazy rich lifestyle. Pretending to be his girlfriend was going to be tricky, being close enough to sell the relationship and distant enough to keep her heart from getting broken. Harriet stood, walked to the printer, and came back with a small stack of papers. She thumbed through them and then pushed them toward Alana. Alana picked them up, sat back, and began reading them. "What are you doing?" Mitchell asked. She lifted her gaze and looked at him. I've watched enough Top Model to know I need to read it before I sign. Wouldn't want perpetuity slipped in there. What kind of businessman was this guy?
It's a standard contract.
His tone was almost harsh, as if she should be reveling in the very idea of signing it. Alana smiled. And if that's the case, you'll have no problem with me reading it.
Listen, young lady.
Who did this guy think he was? Yeah, she might be young, and she'd agreed to Steele's plan, but she wasn't stupid. She put the contract down and stood. Good luck finding a fiancé. It was nice meeting you. Harriet stood.
Wait.
She looked at Mitchell.
Let her read it, Mitch. We need her.
Fine, he said through gritted teeth. A smile crept on Steele's face. He was having fun watching his dad squirm, and she liked seeing him smile. She sat back down and continued reading the contract. She nearly swallowed her tongue when she got to the payment part. 500,000? It took effort to remain calm. When she got to the end, she set it on the conference table. I'm not signing that unless there are some changes made.
Changes? What kind of changes? That is more than a generous sum of money.
Mitchell's face was as red as a stop sign. It took effort not to laugh. For a business guy, he sure did lose his cool a lot. Alana leaned back in the chair. It is. However, if I happen to do something stupid, I'll forfeit the money based on a percentage. If I've made it 6 months, I lose half. I'm not going to get to day 363 and then somehow lose all of it.
That's,
his father started to say. And you'll be paying me monthly, not a lump sum. I also want this contract binding, meaning you can't just up and decide you don't like me and kick me to the curb. I want it attached to something tangible, like his poll numbers. Mitchell pinched his lips and cursed under his breath. When he stood, he loomed over her.
You don't get to dictate changes, young lady.
Her heart raced, but she kept it together. This man was scary, and if she didn't like Steele, she'd be walking out. Harriet held out a hand and said,
Mitchell, stand down.
He turned his fiery, dark eyes on the older woman.
What?
How bad do you want him to win this Senate race? The older woman's voice was strained. His father cursed under his breath.
I don't like her attitude or her mouth.
That may be, but we aren't paying her to be nice to you. We're paying her to date Steele and to win that Senate seat. She's the absolute best candidate we've interviewed. Mitchell gritted his teeth, and veins bulged in his neck.
Fine. Alter the contract to her specifications.
He turned those dark eyes back to Alana.
He wins this race, or I'll show you just what I'm capable of.
She smiled. Perhaps you're the reason he won't win this seat. Ever consider that? He growled and crossed his arms over his chest as he sat. Oh, and one last thing. Make sure 2 of those contracts are printed. I'd like one for my own records, Alana said. The old man seethed as Steele caught her gaze and grinned. The smile went all the way to his eyes. Little butterflies swarmed in her stomach. This was so not like her, but paying off her dad's house was the most important thing to her. 30 minutes later, Alana was reading over the amended contract, making sure to read every word on both copies. She picked up the pen and signed her name, and then slid it to Steele's father. It's been nice doing business with you, Mr. Corday. She folded the copy and put it in her purse.
You don't have to worry about working here any longer,
Mitchell said. Harriet shook her head. No, she needs to continue working here. This is how they meet. If they start going out and she just quits, it'll look too suspicious. Once Inez comes back, we can move her to another position. Mitchell cursed under his breath and nodded.
Fine.
Harriet looked at her over her glasses. He'll be picking you up at 7 tonight. Be ready. You'll be spending time with Steele from this point forward. Your first payment will be in your account within the hour. Wear something nice tonight, okay? Sure. She nodded and looked at Steele. I'm looking forward to it. He nodded but didn't smile this time. 7. Alana stood and walked out of the conference room, wondering what she'd gotten herself into. Clearly, money didn't buy anything close to happiness. Only, her gut feeling said she was in for a wild ride, and the heartache potential had risen. Steele caught Alana's gaze as he neared his office door. He'd been held back in the conference room longer than he wanted. His father blew his top the moment Alana walked out. Steele loved it. He wasn't sure what he thought of her anymore, but the fact that she could get such a rise out of Mitchell Corday made her someone he could at least tolerate until November. As he reached the door, Alana stood and followed him into his office, waiting to speak until the door was shut. "Well, that was interesting," she said. "I can't believe you made him rewrite the contract." She shrugged, and the corners of her lips twitched up. "I only did it because I thought you'd like to see him frustrated." Steele put his hands on his hips. "Oh, yeah? Plus, I wanted him to know I wasn't some doormat. And we have a contract, too." The moment the words left his lips, he cringed. "I mean, I know what you mean. It's okay. This is a business deal. It's good to keep that in the forefront of our minds so that there's no confusion." He nodded. "Yeah, exactly." He waved her over to the desk. "The papers are all drawn up. Feel free to read through them, but I can assure you perpetuity isn't in there." A small chuckle escaped as his father's red face floated to mind. She'd flustered his dad beyond anything Steele had ever seen. Alana laughed. "I didn't know he was going to blow his top over that. Do people normally just sign things without reading them?" "No, but he doesn't see you as an equal." One little red eyebrow shot up. "I see." She walked to Steele's desk and sat. She picked up the stack of papers and began reading through them. Steele went to the chair and sat, studying her as she read through the contract. The more he got to know her, the more he realized she was nothing like he'd expected. Sure, she was beautiful, but her mind was the best part about her. Alana was quirky, funny, sweet, and brilliant. Her beauty was a bonus. When she finished reading, she picked up a nearby pen and signed her name. "There you go." He leaned forward, taking them and slipping them into his briefcase. The last thing he needed was his father finding out about their arrangement. "This can't look contrived, so we'll keep everything like it is for the next couple of days. That way it looks real," she said, and stood. "I know." "See you at the elevator?" She smiled and stood. "Of course. We can't have you depressed now, can we?" Steele laughed. "I'll see you later." Alana turned and walked out of his office. He sat back in his chair and rubbed his chin with his fingers. This whole mess had the potential to crush him. November couldn't come sooner. Chapter 8. "You'll make this look good or I'll make sure you suffer." His father's words played in Steele's mind. The threat was unnecessary. He liked Alana, or he did. He didn't know what he felt now. She'd signed both contracts so easily. Even their elevator ride down after work seemed to have been different. The contracts were tainting everything. He was so conflicted. That first few days, seeing her, playfully flirting, had been fun. Today, it felt like all the joy had been sucked out of it. He squeezed his eyes shut and palmed his forehead as the limo pulled in front of Alana's home. Again, the warning his father gave him as he left the house played in his head. Whatever his feelings were, they'd have to take a back seat. It was time to put on a show. It was now or never, and since he didn't have the choice of never, he walked to the door and rang the doorbell. Oliver answered the door. "Hi, Alana said she was going out with someone tonight. Just between me and you, I'm glad it's you." He held the door open as Steele stepped in. If Oliver knew why he was really there, he'd be kicking him out of his house. This was so many levels of wrong. "Thank you." Her dad grunted as he sat down in a worn recliner. "She shouldn't be much longer." "There's no hurry." Steele remained standing close to the front door. Oliver peeked over his shoulder at the hall leading off the living room to the right, in what Steele assumed was the direction of Alana's room. Then he leaned forward and looked at Steele. "Alana is the sweetest girl you'll ever meet. I know I'm old and not much of a threat, but you'd be wise to treat her like a lady. Do we understand one another?" The corners of his mouth curved up. "Yes, sir. I have no intention of doing anything to disrespect her." "Good. That's what a father wants to hear." He grinned and sat back. Alana appeared at the edge of the hallway, and Steele was immediately transfixed. Her creamy white skin stood out against the black dress and looked like it had been tailor-made. It wasn't too tight, but it was fitted enough that it hit every curve just right. Her hair was left in long, soft curls, and they fell to the middle of her back. He wasn't sure he'd be able to resist the temptation of touching it tonight. His mouth finally began working again, and he said, "You look beautiful." The word didn't do her justice. Her cheeks turned crimson, and she looked down as she smiled. "Thank you." "Are you ready?" Steele asked. She bent down and kissed her dad on the cheek. "You behave, do you hear me?" "What trouble could I get into?" he asked, laughing like it was an inside joke. Her eyebrow went up. "You forget who you're talking to." "Fine, fine. I'll watch TV and be old." He patted her hand. Alana stood, crossed the room, and plucked a long, dark wool coat from a hook on the wall next to Steele. "I love you, Daddy. I'll be home later." Steele took her coat and helped her with it. A whiff of her perfume hit him, and he couldn't help but lean in. "Whatever perfume you're wearing, it's nice." Her tropical blue eyes met his, and her lips spread into a little smile. "Thank you." They stepped outside into the cool spring air, and she shivered. "Oh, good thing I have a coat." Steele took her hand and placed it on his arm. "My father," Alana smiled, "your father has no control over this evening. How about we make the best of it?" She was right. His father had zero control over their evening. He was with a beautiful, intelligent woman that he'd wanted to ask out anyway. He could enjoy the evening despite how conflicted he felt. "You're right." They walked to the limousine. He held the door for her, and they both got in. The entire ride to the restaurant was spent in awkward silence. His father had paid for a date for him. He'd paid for a date. After Alana had left his office, Steele's thoughts had spiraled. It felt disgusting, and there was nothing he could do about it. Would all his dates with her feel like this? Once they reached the restaurant, they continued the silence until they were seated, and a waiter had taken their drink order, a scotch for him and a soda for her. Steele couldn't take it any longer. "I'm sorry, this is just so awkward now. I wish you hadn't signed the contract, mine or my father's." Alana shrugged. "I told you if I ever had the chance to pay off my dad's house, I would. If that's all I get out of this, then I fulfilled that promise." At least she had a valid reason. Money tends to make people do a lot of things. Homelessness does too. I was barely making the mortgage since the taxes went up. Now I don't have to worry about it. As a side effect, I get to spend time with an attractive, charming man. I don't think I got a bad deal." She smiled. Steele looked down. "I see your point about the homelessness. The other is debatable. Once my dad has the title, if you want, I'll dance on a tabletop and kill your poll numbers. Then you won't have to deal with me anymore." He laughed. It was tempting. But if she did that, his dad would just find someone else. When he looked up, he could see the corners of her mouth twitching. He couldn't stop himself from smiling. The waiter returned with their drinks, and they ordered their meals. After the waiter was gone, the smile on his face faded, and he said, "My father would find a way to make you pay." "No, I'd rather you didn't do that. You should have run the moment I asked you to get involved in this mess." He drained the amber liquid from his glass. It burned going down, but lately, it was the only way he was able to cope. "Your father is a bit on the scary side, but you aren't." "You aren't going to ask why you should run?" She chewed her bottom lip. "I think when we get to that point, we'll know it. For now, this is the first date. You made him angrier than I thought possible, and I've been the source of his anger more often than not." If there hadn't been any witnesses, his father would have strangled her. Her lips curved up. "I noticed the angrier he got, the more you smiled. I like your smile." He laughed. That had been the highlight of the day. Can't say it wasn't enjoyable. Pausing a second, he said, "Harriet said you play the violin. You never told me that." She shrugged. I do. I love playing, but when my dad's kidneys started failing, I needed to help him. Change in a violin case wasn't covering it." Steele caught the waiter's eye and pointed to his glass. One drink wasn't going to cut it. He enjoyed, or at least wanted to enjoy, Alana's company, but it felt like his father was sitting between them, eyeing every move he made. Alana quickly changed seats and sat beside him. Her eyebrows were knitted together. "You shouldn't drink." He narrowed his eyes. She had no idea what he was going through. "Let's be clear. My habits are mine. As long as they don't affect you, butt out." She nodded and took her seat across from him again. "Okay." He hadn't wanted to snap at her, but she didn't understand. No one did. It wasn't just his father's control he was trying to drown. It was his own sins that needed a little burning. When he said she should stay away from him, he'd been sincere. Now, here they were, pretend dating. His life felt so out of control. Well, it had been out of control since his father showed up. He'd give anything to go back and change things. Alana kept her head down. He'd snapped at her. She wasn't trying to be nosy. She just didn't want Mitchell doing anything mean to him. If that's how he wanted it to be, then she'd just have to deal. Her dad's house was being paid off. A few harsh words weren't going to jeopardize that. She blinked back tears and lifted her gaze. "I won't butt in again." "Thank you." Something flashed in his eyes as he looked away. He was quiet a few heartbeats and then said, "I didn't mean to snap, but the more distance you have from me, the better you are." "It's okay. I'm here to get my dad's house paid off, nothing more. It'd probably be good for both of us to keep a good distance so we know where things stand." That's right. She didn't need anything else from him. Sure, she liked him, but that didn't mean he liked her. A couple of compliments didn't mean anything. He was a playboy, after all, at least according to the gossip papers. Just because she didn't get that feeling from him didn't mean he wasn't. One of the many reasons on the list for why she decided to keep her little bargain a secret from her dad. He returned his gaze to her. "Exactly. I'm only giving my father what he wants, nothing more. I don't want a relationship with you or anyone else. As long as we're up front, we'll both walk away with what we want." "That's probably best." She said it, but she couldn't say it didn't sting a little. He didn't want to be dating her. He was doing it because he was being forced. So what if he flirted with her in the elevator or had dinner with her? He was being nice. That's all. Their food came and the waiter replaced Steele's drink with a fresh one. He tipped it up and drained the glass again. At this rate, he'd be lucky to be walking out of the restaurant. An uncomfortable silence filled the space between them as they ate. What was there to say? This was a business transaction, not a real date. Unfortunately, she'd been looking forward to seeing him outside of work. Alana picked at her food as Steele's phone rang. He closed his eyes and answered it. "Hello." A little nod from him and he slipped the phone back in his pocket. "It seems we have an anonymous chaperone. We aren't being as friendly as a whirlwind romance would suggest." What did she say to that? How could she be friendly when he didn't even want to be with her? She was so out of her element. Maybe she should have taken 24 hours to weigh the consequences. Alana exhaled and looked down. "I don't know how to do this. You don't even like me, so how am I supposed to make it look like you do?" Steele took a deep breath, and it looked like he was having a battle within himself. Switching seats, he sat beside her, stretched his arm along the back of the seat, and put his mouth to her ear. "Please know that's not true. I find you beautiful, kind, and sweet. I just don't want you getting hurt. And you will get hurt if my father gets his claws in you. I have personal experience with that." He pulled back, and his eyes locked with hers. They held so much anguish. She brushed the back of her hand along his cheek. "Don't snap at me again." His lips spread into a thin smile. "I'll try not to. No more drinks tonight either. In case you haven't noticed, you weigh a lot more than I do." She smiled. Steele nodded. "You're right. It was foolish. Now, I'm going to do something, and it's just for our little chaperone, okay? Don't freak out." He tilted his head, and his eyebrows drew together. "What?" Alana cupped his cheek, pressed her lips to his, and then leaned back to look at him. It felt like the air had been hit by lightning. He held her face, and his thumb caressed her jaw. Slowly, he leaned down and touched his lips to hers. The show had quickly turned serious. Fireworks flashed behind her eyes, and she slipped her hands into his hair. A shiver went down her back as he placed the flat of his hand on the small of her back and tugged her closer. He deepened the kiss, and their lips moved together like they'd kissed 1,000,000 times before. His lips were soft, and his kisses were gentle and sweet. She enjoyed the feel of him against her and the way he held her. Steele broke the kiss, and his gaze held hers. Conflicting emotions played on his face, and all Alana could think to do was to put him at ease. "Think our chaperone bought it?" She smiled. He shot her a half-smile. "Not for lack of trying. They did say whirlwind, right?" "I really don't want you getting hurt." Was this why he'd snapped at her? Trying to protect her? There was so much more to the man looking at her. She knew there was no chance between them, but that didn't mean she couldn't help him break free from his father. Alana put her mouth next to his ear. "I'm not so silly that I don't know you're out of my league. I'm not going to get hurt." She hoped she sounded convincing, because even she questioned the conviction. She leaned back. "No, Alana. If anything, you're out of my league." His voice was husky, and he cleared his throat as another war of emotions played on his face. "Would you like to take a walk after dinner? Maybe try and ditch the faceless tattletale?" "I'd like that," she whispered. Her heart stuttered at the thought. She'd been stupid when she'd kissed him, but wasn't that what she signed up for? She really should have thought it through more. She was so dead. Chapter 9. Kissing Alana had been a mistake, but he wasn't sorry he did it. He'd enjoyed kissing her. It had been a long time since he'd been in the company of someone he genuinely liked. His only fear was his father. If Alana got tangled in his web, she'd be devoured before she knew what hit her. "Where are you from?" asked Alana as she walked next to him. They decided not to take the car, though it followed behind them should they need it. They'd left the restaurant and were now taking in the sights of Seattle nightlife. Easy question. "I'm from Yakima." She smiled, and all he could think was how incredible it was. "Really? I didn't expect you to be from such a small town." It staved off the sadness for a second. "I don't get to go there often." "When's the last time you went back?" "It's been about 14 years. That was when his father had decided he had a plan for his only son. He'd walked into his childhood home and threatened his mom, and Steele had weighed the options. The decision hadn't been difficult. He loved his mom, and if sacrificing himself meant keeping her safe, it was worth it. "Is all your family there?" He nodded. "Yeah." Alana pulled him to a stop. "Why haven't you been able to visit? I can hear how much you miss them." "It's not in my father's schedule." She narrowed her eyes. "Oh, really?" The way she said it set off alarm bells. "You need to understand that my father is a powerful man. He has connections, and he's not afraid to use them. If you cross him, you'll regret it, contract or no." "I wouldn't dream of crossing him," she smiled. She wasn't taking his warning seriously. "Alana, don't." "Why are you so afraid of him?" He wasn't ready to share that. They'd just met. It didn't matter if he was drawn to her or that he found himself liking her. Her fingertips traveled across his cheek. "It's okay. You don't have to tell me." He took her hand and held it to his chest. "I've just met you, and this world you've stumbled into is not a good place. The less you know, the better off you are." Their close proximity suddenly dawned on him, and he let her hand go, taking a step back. "Okay. You'd be playing with fire." Alana shrugged and her lips curved into a smile. "I'm not doing anything. I said I'd stay out of your father's way." He returned her smile. "Good. Be sure that you do." She tangled her fingers in his and pulled him into a walk. It was a simple gesture, but it felt good to be connected to someone. He'd been alone for so long that he'd almost forgotten what it felt like. "You think our chaperone is still following us?" she asked. Steele shrugged and shook his head. "I have no idea." "I'm sorry you're being forced into this." There seemed to be a hint of disappointment in her voice. "Despite our arrangement, I'm enjoying my time with you." She looked at him, and her lips parted like she was surprised. "You are? You're attractive, sweet, and funny. So, yes." Steele laughed. Her cheeks turned a rosy pink. "It's getting late. I think I should probably be getting home. I do have work tomorrow. We have a luncheon tomorrow afternoon, too. Since this is Whirlwind, you'll be making your first appearance as my girlfriend. Oh, well then I definitely need to get a good night's sleep. The limo stopped and Steele opened the door for her. They got in and filled the ride to her home with small talk. After walking her to the door, Steele found himself immensely disappointed that the night was ending. I had a nice time tonight, Alana said as she looked at him. Even if you did try to bite my head off. He rubbed the back of his neck. I am sorry about that. She lifted on her toes and kissed him. I know. Another kiss would sell the date, right? It's not like he had a choice. He held her face and pressed his lips to hers. Her arms circled his neck as his arms wrapped around her. His father might be forcing him to be in a relationship, but he wasn't forcing her to kiss him back. Or was he? Wasn't kissing part of the deal? Still, the feel of her lips against his made it easy to push that thought aside. He deepened the kiss, and a little moan escaped from exactly which of them he didn't know. Dating her wasn't going to be horrible. He still didn't want to drag her into his father's plans, but that was out of his hands now. What if he got what he wanted for once? Was there a chance Inez was right and someone could care for him? With a gasp, Alana broke the kiss and touched her forehead to his. I'm getting a little confused as to who we're selling that to. She wasn't the only one. His head was swimming. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Her hair bounced as she nodded. Okay. He shouldn't be thrilled at the thought of seeing her. What he should have done was taking her up on killing his polling numbers, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Something was pulling him toward her with a force he was struggling to fight. Steele walked down the steps and got in the car. He hoped for her sake she didn't do anything his father didn't like. Then she'd be another piece in his father's glass cabinet that he used to keep Steele under control. Contract or no, Mitchell Corday could make her life miserable. Alana covered her mouth with her hand. That last kiss had nearly set her hair on fire. Her lips still tingled. Steele sure knew how to kiss. She wouldn't let her mind wander down the yellow brick road of past girlfriends to the answer of how he got so good. Did you have a good time, honey? Her dad asked. His eyes opened a sliver and he smiled. Yes, Daddy, I had a great time. Steele is very sweet. She hung up her coat and purse and then walked to her dad. Let's get you to bed, okay? With her help, he stood and held his walker. I couldn't go to sleep while I knew you were out. I know. She walked with him, taking slow steps so he didn't feel rushed. Hopefully, I'll be able to get you some better care soon. Maybe we can get you walking without this thing again. She knew that would never happen, but it didn't hurt to dream. He patted her cheek. Oh, I don't mind it. I know, Daddy. Her dad was way too young to be using a walker. Diabetes had struck, and his health had declined so rapidly. Genetics, they said. He'd taken his insulin, watched his diet, and exercised, and none of it had slowed the disease. Now, on top of diabetes, he had dementia. Why did good people have such bad things happen to them? After she got her dad settled in bed, she went to her room and shut the door, setting her purse on the nightstand by her bed. Alana changed out of her dress and into her pajamas and slipped between the sheets of her bed. Steele was right. Money did tend to make people do a lot of things, only hers were for the right reasons. The phone in her purse rang and she pulled it out. Violet. She held the phone to her chest. Oh man, she'd completely forgotten to call and tell her. Hi, she answered. I knew you had a crush on him. Dating him, and you didn't call me? Her friend's chipper voice came blaring through the phone and she turned the volume down. What? How do you know that? You're all over social media. Did you know you're trending? Alana's eyes widened. What? She hadn't even seen anyone taking any extra interest except for whoever had been spying on them. Maybe it was Harriet. They did want the public to know she and Steele were an item. Violet laughed loudly. You are big news, girlfriend. A small pause. Oh no, Alana knew what was coming next. Did you kiss him? Her cheeks felt like they were on fire. A large, sharp inhale. Oh, you so did. Spill. Best kiss I've ever had. That wasn't a lie. So much for him being a playboy and staying away. That wasn't even close to his real self. You know how I am about eyes. His are so pretty. True, you were always a sucker for the eyes. It was quiet a moment, and the next part of the conversation was one they had every other time they talked. You should still be here at Julliard. You were the best student in our class. You should be playing concert halls. Little pieces of Alana's heart sheared off. I wish I could be, but my dad. I know. You're a good person, Alana. How is he? Alana rolled onto her back and stared up at the ceiling. He's about the same. I'm sorry. Yeah, me too. I sure do miss you guys. Violet sighed. At least tell me you're finding time to play. Not nearly as much as she wanted to. Coffee shop baristas and secretaries didn't have time to play. Some. Has he heard you play? Alana shook her head. No, not yet. Girl, one of your solos and he'll be putty in your hands. Her cheeks burned again. Stop it. Violet sucked her teeth. You know I'm right. I'm going to luncheon with him tomorrow. A luncheon? That sounds important. He must be seriously into you. If only that were true, but she knew it wasn't. Even if they didn't have a contract, Steele wouldn't be interested in her. Not like that. We'll see. I did enjoy spending time with him. He's not at all what anyone thinks. He's incredibly sweet. I'm sure all those girls he's been photographed with thought the same thing. Just be careful, okay? I will. All right, well, it's super late there in the middle of vampire hour here on the East Coast. I love you, A. Keep yourself safe. I love you too, Vi. I'll talk to you later. She ended the call and tossed her phone back in her purse. Keep safe. After that last kiss, that seemed like climbing a mountain freestyle. She just needed to remember he wasn't in her league. Not only was he rich, none of it was real. Although he did say he liked spending time with her. Unless he was lying about that just to keep from hurting her feelings, which was more likely closer to the truth than she wanted to admit. She sure did like him, though, and kissing him was more fun than she'd had in a long time. Alana shook her head. All her crazy thoughts needed to go. This was a business deal. They were both pretending. And she could handle it without falling for him. Maybe. Chapter 10. A month later, Alana found herself at her millionth donor gala. Over the course of the past few weeks, it felt like she and Steele were together every waking moment. There was dinner, dancing, and smiling for the press, who just so happened to be every place they went. And when they weren't dating, she was attending luncheons and campaign dinners. When Mitchell said he wanted a whirlwind relationship, he meant it. It was fun spending time with Steele. He was charming and sweet, and he had the ability to make her laugh like no other. And with the press being so present, it helped make it easy to remember that it was all pretend. It helped bolster her confidence that she'd get through this mess and that when November came, her heart would still be intact. "Ms. Riley, shouldn't you be with my son?" Mitchell asked as he approached her. She smiled, what she wouldn't give to punch him. One of the city councilmen asked to speak with him, privately. Mitchell quickly looked around the room. "I see. You don't like him doing anything without you around, do you?" She smiled as one of the guests walked by. "What are you so afraid of?" she whispered. Slow music began to play, and Mitchell took her hand. "Smile as we dance, Ms. Riley." Alana allowed him to lead her to the dance floor, and her skin crawled as he touched her waist. "And about your question," he said, and tugged her closer. "I'm not afraid of anything." "Then why are you always around? He's a grown man." He smiled and locked gazes with her. "I paid you to play the part of his girlfriend. Nothing more. Keep your thoughts to yourself, Ms. Riley, or you'll find yourself on my bad side." "It was just a question." As they moved to the music, he leaned in and whispered, "You'll find I don't like nosy people." The way he said it made her swallow hard. This man wasn't scary. He was terrifying. What could he have on Steele to keep him so controlled? When the music stopped, he stepped back. "Alana, you dance beautifully. Maybe at the next gala I could convince you to play your violin for us." It was like a switch was flipped, and when she followed his line of sight, she knew why. Steele was in earshot. It didn't make sense. Steele knew how Mitchell operated. More than once during the past week, he'd made threats to both of them about the level of PDA being inadequate, another thing that made it easy to remember to guard her heart.
"Steele,"
his father said.
"anything I need to know?"
"No." His father raised an eyebrow.
"No?"
"He wanted to know if I could help with finding him a lobby position when I won the seat."
"And you said?"
Steele glared at Mitchell. "To talk to you."
"Good. I think I'll find him and have a chat,"
he said, and walked off. Alana waited until he was out of earshot. "I don't like him." Steele chuckled. "You're one of thousands who feel that way." He held out his arm, and she wrapped hers around it. "Would you like to sit down? They just brought out dessert." "Sure." They walked off the dance floor toward their table.
"Why was he dancing with you?"
She didn't want Steele to know that she'd tried to pry. "I think he thought it would make this look good." The doting father approving of the girlfriend. Steele nodded.
"Not surprising. Did I hear him asking you to play at one of these things?"
"I don't know if he was being serious or not, but I would if you asked me to." He held her chair as they stopped at the table and then took his seat next to her.
"I do want to hear you play."
"I've wanted to, but we've been so busy. That last fundraiser was overwhelming."
"No matter what my father says, you've been doing great. You've been the most beautiful woman in the room at every event."
She popped him on the arm. "We're alone. You don't have to do that." His eyebrows drew together.
"Do what?"
"Throw compliments at me. I'm not saying I'm unattractive, but I've been at those events. What you said isn't true." Steele pulled his chair closer and leaned in.
"You are.
You're funny, intelligent, and kind. Your laughter is music in and of itself. You've outshined everyone. You should be running for senator." Alana laughed. "No, I don't think that's the plan."
"It should be. You'd have an easier time winning."
Steele exhaled sharply.
"I sure don't want to be one."
"Why?"
"I like running Corday, and I don't want to move to Washington."
She chewed her lip and then touched his arm. "I'm sorry."
"Don't be. This is my penance."
If only he'd let her help him. She'd keep his secret. "I know we've just met, but if nothing else, we can be friends. You can trust me." Her gaze caught his, and she held it. His lips curved down.
"Sometimes there's no beauty in the dark, no matter how brave you are or how bright your flashlight is."
What on earth could have happened to him to make him think that way? What had been done to him? "Steele."
"You aren't being paid to be my therapist,"
he said with a clipped tone and stood.
"I'll be back in a little bit."
It felt like a slap, and she gaped after him as he walked away. He'd snapped at her again. Tears stung her eyes and she bowed her head, hugging herself. He'd sufficiently put her in her place. He was right. She wasn't being paid to listen to his problems. She was being paid to alleviate a problem. His image. That was it. For just a second, she'd allowed the illusion that they could be anything more than employee and employer to cloud her judgment. That wouldn't happen again. She'd make sure of it.
"I want to thank you all for coming tonight."
He put his arm around Alana, who'd been more like a cardboard cutout since he'd snapped at her. Of course, she'd smiled at the right times and played her part, but he could feel the distance he'd created. He'd regretted saying it, but he'd yet had a chance to apologize. Once he'd left the table, his father had pulled him around the room to get him FaceTime with the mayor and city council, not to mention some of Seattle's elite families who had money to donate. As Steele gave the mic back to his father, Mitchell leaned in.
"The press is outside. You two better make it look good."
"What does that mean?"
"It means whatever argument you two have had, you need to push it aside and sell this relationship. Got it?"
Alana nodded. "Yes, sir." Mitchell winked.
"That's what I like to hear."
Steele pulled her away from the front of the room.
"Are you ready to leave?"
"I've been ready." How was he supposed to make it look good when Alana was so frosty he needed a coat? He should just apologize, but keeping her at arm's length was the best thing for both of them. "Me too." Putting his arm around her waist, they walked out of the rented-out restaurant and into a throng of reporters. "Hey, Steele! How did she tame you?" one called as a light flashed in his eyes. Another stuck a microphone in his face.
"You've been spending a lot of time together. Is it serious?"
Steele held up his hand as more flashes went off. "How about a kiss?" Another voice in the crowd yelled out. He was torn. He didn't want to kiss her. Not in front of all these people. But he didn't have a choice. Not with his father breathing down their necks. Pulling Alana close, he caught her gaze and held it. He cupped her cheek and brushed his thumb across it. He bent down and pressed his lips to hers. At first, she stiffened in his arms, but as they continued to kiss, her body slowly melted into his. Her arms circled his neck and their fingers threaded through his hair. He loved how she felt against him, soft and warm. Her lips were sweet from the wine. If he hadn't seen her sign the contract, he'd swear she was really kissing him. The world had fallen away and it was just him kissing her. Is this what it would be like if this was real? The idea sent a thrill down his spine. A cat call pierced through the moment and Steele pulled away. Her cheeks were crimson and he wondered if she was flushed from the kiss or embarrassed by where it occurred. Their car pulled up, they quickly got in, and it pulled away. Never had Steele been more thankful for darkened windows. "I'm sorry." "Why?" she asked, keeping her gaze trained on the window. "Isn't that what I'm paid for?" His heart plummeted. "Alana, do you think your father will be satisfied?" Steele exhaled sharply and scooted across the seat until he was next to her. "I'm sorry." "Yeah." He took her chin and turned her to face him. "I am. I wish I hadn't said it. There are things you don't know about me, and I've trusted the wrong people in the past. My father. I never know who I can trust. I'd never met your father before, but you don't have to tell me anything. I just wanted you to know that I'm here, and you said something horrible and underhanded. I'm deeply sorry I said that to you." Alana caught his gaze and held it, pulling her bottom lip between her teeth. The silence stretched out, and Steele nearly squirmed under her scrutiny. "It's okay," she smiled. "You did say I should be prepared for you to be stupid." Steele chuckled. "Yeah, I did warn you." Leaning in, she trailed her fingertips across his cheek. "I don't know what happened to you, but I'm on your side, okay?" His pulse jumped as a jolt shot through him. It was a war between his head and his heart. The logical part of him knew this was all pretend, but he couldn't stop himself from pulling her close and burying his face in her neck. Without a word, she wrapped her arms around him. No offers of sympathy or placating him, just her with her arms around him. It felt good to be held by her. He hadn't realized how much he needed to feel close to someone. Since his father had brought him to Seattle, he'd been alone. There were the occasional dates with women, getting close enough to forget for a while how miserable he was, but never close enough to mean anything. It wasn't until the car stopped in front of her home that they released one another. Steele pushed the car door open and helped her out. He didn't know if his father had them followed, but just in case, he walked her to her door. "Tonight wasn't horrible," Alana said. Steele smiled. "Yes, it was." "Okay, yeah, it was awful." He laughed. "Let me make it up to you. Spend the day with me tomorrow." A smile spread across her lips. "Okay. I'll see you tomorrow." Without thinking, he touched his lips to hers, but before he could lose himself, he pulled back. "Tomorrow." She nodded as she touched her fingers to her lips. "Tomorrow." He turned and walked down the steps. She was being paid to spend time with him. Nothing about their relationship was real. It was all an illusion, and he needed to remember that. Chapter 11. The doorbell rang, and butterflies erupted in Alana's stomach. That stuff needed to stop. This was a contract, and if she had any hope of keeping her heart from getting broken, she needed to remember that. Spending an entire Saturday with him was going to be challenging enough. Grabbing her violin, she answered the door. "Hi." Boy, did he look good in dark-washed jeans and a heather gray t-shirt. "Hey." "I'll see you later, Daddy. Behave for Rachel." She gave him a pointed look. Since she was going to be gone for the day, she'd hired a nurse to stay with her dad. It was a splurge, but it made her feel better since it wasn't work. Or was it? The whole contract thing was so confusing. Her dad rolled his eyes, but smiled. I will. She pulled her light jacket off the hook and Steele helped her put it on. Why did she like that so much? Because it made her feel special. Thanks. His lips spread into a wide smile as his gaze drifted to her violin case. I told you I'd bring it. Steele smiled and her pulse jumped. Thank you. His response made her giddy, and she smiled. She'd played for him the best she'd ever played. You look great. Pink is a nice color on you. It suits you. He put his arm around her waist as they walked to the car, and then he opened the door for her. He followed her in, and the second the door shut, he was kissing her. The night before, he'd given her a peck on the lips, and they'd felt zapped all night long. Her head was screaming to push him away, but she couldn't. She circled her arms around his neck and let herself float away. The feel of his lips on hers made her dizzy. He pulled back and held her gaze. I thought I'd get that out of the way since I'd been thinking about kissing you since the moment I woke up. Just doing it to get it out of the way, huh? The words came out barely above a whisper. Steele nodded. Yes. Good thing I don't mind, she laughed. He nuzzled her ear and said, I thought we'd try a place in the middle of town, and from there we could just pick a direction and walk. Is that okay with you? A giggle popped as his scruff tickled her neck. Sounds good to me. Good. He brushed his lips across hers again and pulled her closer. When he deepened the kiss, he drew her across his lap and held her tightly against him. It was like a choir of angels singing hallelujah in the background. Car rides were a whole lot shorter when he was kissing her, and the next thing she knew, they had stopped. Why did they have to get there so quickly? She picked up her violin and followed him out of the car. The mid-morning air felt cool against her cheeks, which felt like they'd been under a heat lamp. They held hands as they walked into the restaurant, and a perky blonde hostess took them to a booth near the back. Instead of sitting across from her, Steele sat beside her with his arm around her. Why was he being so much more boyfriendish? What had changed? They were in public. Right, time to put on a show. That's why he was being so affectionate. It's also why he'd been so affectionate in the car, to butter her up. He needed her to be all gushy so that if they were spotted, their relationship didn't seem fake. She felt so stupid, as if it could ever be real. She tapped her chest and calmed her breathing. It was just an act. Good thing she caught on quick, or she could have been in real trouble. Have you been here before? She asked. He smiled. It's been a while, but yes. Before she could ask another question, a waitress stopped at the table and took their drink orders. As the waitress left, he turned to her, and his honey-colored eyes held hers. Thank you for spending the day with me. Why was his affection suddenly like a knife? Part of the deal, right? No, enjoying your company isn't. She looked down. But faking it is. Where did that come from? He tipped her chin up. I'm not faking that. I do enjoy your company. My father made me do something I didn't want to do, and in the process, he gave me something I wanted. What did he give you? He wasn't faking it? Well, then what was this? He had to know it wouldn't work between them. Not really. This was an on-paper relationship. The chance to spend time with someone I like. The waitress returned, took their orders, and left again. He turned to her again. I know someone like you could never be happy with someone as damaged as me, but I do like you. She opened her mouth to speak, but he held up his hand. His lips parted and his eyes grew stormy, like he was trying to decide if he could tell her or not. Just trust me. The way he said it and how he'd snapped at her the night before made her uninclined to press him. He'd been wounded at some point in time, and he wasn't ready to share. Okay. His gaze held hers again, and she nearly gulped. She found herself wanting to kiss all his aches away. It was only a month in, and she was struggling to remember this was all pretend. This was going to end so badly. For her. But what could she do now? She'd signed her heart away with the stroke of a pen. Steele couldn't imagine what was going through Alana's mind. She'd forgiven him for snapping at her, but he knew if he told her about his past, she'd walk away. His father would decimate her and Oliver. Plus, he'd only met her a month ago. How many times had people walked into his life and he'd found out later they were attached to Mitchell? He wasn't ready to risk being duped again. Inwardly, he groaned. He was snapping at her one minute, kissing her the next. His plan to be cautious and keep her at arm's length disappeared the moment she'd opened the door. Her smile, those lips, he couldn't stop himself. If he didn't get a grip, he'd give her whiplash. Placing the flat of her hand on his chest, she caressed his cheek with her other hand and brushed her lips across his. Light, feathery kisses pulled him further and further in, with no end in sight. She took his bottom lip between her teeth, and his heart jackhammered. He wrapped his arms around her shoulders and deepened the kiss, enjoying the warmth of her body as it molded to his. It was like he was a hormonal high school boy again, with no ability to control himself. She broke the kiss and rested her lips against his ear, whispering, "You are not so damaged that you can't be loved, Steele. You aren't giving the people in your life enough credit." If only that were true. He'd been broken so many years ago and so many times since that he wasn't sure anyone could fix him. "You don't know that." "Yes, I do." He closed his eyes, wishing he could make her understand. "My father owns me. I will never be free. A long time ago, my future was decided, and in the process," Alana cupped his cheek and cut him off with a kiss. When she was kissing him, he wished he wasn't damaged. Even more, he wished that this thing with her was real, but he was broken. And this was all fake. What was he thinking? His father gave him something he wanted? What a joke! More than likely, he did it on purpose as a way to torture him. The hard truth was that she probably had no feelings for him whatsoever. She was just being kind. It was supposed to look real. If she didn't act like she cared, no one would believe the ruse. The sound of a throat clearing made them look up. A balding, middle-aged man in a sports coat was looking at Alana. "I was wondering, if you would mind playing for us." Steele looked at her and smiled as he stood. "You did say you'd play for me." Sure." He took her hand and helped her out of the seat. She unclipped the case and pulled out an aged-looking violin along with a bow. She held it at her side and bent down. "You are the only one I'm playing for, Steele. Listen with this." She touched the spot over his heart. His lips parted as he nodded. Playing for him? Alana took a spot a few feet from him, then put her violin to her chin and positioned her bow. With a wink, she began playing. The song she played was soft, like a lullaby, and sweet. Her eyes closed, and her body swayed as she ran her bow over the strings. The song continued, and it was like he was sitting in an opera. He had no idea how to translate what the music was saying, but the emotion of what was being played was no mystery. It came from deep within, an outpouring of the soul. As she played, it seemed like the violin became an extension of herself. It was warm, resonant, full, and completely hypnotic. It was the most beautiful thing he'd ever heard. When she was finished, her eyes popped open and the restaurant clapped. She bowed and returned to the table, putting away her instrument. He was in awe of her talent. She should be in a concert hall performing for thousands. "You're incredible. You're unlike anything I've ever heard before." "Thank you." She smiled as she stepped around the table. Steele pushed out of the booth and locked eyes with her. Again, the world fell away along with all rational thought. Before he could stop himself, he was on one knee. A collective gasp erupted in the restaurant. "Alana Riley, will you marry me?" She blinked, and for a second he wondered if she'd say no. It was ahead of schedule, but it felt right. She felt right, and he couldn't give a solid reason as to why. They'd just met, but it was like she was sent to him, like the universe had taken pity on him and he was getting a moment to be happy. "Yes," she said and bent down to kiss him. He picked her up by the waist as he stood, kissing her while the patrons in the restaurant cheered. She put her mouth to his ear and whispered, "I know that wasn't real, but it was sweet." That's right, it wasn't real. The proposal wasn't supposed to happen for at least another couple of weeks. Hopefully, Mitchell wouldn't go ballistic when he found out, since Steele proposed so spontaneously. Or did he? Steele set her feet on the floor and she slipped into the booth again. As he took his seat next to her, he said, "I have the ring at my penthouse. I'm sure my father will want a more public display when I put it on your finger." Alana cupped his cheek. "I think for a fake proposal, that one was in the top 5. He chuckled. "I'll take it." He paused a second. "What song was that? I've never heard it before." She blinked and tilted her head. "I told you. I was playing for you. It's your song." His eyebrows knitted together. "What?" "I composed it on the spot." What did he say to that? It was light and dark and soulful. How did you do that? She shrugged. "I'm somewhat of a prodigy." "You should be playing sold-out concerts. Why aren't you?" Her cheeks turned pink. "Thank you, but my dad needed me. Maybe I'll get to play like that one day, but until then, I'll play for people who need it." Before he could show her what that meant to him, their food arrived. During their meal, he stayed quiet, trying to figure out a way to balance being with her and keeping her at a distance. He was spending the entire day with her. Just how much resolve did he think he had? And now they were engaged, and the physical expectations would be even higher. What had he done? Once they finished eating, they walked out of the restaurant and decided to check out Pike's Market, which was a half-mile away. The only problem was kissing her. In public, he was supposed to be sweeping her up in his arms and making it look like he was falling for her. But he didn't need to make it look like that, because he was falling for her. "Please don't be upset about the song," Alana said as they walked. "What?" She glanced at him and looked at the ground. "We've been walking for 5 minutes and you haven't said a word. I didn't mean to cause any problems." Sadness hung on the words. Balance. He needed balance. How could he keep it and not hurt her? "I'm not upset, just lost in thought." "Oh, what were you thinking about?" What was he supposed to say? How much he enjoyed being with her? "Various things, nothing of importance." "Really?" She pulled him to a stop and kissed him. "Because that's what I was thinking about." Her gaze held his. This was going to go down in flames. It was going to be a nuclear bomb, decimating everything in its path. What was he going to do? He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her to him, and kissed her. In the middle of downtown Seattle, he was kissing a woman who'd signed a contract to be his girlfriend/fiancée, a woman he shouldn't want to kiss. But for the life of him, he couldn't stop himself. She broke the kiss. "Now, what were you thinking about?" "You." "Are you upset about the song?" She added extra punctuation in the form of a light kiss. He shook his head. "No, it was the sweetest thing anyone has ever done for me." "I know you're out of my league." "You are not out of my league. If anything, you're out of mine." Her lips brushed his again. "We should probably start walking again." "Probably." He held her face and kissed her parted lips. They should be walking. This wasn't part of the contract. There should have been a no-kissing clause or something. Like that could have happened. With a groan, he broke the kiss, tangled his fingers in hers, and they began walking again. She kept her head down, but he could see the pink tint on her cheeks. He mentally thumped himself and trained his eyes on the scenery ahead, putting the word contract on repeat. Chapter 12. Mitchell was waiting for Steele as he stepped off the elevator. "In the conference room, Harriet called a meeting." Steele nodded and followed his father, coming face to face with Alana. Why was she already in the conference room? "Your father was waiting for me when I got here. I came in a little early because I need to leave for lunch early today." It wasn't unusual for her to beat him to the office. Still, a sick feeling pooled in the pit of his stomach. He mentally thumped himself. No, he wouldn't let his father put a wedge between them. "Okay." Harriet grinned. "Did you tell your father you're engaged?" Mitchell's face turned bright red. "Engaged? That's not what we had planned. I told you—" "Mitch, calm down. It was perfect," Harriet said. His father's eyebrows drew together and he scoffed. "What?" She turned her phone around and clicked play on the video on her screen. Someone caught her playing. He proposed right after.
It couldn't have been more perfect. In fact, our plan would have looked contrived. This was pure gold. His poll numbers have jumped 20 points since this video went live. Mitchell's face slowly returned to its normal shade. 20 points? And climbing. His father smiled. Good. He turned his gaze on Steele. You're lucky. Both of you are. Who posted the video? Steele asked. Harriet leveled her eyes at him. Really? I have people all over the city. If something happens between the two of you, I'm getting it. Just the thought made his stomach turn. All the time? Not all the time, but the driver called when she brought her violin. Steele's heart dropped to the floor. The driver? His father chuckled. Did you really think he worked for you? That's how you knew to send reporters, Steele said. Of course. That's why his father had required they use the limo instead of Steele driving his own car. He should have known. I told you. There is nowhere you can go that I can't see. Everyone works for me, Steele. Everyone. Mitchell turned his gaze on Alana. And you. The next gala, you need to bring that violin and play. Steele glanced at Alana. She didn't work for him. She couldn't. His father was just trying to rattle him. Alana was kind and sweet. There was no way she'd be mixed up with his father. Alana crossed her arms over her chest. You could ask nicely. Steele touched her arm and shook his head. She didn't need his father's ire directed toward her. She softened as she locked eyes with him. I'll bring it for you. I don't care who you do it for as long as you do it, Mitchell said. Now, my son and I have business to discuss, and you have work to do. See yourself out. Steele walked her to the door and opened it. I'll see you tonight, okay? Maybe I'll even be able to catch the elevator ride down, he smiled. The little smile she gave him made his heart jump. Okay. As soon as she cleared the door, he shut it and turned on his father. You don't have to speak to her like that. She's no different than a hired maid. She needs to remember her place. I'm paying her, remember? Like he could forget. I remember just fine. You remember I'm supposed to be putting on a good show, right? Harriet stepped between him and his father as Mitchell stood to face him. She put her arms out, holding them in place. Mitch, he's right. They're doing better than we could have hoped. Can't you give them a break? Alana has been gracious, poised, and friendly at every event. She's performed better than we could have ever predicted. This video has over 1 million hits already. People love them. Mitchell pulled at his suit coat to straighten it. He needs to remember his place. They both do. I'm in charge here. Harriet turned to Mitchell. And everyone knows that, but if you don't loosen your grip, you'll be in charge of a failed campaign run. I'm paying you too, or have you forgotten? She pressed her lips, and Steele could feel her seething. No, I haven't, but I do have 30 years in this business. I know what I'm doing. Just remember your place too, his father said as he walked to the door. All of you need to remember that I own you. Unless you want your crimes broadcasted, you'll keep that in mind. He opened it and walked out. Harriet shook her head. I really hate him. All Steele could think was that the line of people hating him was only getting longer. Yeah, well, keep your head down. I'll take the brunt of his venom. She touched his arm. You're a sweet man, Steele. Don't let him twist you. He smiled, but part of him wondered if it was too late. Yeah. Harriet left the conference room, leaving Steele alone. He folded into the nearest chair and put his head in his hand. November. He just had to keep it together until November. His confidence waned as he pictured Alana's face. He liked her, and if he wasn't careful, his father would cover her in darkness too. Alana chewed her thumb as she sat at her desk. The weekend played in her mind. She was engaged, and she hadn't told her dad yet. Not that she was hiding it, but Steele had asked her to wait until he told his father. She wasn't surprised the whole thing was caught and put on YouTube, though she was surprised it was someone on Harriet's team that did it. Knowing the driver was working for Steele's father and reporting back to him made her feel like she needed a shower. As much as she wanted to deny it, it was becoming less and less of a show for her. She liked Steele. For some unknown reason, she was drawn to him. He was like a musical note, and her heart was a piece of sheet music.
When she spent time with him, his song would wrap around her and fill her with warmth.
Ms. Riley.
Mitchell Corday's voice pulled her out of her daydream. Yes, he smiled, and it almost seemed genuine.
I want to apologize for my behavior. I've come across horrible, but this Senate race is stressful. It's no excuse to take it out on you.
Alarm bells went off in Alana's head. This man was a snake oil salesman, and he thought she had dough to spend. She needed to play this cool, or this man could make both her and Steele miserable. Apology accepted. I'm sure it's stressful.
Mitchell chuckled. Thank you. I would like to ask you if you'd like or would be gracious enough to please bring your violin and play at the next luncheon. I didn't miss how beautifully you played. People should have a chance to hear something so alive.
Her jaw dropped open. Well, thank you. I'd be happy to play.
Good. I think hearing you play live will be even better than the video.
Steele appeared in the hallway and slowed as he approached her desk. What's this?
Nothing. Ms. Riley and I just needed to talk.
Mitchell winked at her and then patted Steele on the arm.
Palmer Technologies should be here in an hour. Do you have the presentation ready?
Yes.
Good. I'll see you in the conference room.
His father stuffed his hand in his suit coat pocket and walked away. Once he disappeared down the hall, Steele turned to her.
What was that all about?
It was really nothing. He apologized for being rude and asked nicely if I'd bring my violin to the next campaign event.
Can we talk in my office?
Alana nodded and stood, passing him as she entered his office. Is everything okay?
Yeah.
His voice held a tinge of something Alana couldn't put her finger on. Are you sure? For some reason, she got a weird feeling from him. I don't believe you. He tugged her to him and wrapped his arms around her. Everything's fine. I just don't trust my father. Alana knew she should be pulling away, but it felt good to be in his arms. He apologized, but the entire time it felt off. Of course something was wrong. He was admitting fault. The devil hissed like a cat the moment he said it. He pushed her hair over her shoulder and ran his fingers through it. I've been thinking about how you said we could be friends. Her heart felt like it was hit with a bolt of lightning. Yeah?
I'm going to try. I can't give any guarantees I'll be any good at it.
She cupped his cheek and he pressed his face into her hand. That's okay. I'll teach you how. He touched his forehead to hers. I'll be in meetings all day. This buyout we're working on is big. We're conferencing with Schreiber, a company in Germany. More than likely, I won't be out until late because we're taking Palmer to dinner after. Alana smiled. He was giving her a reason why they couldn't spend the evening together. She didn't know why, but it made her feel good. Sure, I'll see you tomorrow morning. Steele leaned back. Tomorrow morning. Okay. He let her go and she walked to the door and opened it. Good luck today. The sexy half-smile he shot her made her grip the doorknob harder.
I don't need luck in there.
He winked. She laughed as she walked out, shutting the door behind her. What was she doing? She tapped herself on the forehead. He was telling her his schedule so she knew they wouldn't be going out tonight, and he only held her because he was having a hard time. He wanted to try being friends. That was all. That's all it was, nothing more. As if he'd ever be interested in her. He was Steele Corday, and Mitchell was right. She was the hired help. Paid to date him, smile, and jump through hoops when commanded. Why was she even allowing the crazy thoughts to come to mind? If she didn't get her heart on the same page, and soon, she'd be in trouble. Chapter 13. Alana's phone rang as she lay in bed. She grabbed it, and her pulse instantly rocketed. It was Thursday, and Steele wasn't supposed to be back until the next day. Hey, Steele, are you still out of the country?
No, the trip ended sooner than I thought it would. I landed just a bit ago. How was your week?
It was okay. How was yours? She didn't realize how much she'd missed him until she heard his voice.
Boring.
How's Germany?
I was stuck in meetings the whole time.
She twisted a lock of hair around her finger. You didn't have any fun?
There was no time for fun.
Well, that's just sad, Steele. I can't imagine going somewhere and not having any fun at all. There had to be something that was a little good about the trip. He grunted a laugh.
I had a really good dessert. It was this weird pastry thing. I think you would have liked it.
See, now you have at least one good thing. He was quiet a moment. I know it's late, and I know I'll see you in the office tomorrow, but could I see you tonight? She pulled her phone away and checked the time. It was after 11, but she wanted to see him too. Get a grip, her head screamed. Putting the phone back to her ear, she asked, Do you mind if we stay in? I don't like leaving my dad at night. Can I bring a movie? I'd really like that. Don't tell me what it is, though. I want to try to guess when you get here. She grinned. And you have to wear pajamas. Pajamas. You can't watch a movie at home in jeans. There's like a universal rule or something. Plus, Steele in pajamas. Talk about yummy. He chuckled. Okay, I'll see you in a few minutes. He ended the call and she grabbed a pillow and squealed into it. Throwing the covers off, she hauled-tailed to the bathroom and brushed her hair and teeth. What would Steele look like in pajamas? What kind of pajamas did billionaires wear? Or men who ran for Senate? Her imagination went wild. Whatever he wore, he'd be sexy. She knew that for sure. Then reality hit. His father. That's why he'd called. He didn't want to see her. It was part of the contract she'd signed. This was supposed to be romantic and whirlwind. Couldn't really get that feeling if they didn't spend every waking moment together when he was in town. Sure, they'd shared a few nice moments, but that didn't change the reality of what his late-night visit was. Alana strolled into the living room and waited for him so he didn't wake her dad. It wasn't a long wait before his little sports car pulled up to the curb in front of her home. Steele exited, and as he approached, she opened the door. Man, did he look good. Dark drawstring pants and a fitted t-shirt. Yep, he was definitely yummy. He smiled as he walked in and slipped off his coat. Thanks for letting me come over. It was all part of the show, right? No problem. It wasn't possible that something could work with him. He was rich and she wasn't. The only reason he was even showing any interest in her at all was because his father was forcing him to. Gonna guess the movie? He asked. She narrowed her eyes. Let's see. Tapping her 2 fingers against her lips, she tried to picture what Steele Corday would watch. Tombstone. His mouth dropped open. No way. I got it? No, he grinned. Alana lunged for him and he sidestepped. Dork, what is it then? Jaws. Scary? Why did it have to be scary? Jaws? Like as in crazy huge sharks eating people? He lifted an eyebrow. Don't tell me you're scared. She straightened her shoulders. I'm not. I'm going to make popcorn. Do you want a bag? Isn't there a cosmic rule that popcorn is required to watch a movie? True. You can get the movie ready, and I'll be back in a few minutes. She spun on her heels and walked into the kitchen, where she grabbed 2 bags of popcorn out of the cabinet above the microwave. If she wasn't careful, she was going to mess everything up. This was a business deal. She'd agreed to date him for money and nothing else. It didn't matter how many butterflies flitted in her stomach, how tingly her lips were when he kissed her, or how her skin zinged when he touched her. Her body needed to just chill and get with the program. Once she was done giving herself a thorough scolding and the popcorn was done, she went back to the living room. His lips spread into the most glorious smile. Have you seen Jaws? Her scolding felt like a small smack to the hand. Her body was a complete and utter traitor. Ugh, why did she have to be attracted to him? She nearly groaned aloud before she caught herself. How would she have explained that? No, she said and handed him a bag of popcorn as she sat down beside him. He pulled the bag open and steam poured out. He jerked his hand back, slinging it up and down. Oh, that was hot. Did you burn yourself? If I did, it's not bad. She tried to take his hand, but he held it out of reach. Let me see it, you big baby, she said. His lips parted and his eyebrows knitted together. I am not. Alana narrowed her eyes and held out her hand. Let me see it. He put his hand in hers and she checked his fingers. They're a little red. Do you want some ice? No, I'm fine. He wrapped his fingers around hers and tugged her close. You ready for the movie? She curled up next to him and opened her own bag of popcorn. Sure. It felt so real and so right to be snuggled up next to him. She liked how she felt when she was with him. And no matter what he thought, she knew he had a good heart despite his father. She was going to get her heart broken. It was as inevitable as someone getting eaten in Jaws. The movie started, and 5 minutes later, the first swimmer became dinner. Alana jumped and buried her face in his arm. Steele chuckled. I thought you weren't scared. He'd been hoping she was, because that meant she'd stay close. He'd missed her while he was gone. Seeing her was foremost on his mind the moment the jet landed. His father had warned him not to go. With no press, it was a wasted moment, but he wanted to see her. She'd nearly twisted completely around in the seat. I might have lied. Do you want me to turn it off? No, I can take it. Her voice squeaked, and then she looked at the TV again and cringed. The next scary part came, and she tried to keep watching with one eye closed. She buried her face again. She was so cute. What is wrong with these people? All it'd take for me is one dead body, and I'd never set foot in the water again. We can stop watching it. She shook her head and began watching it again. No, it's fine. I'm okay. You don't seem okay. When the next scary part came, she nearly climbed on top of him. He paused it and put his arms around her. I can't say this worked out bad for me. Alana leaned back and popped him on the chest. Not nice. He laughed and she rolled her eyes. I really didn't think you'd find it scary. It's from the 70s. I've never liked scary stuff. I'm a comedy and romance person. Maybe some superheroes. Tucking a piece of hair behind her ear, he smiled and said, I'll remember that for next time. Her lips spread into a smile. Next time, huh? I hope so. That wasn't a lie. The moment she'd come into view, the whole day had suddenly gotten brighter. She found the good in things, and he liked that about her. She looked down. I have a confession. What's that? I missed you. Not nearly as much as he missed her. I thought about you the entire time I was gone. That's crazy, right? We've basically known each other a little over a month. Steele nodded. When you put it like that, yeah, it is. He caressed her cheek with his fingertips. But it doesn't make it any less true. Her eyes closed and she leaned into his hand. He wanted to kiss her so badly, but they weren't in public. A kiss like what happened in the limo couldn't happen again. It means something, and as much as he wanted that, he didn't want his father touching her. As soon as she'd done what his father wanted, he'd find a way to get her out of the picture. Alana opened her eyes, and it was like she could read his mind. It's okay. We both have obligations, and tonight is just a way to make it real when anyone sees us in public again. Steele nodded. Right. Someone like her couldn't have real feelings for him anyway. A little flirting didn't change the nature of their relationship. This was all for show. Somehow his dad always found a way to make him miserable. Here he was, dating a beautiful, sweet woman, and all he could think was without a contract, she wouldn't give him the time of day, that every moment with her was staged. Her job was to act like she was falling for him. I guess I should get going, he said. I just figured with me being in town, it'd look good if I came over. It was a complete lie, but it was better to keep her at arm's length. His heart was already broken. Falling for her would only crush him. Her eyebrows knitted together. Are you sure you just got here? I'm sure. I'm a little jet-lagged and I have to be in the office tomorrow. I should probably try to get some sleep so I'm not a zombie. She moved away and they stood together. She put the disc back in the case and then handed it to him. You don't have to go. Yeah, I do, he said and walked to the door. I'll see you in the morning. He didn't even wait for a goodbye before leaving. Opening the door to the car, he tossed the DVD onto the passenger seat, got in, and started it. He'd been so stupid coming to Alana's place so late, being delusional enough to think it was anything more than what she'd literally signed up for. Before he knew it, he was pulling into the garage. His thoughts felt like a hurricane. He was so tired. Tired of being used. Tired of being controlled. Tired of hurting. The moment Steele walked into the kitchen, he came face to face with his father. Why couldn't he just have one day, just one, where he didn't have to deal with the man? Where have you been? His father asked. Why couldn't he be left alone? Out. With the Riley woman? Isn't that what you wanted? A whirlwind romance with a cute girl next door? His father crossed his arms over his chest. Let's get one thing straight. Nothing you have with her is real. I've paid her. You're dating her to get your image fixed. A smile twisted on his lips. Do you really think she could love you? Steele, you blew any chance of that long ago with a so-called accident. There's not a woman alive who will want anything to do with you if that comes out, and you know it. I know. He walked to the liquor cabinet and pulled out a decanter, filling one of the scotch glasses sitting next to it. Then stick to the plan. No more late-night meetups. The only reason to be seen with her is when you're in the public eye. Got it? He threw the drink back and filled the glass again. I got it. Aren't you going to the office tomorrow? His father's gaze traveled from his face to the glass in his hand. Steele tipped the glass to his lips, drained it again, and then set it back down. He trudged out of the kitchen, up the stairs to his room, and collapsed on his bed. His father was right. Alana would have nothing to do with him if she knew all his secrets. It was better to stick to the plan and do what he was told. Maybe then he could find a little peace. Doubtful, but it was a good dream. Chapter 14. Steele stepped off the elevator with coffee in hand. He'd been dragging since the moment the alarm went off. Why had he said he was coming into the office? A day off to recuperate from the travel or the terrible night of sleep wouldn't have been a bad idea. What could Alana be thinking? He'd come to her home with a movie the night before and left almost as fast as he got there. The whole situation was confusing him, and the lines he'd planned not to cross kept getting blurry. He'd thought about her the entire night, how close she'd been to him, the way she'd leaned into his hand. Her smile, her hair, her everything was invading every aspect of him. How was he supposed to pull off a fake relationship when he wanted a real one? As he continued to his office, he took a sip of his coffee, and his pulse jumped as Alana's desk came into view. She was absent. Squeezing his eyes shut, he tried to calm his pounding heart. She didn't know his father. There was a myriad of different things that she could be doing. He stepped into his office and immediately stopped. Alana was curled up on the couch, asleep, and something delicious-smelling filled the air. Steele crossed the room to his desk, and in the middle of it sat a small, foil-wrapped dish. Setting his briefcase down, he took another glance at Alana. She'd brought him breakfast? Another similar wrapped dish was sitting on the coffee table like she'd planned on eating with him. Maybe he should wake her up? She looked so peaceful, though. He'd eat his and then wake her up. If she was as tired as he was, a nap was more important than eating. His mouth watered as he sat down and uncovered the food. Eggs with what looked like diced ham, green peppers, mushrooms, and cheese filled the dish. If it tasted half as good as it smelled, it was going to be amazing. She'd even brought him a fork. There wasn't any press in his office. No one would know what she'd done. Why did she do it? Was there a possibility she really cared for him? How could breakfast make things so confusing? He groaned. This whole situation was one giant mess. He took a bite and his eyes rolled back. It was fantastic. There was something about the simplicity of a home-cooked meal that got him. He didn't know what, because he'd eaten in some of the best five-star restaurants, but he'd pick something like this over a fancy meal out every time. She could cook, too. This was the second meal he'd eaten of hers, and it was just as good as the first. When he finished, he stood and walked to Alana. Her legs looked 1,000,000 miles long, and one hand was tucked under her chest, while her other was stretched out in front of her. As he took her shoes off, she pushed up on her elbow and covered her mouth as she yawned. I brought you breakfast. She dropped back down on the couch. You should eat it before it gets cold. I found it and ate it already. I didn't want to wake you. It was amazing. I'm glad you liked it. She moaned and tried to push up again, but failed. I had trouble getting to sleep last night, and I can't keep my eyes open. She had trouble getting to sleep? And here he thought he was the only one. Why did you have trouble? I kept thinking about you. A smile spread across his lips before he could stop it. You did? Mm-hmm. She took a deep breath and drew her legs up like she was cold. He spread a blanket over her and sat beside her. Leaning forward, he swept his fingertips across her cheek and smoothed her hair back. What were you thinking about me?
About kissing you.
She squeezed her eyes shut and pulled the blanket up, curling it under her chin. His pulse jumped. Oh, really? She nodded, and her eyes opened just a sliver.
It'd be so easy.
The words trailed off, and she closed her eyes again. Easy to what? Another deep breath, and he knew he wasn't getting an answer. She was fast asleep again. She'd made him breakfast and had trouble sleeping because she was thinking about him. Not just thinking about him, but about kissing him. He leaned over and kissed her forehead. What if he could have something real with her? Would her mercy extend to even the darkest parts of him? Could his father be wrong and someone like her could love him? Rubbing the back of his neck, he went back to his desk, letting her sleep, and pulled his laptop out of his briefcase. The merger he'd negotiated in Germany was still on shaky ground. Ada Schreiber, the CEO, had let it slip that she didn't like his father. Of course, just to be safe, he'd called Chuck and asked him to do a background check on her through someone he trusted, someone with zero ties to his father. Now that she was in the clear, Steele was trying to find a way to push his father out of the company. If this merger happened, and his father wanted the merger to happen, it would go forward with Mitchell ousted completely from Corday Enterprises. It just had to be done so far under the radar that he didn't see it coming and couldn't back out of the deal. The thought of besting Mitchell Corday made him eager to see if he could make it happen. He'd covered his tracks, though, making it look like he'd defended his father to Ada. Maybe by the end of the year, Corday Enterprises would be owned by a single Corday. When lunch rolled around, Steele's head throbbed after staring at the computer screen for so long. He looked over at Alana and debated waking her. She must have been exhausted to sleep through the morning without so much as moving. He raked his hand through his hair as he crossed the room and sat by her. She yawned and then bolted up, her eyes wide. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to fall asleep." He held up his hands. "It's okay. I could have woken you up, but I chose not to." Covering her face with her hands, she groaned. "Oh, I can't believe I did that. I'm so embarrassed." Steele took her hands and pulled them down. "Don't be. I got breakfast out of it, and it was great." She groaned again. "I meant to have breakfast with you." "How did you have time to make it?" "I was awake all night. Finally, I got frustrated and decided to cook a good breakfast for my dad and thought, why not include us? I figured if I was hungry, you would be too." He smiled as he remembered why she had trouble sleeping. "Why were you awake all night?" Her cheeks turned apple red. "Did I say why?" She shook her head and waved him off. He almost thought he heard her say, "Because I was thinking about kissing you." But instead, she looked up at him smiling and said, "I just meant, restless. That's all. No big deal." She was cute when she was flustered. "Well then, what made you restless?" Too much sugar before bed." "Right." Looking past him, her eyes widened again. "What time is it?" "A little after noon." She pushed the blanket off and scrambled to her feet. "I have to go. I have to get my dad to dialysis. He can't miss it at all." "What time does he need to be there?" "Now." She stuck her feet in her shoes and raked her hand through her hair. Steele stood and took her by the arms. "We'll stop by my penthouse, change vehicles, and get him there, okay?" "That's okay. I don't want to bother you with that. I've got Gabby. She wasn't cranky today, or at least not so far." "I'm not bothered." "Are you sure?" "Positive." She shot him a smile that made him thrilled he'd offered. "Okay, thank you." Alana pointed her finger at her dad. "You tell him any embarrassing stories this time, and I'll switch your grape juice for prune." She meant it, too. While the story about giving a show to her class was embarrassing, it wasn't the only one. He made a face. "You don't have to get hostile about it." He looked at Steele. "Have you had that stuff? It's disgusting." Steele rolled his lips in and shook his head. "No, I haven't." The jerk was trying not to laugh, but his body was shaking. "Take my word for it." Her dad looked at Steele with his face scrunched up. "Who would have ever thought of juicing something like that?" This time Steele was laughing. "I have no idea, but I believe you." Her dad sat back and kicked his recliner out. "Don't worry, I don't need any threats. I'm going to take a nap until dinner's ready. I'm worn out." He closed his eyes. "Sorry, buddy. No entertainment today." That's okay. We can talk during dinner. Steele smiled and winked as he looked at Alana. She narrowed her eyes and tried to wipe the smile off her face. That's not even remotely funny. He chuckled. Yes, it is. Rolling her eyes, she spun on her heels and walked to the kitchen, stopping in front of the fridge. What are you going to cook? Steele asked as he stopped behind her. She shrugged. I don't know yet. Glancing over her shoulder, she said, I can't believe you helped me take him to his appointment and then offered to take him for ice cream. You made his day. He'd been wonderful. Beyond wonderful. They'd taken the rest of the day off work and spent time with her dad. Having helped getting him around meant more to her than Steele knew. I like Oliver. I wish my father was like him. He seems to care about you. He does. I love him to pieces. Taking a deep breath, she scanned the contents of her fridge again. I have chicken I need to use. Is that okay? I will eat anything you cook. She laughed and cocked an eyebrow. Oh, really? With that look, I can't say I'm not a little nervous now. Remember this look the next time you encourage my daddy to tell you stories. She smiled. His laugh was so great, wonderfully warm, and it felt like it permeated every inch of her. I'll remember. Alana pulled out the chicken and then gathered up the rest of the ingredients. Lemon chicken. I don't make it a lot because it's a little time-consuming, but it's his favorite. I think you'll like it. How can I help? By sitting down and talking to me. I like cooking. It helps me relax. I can do that. Steele walked to the dining table, nestled in the small nook attached to the kitchen, and pulled out a chair. Would I be stepping out of bounds if I asked about your mom? Talk about an old ache. No. Where is she? With her back to Steele, she picked up a butcher knife and concentrated on the meal she was preparing, letting the words flow. When I was 11, she went to get groceries and never came back. We walked the neighborhood, putting up flyers. My dad even filed a missing persons report and everything. 6 months later, he got a call, and she'd basically decided she was done. I've never seen her again. At all? No, I've talked to her on the phone. That's about it. I'm not mad anymore. She married my dad to get out of her home, and she thought having a family of her own would give her what she needed. It didn't. I didn't. She set down her knife and braced her hands on the counter. I forgave her a long time ago, but sometimes it's hard to remember that, especially when I could use a mom's advice. Why was this suddenly bothering her so much? It had been a long time since she felt like this. A deep longing for her mom made her eyes well with tears. It was silly. She was fine. Using her wrists, she wiped under her eyes. Strong arms circled her waist, and Steele's mouth was against her ear. Your ability to forgive and extend mercy. I've never respected anyone the way I respect you. She twisted sideways in his arms. Forgiveness isn't for them. It's for me. I get to move on. His intense gaze held hers and she gulped. He leaned in closer. I have never wanted to kiss anyone as much as I want to kiss you right now. Her brain felt like a baby rattle as her gaze traveled to his lips. I have chicken hands, she whispered. He smiled, released her, and went back to his chair. I'm sure your dad's going to be starving soon. I won't interrupt anymore. She turned around and put her wrist to her forehead. Chicken hands? His lips were that close. He was staring at her like she was unpronounceable dessert, and she's got chicken hands? She was mental. This wasn't real. They couldn't work. He had sports cars, penthouses, and business trips to Germany. She was a broke college dropout with a sick dad. So far, she'd been unable to bring herself to spend any of the money Mitchell was paying her or the money Steele had paid her. Every time she tried, she'd break out in a cold sweat and get sick to her stomach. She liked spending time with Steele. She liked him. No, she was falling for him. She didn't need money to want him. He did that all on his own. Tell me about your friends. With a little one-shoulder shrug, she said, High school wasn't all that great for me, so most of my friends are in New York City at Julliard. How about you? I had a few in high school, and I'm still close with a guy from college. Just one? I learned quickly that I needed to be careful who I let into my life. Oh, she said. Her heart hurt for him. She wished he'd trust her, but she understood. Having Mitchell as a father would make anyone leery of making friends. Over the next hour, they talked while the house filled with the savory aroma of chicken and a butter-infused rice. This was one of her favorite meals, too. Steele helped her dad to his seat at the table and then took his. "Dinner smells so good." "Just wait, it doesn't smell near as good as it tastes," her dad said. Heat crept across her cheeks and traveled to the tips of her ears. "Why do you think I stayed for dinner?" Steele laughed and cut into his meal, popping a bite in his mouth. He groaned. "Told ya," her dad smiled. "Oh, man, it's so good. Eating out is overrated." It was so strange that someone like Steele would like her cooking. Something simple and basic when he could have mint-infused squidding pasta or some other weird thing. But she knew he was being genuine. Their relationship might be fake, but they had become friends. Somewhat, at least on the surface. Once dinner was over, she walked Steele out. She hugged herself and leaned back against the door. "Thank you for today. You have no idea what it meant to me to see my daddy happy. I don't get to do that often because it's hard for him to get around when it's just me." "It was my pleasure, and I got a fantastic meal out of it." Her cheeks heated. "Whatever, it was just chicken." He leaned down and touched his lips to hers, and she couldn't stop herself from responding. She circled her arms around his neck and slid her hands into his hair. Zaps of electricity expanded from her lips and rolled across her body. She melted against his body and let his warmth cover her. Picking her up around the waist, he pinned her to the door, and his parted lips swept down her jaw, kissing her neck. A soft moan escaped, and he brought his lips back to hers. Everywhere he touched her left trails of fire across her skin. She broke the kiss and tried to catch her breath. "I think we should probably say goodnight." He set her down and held her face. "Probably," he said as he continued to place little kisses on her lips. When he pulled back, his eyes locked with hers. "I'll see you in the morning." "Okay." Touching her lips, she nodded and went inside. That line between real and fake was getting all too blurry. She was falling for him, and it was another case of her being in a one-sided relationship. What was she going to do? She'd continue the charade because she didn't have a choice. She could already feel her heart breaking. Chapter 15. Steele saw a flash of red hair walking toward the elevator, and he dumped the stale coffee he'd been drinking in the nearest bin as he raced to catch up with Alana. He wasn't so lucky this morning. The doors closed as she gave him a little smile and wink. What was she doing to him? It was a game for her. She was just getting paid to be flirty. He'd paid her in advance to do just that. That's all. Even if it had seemed she was interested in him, he'd never know for sure. Not now. Spending time with her and her dad the day before had made him miss his family, his mom. Sitting at the dinner table had been incredible. He'd almost told her about Lauren, but at the last second he'd pulled back. He didn't even know why. The elevator returned to the first floor, and he stepped on. He'd forgotten how lonely the ride up was, and he missed their banter of a morning. When he reached the top floor, he kept his head down as he walked to his office. He looked up and noticed Alana was missing. "Hey, I would have held the door for you, but I wasn't in charge of the buttons," Alana said with a smile as she walked in from the opposite direction, the direction of his father's office. "Everyone works for me, Steele. Everyone." The words were like nails on a chalkboard. Had the whole thing been a setup? Had she been hired from the get-go? Dinner, being sweet to him? Harriet did say she knew he was attracted to her. It wasn't beneath his father to do something like that. He'd done it before. Why hadn't he seen it coming? Because he'd been desperate for something good, and his father had preyed on that. He felt like he was being gutted. Anger burned like a fire in the pit of his stomach. Steele shook his head and pinched his lips together. Now he had to date this woman? He strode to his office door and paused. "You should be at your desk, working. I'm sure there's plenty for you to do." She nodded. "Okay." The word came out softly, and the look on her face made him think she was actually confused. "Just do your job." He slipped into his office and shut the door behind him. To think he'd almost fallen for it. He hated his father, and he hated her. and now he had to pretend to be engaged and in love with her? How was he going to fake that when all he wanted to do was stay away from her? A light knock came from the door. "Come in," he snapped. The door slowly opened and Alana peeked her head in. Just spit it out." "There's a gentleman here to see you. He says he's friends with you and doesn't need an appointment." She pushed through the door a little more, and Chuck Kim came into view. He smiled and waved for Chuck to come in. "Hey, long time no see." Leveling his eyes at Alana, he said, "You can leave." Something he couldn't quite read flashed in her eyes, and she shut the door. He didn't care. She worked for his father, and Steele was going to make sure she regretted lying to him. "Well, she's a looker, right?" Steele flopped down in his desk chair and laced his fingers behind his head. "She's all right." Chuck took a seat across from him. "Just all right? If I'm not mistaken, that girl is your type. Red hair, blue eyes, and a smokin' body. My father hired her." "So?" Steele pierced him with a look. Chuck's eyes widened. "Oh, right. Fill me in. That's the woman you hired? I don't see or hear any of the gossip when I'm overseas." "Yeah, only she's been working for my father the whole time." "Ouch." Chuck sat back. "How do you know she's working for him? Did you overhear them or something?" "I just know." "Okay, but I have to say, I don't think I'd mind going out with her, even if she was paid." "Yeah, well, I do." He'd been so stupid. Wasn't 14 years long enough to know all his father's tricks? Chuck stood. "Look, let's get out of here. It seems like you need a break." That didn't sound bad at all, and he'd be away from Alana. "Sure, as long as it's a bar." "A little early, don't you think?" "Not for me." Steele stood, crossed his office, and opened the door, following Chuck out. He stopped at Alana's desk and looked down at her. "I'll pick you up at 7 tonight. I really don't care what you wear. Just be ready when I get there. And bring that contract. I want to make sure my father's getting his money's worth. Maybe there are benefits I'm missing out on." Her lips parted and she said nothing as the color drained from her face. Good. He'd hurt her like she'd hurt him. Besides, it's not like she could refuse. She'd signed both documents without so much as a second thought. That should have been his first clue. If she thought he was going to make it easy, she was wrong. She'd earned that money the hard way. He was going to be as obnoxious as he could be. He and Chuck walked to the elevator and waited. Chuck stuffed his hands into his pockets and shook his head. "That was harsh, man. Not like you at all." "She's my father's hired help." "Something else is eating you." The elevator doors opened and they stepped on. A smile grew on Chuck's face. "You liked her." "No, I didn't." "I've known you since college. That woman is every bit your type and then some. You liked her." Chuck grasped his shoulder. "You can't lie to me." Steele raked his hand through his hair. "Fine. Yeah, I did. And Mitchell ruined it. When doesn't he?" "I'm sorry, man." Chuck exhaled sharply and dropped his hand to his side. "First drink's on me." They found a little hole-in-the-wall place, somewhere his father wouldn't be caught dead in, and found a booth in the back after ordering a drink. "So, you liked her?" Chuck asked. Steele nodded and exhaled sharply. "Man, another week and I'd have been wrapped around her finger. I'm so stupid." "Why? So he hired her. You knew he was going to." Steele downed his scotch and called for another. "No, he hired her from the very beginning. I thought she was this sweet, kind woman. She even faked her car being broken down so I'd have dinner with her. I thought she'd fixed a home-cooked meal. Everything, all of it, was just a lie." "Are you sure about that?" "I saw her coming from my father's office, or at least the direction of his office. What else should I think?" Chuck shrugged. "I don't know. The vibe I got from her was that you hurt her, and bad." "No, my dad, he's thorough. He's capable of hiring the best actresses out there. I was played." "And she broke your heart." He nodded. "Yeah, I guess she did. At least a little." No, it was a lot. In the little bit of time he'd known her, she'd impacted him. His chest tightened as the budding feelings he had for her gripped him. At least Chuck was in town, and he had an excuse to be gone for the day. He didn't want to see her, his father, or even so much as that building. The only thing different about this prison was that it didn't have visible bars. If he'd chosen differently, maybe he'd be free by now. Alana pulled her bathrobe tighter around herself as she sat on her bed. The moment she was sure Steele was gone with his friend, she'd left work claiming she was sick. And she was. She was heartsick. The way Steele had looked at her, the way he'd spoken to her. Benefits. Fresh tears trickled down her cheeks. The day before had been so wonderful, and she couldn't understand what happened. What could she have done in such a short time frame that could have caused him to treat her like that? The doorbell rang, and she checked at the time on her phone. 7. It was Steele, and she had no desire to even speak to him, much less see him. "Alana, honey, Steele is here," her dad called. She quickly wiped her tears and walked out of her room. As she passed her dad to the door, she hid her face from him. He didn't need to know she'd been crying. When she cracked the door open, she trained her gaze on the floor. "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well tonight. I can't go out." She went to shut the door and Steele stopped her. "I don't think so. My father's paying you, so get dressed and let's go." The words stung like an army of angry bees. "I don't want to see you." She hated that she sounded so weak and pathetic. They'd been faking a relationship. She knew that. "Should have thought of that before you signed the contracts. Now, let's go. We have a date and I want to get it over with." "Alana, is everything okay?" her father asked. She cleared her throat. "Yes, Daddy, everything's fine." She opened the door a little wider and stepped onto the porch, shutting it behind her. Her dad didn't need to hear her conversation. "You need to get dressed." His tone held such an angry edge that she felt cut. Her lips trembled and she fought to control it as she looked up. "I'm giving the money back. I didn't get off work in time today, but I'll have it tomorrow. I'd rather be homeless than date you." He put his hands on his hips and shook his head. "Right, like you haven't already spent the money. Please, save your crocodile tears for someone else." As hard as she tried, she couldn't fight the tears that spilled over. "I don't know what I did to make you so angry. I've spent the entire day trying to figure it out, but I don't care anymore. You leave me alone." She put her hand on the knob and Steele pulled her back. "I saw you coming from my father's office. You've been in his employment since the day you started. Please, just stop lying." She jerked her arm away. "What are you talking about?" "This morning, you were coming from the direction of my father's office. He even said that day in the conference room that everyone was employed by him." After all the time they'd spent together, he thought that she could actually work for his father? The man was a disgusting pig. "I was coming from the direction of the bathroom. I'd spilled water on my shirt and I was using one of the dryers to fix it. Now get away from me, and you need to hire a different secretary because I quit." Steele dropped his hands from his hips. "Are you really trying to tell me that you hadn't met my father prior to that day in the conference room?" "No, and now I wish I'd never met either of you." She couldn't stop her lips from trembling this time. "I want you to leave." His shoulders sagged and his lips turned down. "Alana, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought my father had hired you to flirt with me and make small talk in the elevator so I'd be more inclined to date you." "I can assure you that's not happening now, Mr. Corday. You were cruel, mean, and hateful. I got that vibe from your father, but I didn't realize you were so much like him." "You don't understand. His voice faltered like he was struggling to speak. "My father has used my feelings against me in the past. I like you, and when I thought you'd come from his office, I thought he'd done it again." "I don't want to talk to you anymore tonight." "And I don't blame you." Steele walked to the swing, sat down, and put his head in his hands. "I treated you terribly. I'll never be able to say I'm sorry enough. My father has managed to take every good thing that has ever happened to me and use it like a knife against me. Only he didn't have to do it this time. I did it to myself." "What did she do?" It felt like he'd taken a hammer to her heart. She was so conflicted. He'd hurt her, but knowing his father, it wasn't far-fetched to think he'd play a trick like that on Steele. She stood there a moment, debating, and then took a seat next to him on the swing. "I'm so very sorry," he said as he lifted his head and locked gazes with her. "I know it's a lot to ask, but please, don't quit." "I need time," she said softly and pulled her gaze from his. "I can't blame you for hating me. If you don't think this will work any longer, then I'll take my own poll number so you can get out of the contract." Alana stood and walked to her door. What if he did something like this again? Could she handle it? "I'll think about it over the weekend." She opened the door, walked inside, and shut it without giving Steele another glance. She'd need time, and she wasn't sure the weekend would be long enough. Chapter 16. Monday morning, Alana kept her head down as she entered Steele's private elevator. She'd come to work a little late, hoping to avoid him. Now, instead of avoiding him, she was going to be alone with him in his penthouse because there were papers to be signed, and Steele hadn't come into work. She hadn't been ready to tell Mitchell she was done yet, so it wasn't like she could refuse. She still didn't know what she wanted to do. It had hit her over the weekend that most likely he'd only apologized because Mitchell made him do it. How would she ever know he was sincere? It was stupid to be reacting the way she was. She hadn't known him long enough to let him affect her like that. What was wrong with her? The elevator stopped and the doors opened, revealing the most incredible view she'd ever seen. For a second, she was stunned. Floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides allowed for a panoramic view of Seattle. The Space Needle was so close it felt like she could touch it. The colors were modern in white and gray with stainless touches. A stone fireplace sat to the left, and behind it was a spiral staircase. "Steele?" She nervously stepped out of the elevator. "I have papers for you to sign." "Not today," Steele said. His words were slurred, and her gaze fell on a wide wing-back chair that faced the wall of windows. His hand came up as she took a step. "Please don't." What did she do? He'd hurt her. He'd also apologized. Was this all a part of the show, too? To get her to forgive him so she'd continue with the ruse? Did his father have a hand in this? He was the one who sent her to get the paper signed. "Steele?" "Just not today. I'm sorry," he said, and his voice broke. "Please, not today." She set the papers down on the coffee table as she slipped her shoes off and quietly approached where he sat. "How long have you been here?" "It doesn't matter." What if his father had tricked him before? She didn't doubt Mitchell was capable of something like that. What would she have thought if she'd been in his shoes? Suddenly, she hurt for him. As awful as she felt with how he treated her, she couldn't imagine living life while being suspicious of everyone around her. "It matters to me," Alana said as she faced him. Her heart plummeted to her stomach. He looked terrible. Unshaven, wearing the same clothes as Friday, only now they were rumpled and holding a full glass of scotch which rested on his thigh, and stuffed in the seat next to him was an empty decanter. "It shouldn't. I deserve all this." He put the glass to his lips and drained it. "I don't think that's true." Her breath caught as he looked at her. His eyes were bloodshot, and they glistened in the little bit of light coming in from the tinted windows. "If you knew what I've done, you'd think so." Steele's head fell back against the chair, and she lunged for the glass before it could hit the floor. She set it down and took his face in her hands. "Do you think you can walk to the couch?" If he didn't have alcohol poisoning, he was close. She'd taken care of her fair share of drunken friends to know. "I don't know." "Come on, I'll help you, okay?" He pushed out of the chair and wobbled as she grabbed him around the waist. "I don't feel good." "The couch isn't that far. Let's try to make it." With her help, he stumbled to the couch and sat down hard. "Why are you being so nice to me?" "I don't—" He groaned and didn't finish the thought. She kneeled, facing him on the couch, and touched his forehead. "You need some water. You're dehydrated." His eyebrows drew together and his fingertips ran across her cheeks. "I'm so sorry."
I can't tell you how sorry I am. I'll never be able to make it up to you."
Her heart broke for him. "Let me get you some water. Can you sit here while I do that?"
"Where are the papers? I'll sign them and you can go."
She held his face again. "I'll be right back, okay?" He nodded. She stood, raced to the kitchen, and filled a glass with water. She ran back and found him with his head leaned back against the couch and eyes closed. She kneeled next to him on the couch, facing him. "Steele," he moaned in response. "Steele." When he didn't respond, she called his name again. Slowly, his eyes opened and she put the glass to his lips. "Take a small sip."
"I don't want anything."
"Just a small one, okay? Please?" After a small sip, he turned his head away.
"I don't feel good."
"One more and you can lie down." He took another sip and she stood so he could lie down.
"I don't want to be my father, but I am,"
he said as his shoulder touched the couch.
"I am."
She combed her fingers through his hair. He wasn't anything like his father. Mitchell Corday didn't strike her as someone who felt remorse. "No, you aren't."
"I am."
"No, Steele, you aren't. Just rest." He touched her hair.
"You should go. I'll be fine."
"We'll talk when you wake up, okay?" His eyes closed and he took a deep breath. She didn't know why he thought he deserved bad, but she didn't think so. Even after hurting her, she still cared about him. Caressing his cheek, she leaned down and kissed his forehead. How had he managed to mean so much to her so quickly? Steele groaned as he opened his eyes. His head pounded and his mouth felt like a desert. Using his hand, he pushed himself into a sitting position, finding his home illuminated by a small light. "It lives!" He lifted his head. "Alana?" With her legs curled under her, she looked up from the book she was reading. "I hope you don't mind. I kind of raided your library today."
"What are you doing here?"
She closed her book and set it on the table next to her before she stood. "I wanted to make sure you were okay." Squeezing his eyes shut, he tried to think back over the last couple of days. "I don't remember." Alana kneeled on the couch, facing him. "I'm sure you don't." He palmed his forehead. "What time is it?" "A little after 10. His hand dropped and he stared at her. "How long have you been here?" "Since this morning." "Why would you do that?" She brushed the back of her hand across his cheek. "I told you. I wanted to make sure you were okay." He laid his head back and closed his eyes. "You didn't need to stay." "I know." "After the way I treated you, you should have let me rot." "I took a second and put myself in your shoes. It gave me the chance to see how things might have looked to you. I wish you'd asked me, but given the history between you and your father, I can see how it would be easy to jump to conclusions." He opened his eyes and stared at her. How could she do that? Why would she do that? He'd been awful. "You forgive me, just like that?" "I won't lie. You hurt me. But I figure you can make it up to me by taking me out to dinner tomorrow evening. Only, I'd like to go out in your sports car again. That limo is obnoxious and a little too much." "And that's it? You don't want to get even? Or find a way to punish me?" She shook her head. "I think drinking yourself into a stupor is plenty punishment. I suspect you've got a wicked headache." Steele wrapped his arms around her and crushed her to him. His head was thundering like 1,000 trains were running, but he didn't care. "I don't deserve your forgiveness, but thank you." She circled her arms around his neck. "I don't believe in people getting what they deserve. Sometimes mercy can do more than punishment." "I hope you can remember that because I can't guarantee I won't hurt you again. I won't do it on purpose, but I can be a little stupid." Alana chuckled. "A little?" He leaned back. "A whole lot stupid." He shot her a half smile. "Do you need a ride home?" "I can find my way." "No, I'll get you home. I can call a car." She smiled. "All right. If you don't mind, I'd like a shower before I take you home." She rolled her lips in to try to hide her smile. "I'd prefer that, actually." Steele let her go and chuckled as he looked down at himself. "I guess I am pretty rough." The scruff isn't so bad." He caught her gaze and held it. "Then I'll keep it." "Come on, Charmer, you need a shower."
She winked and stood. "And something for this headache." Steele pushed off the couch. "I won't take long."
"Take all the time you need. I'm not going anywhere." He nodded, crossed the room, and took the stairs to his bedroom, going straight to his bathroom. As he peeled off his clothes, he turned on the water. He grabbed a bottle of aspirin from the medicine cabinet and quickly downed 2 of them. Once the water was hot, he stepped in and sighed as it rolled over him. It was hard to wrap his brain around Alana staying. In his world, people didn't do things like forgive or show kindness. Why would she do it? He'd heard her answer, but it was like he couldn't comprehend it. And now he knew with absolute certainty that she hadn't been hired by his father. If she had, Mitchell would be gloating and reveling in the fact that Steele would have to continue the ruse. After he was showered and dressed, he took the stairs to the first floor. "Thank you for waiting for me," he said as he stopped next to her. "Self-preservation kicked in," she chuckled, turning her attention back to the view of the city. "This is incredible. Part of the reason I bought it." She nodded. "Yeah, I can see that. Are you ready?" "Yeah." Steele caught her by the elbow as she started to walk away. "I didn't even think about your dad. Is he okay?" "Yeah, I had a nurse stay with him." "I'm so sorry." Alana stepped into him and placed her hand on his chest. "Stop. It's okay. You've said you're sorry. I accepted. Mercy allows people to move on, too." He swept her up in another crushing hug. "Thank you." Steele cleared his throat. "I think I could do this for hours and not get tired of it." "I could be persuaded." "Let me get you home," he said, his voice husky as he let her go. It would be easy to get used to holding her, to finding her waiting for him by the window, to have his home filled with more than just things. Alana nodded. "Probably a good idea." 20 minutes later, they stood on her front porch, and Steele didn't want the night to end. "What would you say to taking tomorrow off and spending the day roaming the city? Maybe you could bring your violin." She chewed her bottom lip and nodded. "Okay." "I really want to kiss you." With a smile, she opened her door. "I'll see you tomorrow, Steele." Why did he even say that to her? He'd acted like an absolute Neanderthal. So what if he apologized or that she accepted? He was still a jerk, and she deserved way better than he could ever be. The only thing he could do was use tomorrow to make it up to her. He'd make sure she had a great time. Chapter 17. Alana enjoyed touring Pike's Place Market with Steele. Actually, they could have been just about anywhere, and she would have enjoyed it as long as she was with him. The more time she spent with him, the fuzzier the line between real and fake became. Steele had picked her up that morning, and so far, they'd had a great time. He'd apologized again and again, enough times that she'd finally told him she would make him take her home if he did it again. Yes, he'd done something that was hurtful, but living in the past was no way to live. Plus, no matter how hard she tried to keep that line in the sand, she found herself falling for him. His kisses turned her insides to goo. A little smile from him, and it was all she could do not to melt to the floor. His touch was electric, and her skin hummed long after he was no longer near. Ugh, was her dad's house being paid off worth this torture? In the beginning, she would have said yes, but now, the answer wasn't nearly as clear. If only they had even a sliver of a chance. They didn't, though, and she needed to keep her head out of the clouds and her feet firmly planted on the ground. The sign for the Seattle Aquarium came into view, and she grinned. "The aquarium?" she asked. She didn't see him loving that kind of a place, but her heart squealed like a stuck pig. She loved the aquarium. Steele shrugged. "It seemed like fun. We don't have to go." "No, I want to go." She leaned in and whispered, "Do you think your dad has people following us?" "As much as I don't want it to be true, the answer is probably yes." She chewed on her thumb as she thought. There had to be a way to ditch whoever could be following them. Argosy Tours wasn't that far away. She pulled up the schedule. A ship would be leaving port in 15 minutes, and there was still room. "Do you have your phone backed up?" "Why?" "Just answer me." He nodded. "Yeah, I typically back it up nightly." She smiled, grabbed his phone, and tossed it in the water. Then she grabbed his hand and pulled him into a run. They ran as fast and hard as they could until they got to Argosy and then stopped. Let's get tickets. We can hide on here for a few hours, okay? Steele raked his hand through his hair.
He's going to kill me. I don't know if he had anything planned for the aquarium or not.
Alana squeezed her eyes shut. She hadn't taken that into consideration, that he might have to endure something awful from his father. It'll be okay. We can't change it now. Let's take a ride. It'll be good for you. When they got back, she'd take the blame. Of course, she wouldn't tell him because it would upset him.
Okay.
She purchased the tickets with some cash she had on hand, and they boarded the cruise ship. It wasn't the height of tourist season, so it wasn't packed. They weaved through the crowd and found a spot up top and sat. Steele looked pale as a sheet. She wasn't sure what his father had done to him in the past, but based on his reaction, it was nothing good. She took his face in her hands. I'm so sorry. It didn't even occur to me how that could affect you. I just wanted you to have a little freedom, that's all.
I know, I'll handle it.
He smiled, but all she felt from him was sadness.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Alana dropped her hands in her lap and sighed. I feel awful.
Don't. You haven't lived like this long enough to think like that.
She turned to him. What does he have on you? He covered his mouth with his hand and pulled her to the railing, away from everyone. His jaw clenched and unclenched until he finally caught her gaze and held it.
He has the deed to my mother's childhood home. My childhood home.
That wasn't all, but it was all she was getting for the moment. Something else had happened, and that was what kept Steele trapped. For now, she'd take what he'd been willing to share and hold on to it. I know it's awful to lose a home, but how could your mom let him take you? He leaned his arms on the railing and hung his head.
My mom has multiple sclerosis. Her symptoms don't come on in episodes. They're constant. He said he'd stop her care if I didn't come with him. At the time, I was 16, almost 17. In a little more than a year, child and spousal support would have stopped, and her care would have too. Even with a job, there was no way I could provide for her, at least not at the level of care she needed.
How could he do that? Just end her spousal support?
My father had an excellent lawyer. Once I turned 18, he would have been done with her. I couldn't let that happen, so I left Yakima and moved to Seattle with him.
He straightened and exhaled. Alana tilted her head. But you're a billionaire. Can't you use some of your money to take away his control?
Yes, I am a billionaire, but it's not that simple.
Pressing him would only shut him down. The fact that he'd been as open as he was felt like a major victory. She took his hand, lifted on her toes, and kissed him. You don't need to explain any more, Steele.
You're not going to push me?
She shook her head. No, when you're ready to tell me, you'll tell me. In the meantime, I will lock away your secrets and no one will ever know. At least not from me. He touched his forehead to hers and it seemed like he felt lighter.
Thank you.
There had to be a way to get him free of his father. She leaned back. Why doesn't he run for office himself?
I asked him that at the beginning. The only answer I got was a fist in the jaw.
Her lips parted with a gasp. He hit you? His gaze locked with hers.
That's what I keep telling you. He'll hurt you. He doesn't care who you are. If you get in his way, you'll regret it, contract or not.
She nodded because she didn't know what to say. His father was awful. How was he getting away with everything? The dreary subject needed changing. Alana smiled. You think I could get away with playing my violin here? The smile he shot her nearly made her melt to the floor.
I think so. Will you play for me again?
For some reason, playing for him gave her music more meaning. Absolutely. She set her case in his hands and pulled out her violin and bow. Then she walked to the middle of the deck and began playing. Maybe the feeling she had for him could be heard through the melody. Maybe he would be soothed with it. The midday sun seemed to shine directly on Alana like it was a spotlight. Again, Steele was mesmerized by her talent. By the time she was finished playing, everyone on board had stopped what they were doing and were listening. She was incredible. The song she'd played this time was soothing and uplifting. He'd never heard it before either. When she finished, she dropped her violin to her side as the crowd cheered. She walked to him and put her instrument up. Was that okay?
Okay. It was beautiful.
You really should be performing at large concert halls. A little shrug. I enjoy playing, especially when there's someone I'm specifically playing for. Sometimes I don't know what to say or how to say it, and music helps me express myself. What had she been saying this time? Whatever it was, it had relaxed him and given a feeling of peace. He'd never wanted to kiss her so badly, well, other than the night before. As much as he wanted to, he pooled every ounce of willpower and maintained his cool. Makes me wish I had even a little talent. Most of the time I struggle with what to say. Business, I've got mastered. The rest of my life, not so much, he chuckled. She sat on the bench and put her violin case in her lap. I wish I could say that. I always thought I was going to be a musician. From the moment I touched my violin, it was like it was what I was meant to do. Guess life just doesn't turn out like you expect it. But you have the money to take care of your dad. You could go back to Julliard. Steele sat beside her. Her lips spread into a thin smile. My dad's heart is failing, and his health is continuing to decline. Late last year, I was told I might have another year with him. I can't leave. I'm sorry. Not your fault. Not even my dad's fault. It's genetics. And your mom has never once even visited since she left? She looked down, and grief poured from her. No. When she left, she was done. Daddy and I took care of each other. There were no words he could offer to make any of what she'd gone through or was going through okay. I don't know what to say, and I can't play the violin. You're sitting next to me. That helps. I don't feel so alone. Steele put his arm around her. You don't have any friends here? I have a few acquaintances, but how do you explain that you can't go party because you have to work, since you take your dad to dialysis during the day 3 days a week? I didn't have the money to hire care, so it was just me. You can hire someone now. She raked her hand through her hair and looked away. I haven't spent any of that money. Every time I try to pay off my dad's house, I can't. What? He figured she'd at least spent some of it by now. Everyone wanted money, and the moment they got it, they spent it. Why? Alana glanced at him. I like you, and I don't like how your father treats you. The only reason I wanted my dad's house paid off is that he's sick and I couldn't afford the mortgage. With it paid off, I can take care of the taxes and insurance, even with a modest income. But I just can't spend the money. But that nurse. Your father's money didn't pay for that. I have some leftover funds because I didn't finish Julliard. I've hired her to stay with him occasionally so I wouldn't have to worry. He looked at her. You could have said no. We could have gone on another regular date. You didn't have to spend all day with me. But I wanted to. She leaned into him. I like spending time with you. Steele was downright mystified. She'd used her own money to hire a nurse because she liked spending time with him? I'm a little tongue-tied again. Don't be. If nothing else, we can be friends when the world isn't watching. Friends? Idle chit-chat was hard enough, but she was right. That's where things needed to be, even if all he wanted to do was hold her and kiss her. We can be friends, can't we? She shrugged. I don't see why not. I mean, I enjoy spending time with you. And I think you like my company. The contract didn't say we couldn't be friends. In fact, I think being friends would sell it even more. I do like your company, and having a friend sounds pretty great. Alana's eyes sparkled as she looked at him and smiled. Good, it's settled. I knew there had to be a way to make this work that wouldn't drive us both crazy. Too late. He already felt crazy, and he was definitely having feelings for her. Right. Okay, that's out of the way. What do you want to do when the boat gets back to shore? Inside, he felt a little heartbroken, but he forced a smile. We could go back to the aquarium. Okay, she smiled. Steele had no idea how he was going to continue a friendship with her, but he knew it was the best way to handle things. It was the best way to keep them from getting hurt or having any thought this could be more than a business transaction. His father's little talk the night he got back from Germany came roaring back. He was right. No one would ever be able to love him once they peeled the layers back. This was good. It gave him a boundary. He just hoped his heart could keep that in mind. Chapter 18. Having his phone pitched into the water had given him a moment that felt like his own. He wished it had lasted, but he knew it wouldn't. The moment they stepped on land, Mitchell came into view, leaned against a limo. By the look on his father's face, he was furious. As they approached, Mitchell's gaze roamed from her to Steele. "I think we should have a little talk," he said as he trained his stare on Alana. "Fine," Steele said, his voice flat. The three of them got in the limo and rode in silence. He knew what was coming. He'd tried to spend the boat ride mentally preparing for it, but there was no way he could. The silence became unbearable, and the tension grew. Alana chewed on her lip and then looked from Steele to his father. "Look, I tossed his phone, and I'm the reason the plan changed. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing, just to have a minute. It wasn't his fault." Mitchell looked at him. "And you couldn't stop her?" He couldn't let her take the blame. "It was me. She's just trying to cover. I needed a break," Steele said, and looked out the window. Alana rolled her eyes. "No, he's trying to cover for me. I yanked his phone out of his hand and chucked it in the water. I'm sure with your connections you can check the camera feed at the entrance to the aquarium to verify it." His father leveled his eyes at her. "Ms. Riley, by now you should understand that there are things I won't tolerate. You're lucky Harriet had someone quick enough to keep track of you. This is a political campaign, and we're only a few months out from voting. Every minute is important and planned. You won't be doing that again. Have I made myself clear?" "You want this to be real, yet you keep trying to micromanage it by having someone reporting our every move back to you. Whirlwind romances, or even romances in general, normally have a freedom to them." She didn't get it. His father liked control, and there was no room for being out of control. "Ms. Riley, you need to remember your place. Your only objective is to date him, nothing more." She lifted an eyebrow. "And you need to remember yours. You don't own me." "Maybe I should." It was the wrong thing to say. Steele jerked his gaze to his father. "No, I'll make sure she understands. Leave her alone." His father narrowed his eyes, and a thin smile spread on his face. Steele pinched his lips together and squeezed his eyes shut. His father had him. His feelings for Alana were basically dangling like a raw steak in front of a wolf. There was no way out of the web now. The smile stayed on Mitchell's face. "Make sure you do that." He handed Steele another phone. "No more change of plans, okay?" A tap on the window, and the car rolled to a stop. "Please, continue on your date. Oh, and make sure you stay visible. The press should be showing up soon, and I wouldn't want you to miss the publicity. It might even be a great day to put a ring on her finger." "Fine." Steele nearly dragged her out of the car and slammed the door. "Why did you do that?" He hadn't meant it to come out angry, but he was. Why couldn't she understand? What would it take to make her see? "It was my fault. I was taking responsibility." He palmed his forehead. "You shouldn't have. You've put a target on yourself." Alana took his hand. "Steele, he can't do anything to me. My dad is ill and my mom left a long time ago. I'm a Julliard dropout and I've had parking tickets. I don't care who knows any of that." He raked his hand through his hair. "You may not think you have anything, but you don't know him. He'll find something you do care about and use it as a weapon against you." Steele had first-hand knowledge of that. Everything he ever cared about had been turned into a weapon against him. His mother, his childhood home, the accident, and now Alana. One more thing to hold over his head. He was never going to be free. His father would have his claws in him for the rest of his life. Her shoulders sagged. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause such a mess. I just didn't want him coming down on you when it was my fault." "I know, and I appreciate it." He paused. "Look, is there any chance we could take a minute and maybe meet back up in a little bit? I just need a minute. Maybe a little break could help clear his mind." She nodded. "Sure. Where do you want to meet?" "How about dinner? Maybe Gregori's at 7? It's a few blocks from here." "Okay. Steele." He turned and looked at her over his shoulder. "I know. I'll see you later." His heart broke as she looked at him. Hurt flashed in her eyes and her lips turned down. She'd only been trying to protect him, but there was no protection for him. There had never been, and there never would be. At least, not since his father had barged into his life. Steele went about a block before he stopped and his head fell back. Things were too out of control. What could he do to maneuver things in a direction he could handle? Didn't he say they could be friends? Even if he didn't mean it because he found himself wanting so much more? She was the one who suggested it, though. Maybe that's all she wanted, and he'd been reading too much into everything. Alana was a kind person. Of course she'd take responsibility for throwing his phone in the water. She knew his father could be cruel, and she'd wanted to protect him. That didn't mean she wanted anything more than friendship. It meant they were friends, and friends did look out for each other. He changed directions and hoped he could catch up to her, to try to apologize for being a jerk again and abandoning her in the middle of downtown Seattle. With the rate he was going to be the godfather of apologies. Alana pulled open the door to Gregori's. She'd wandered around Seattle for a little while, played on the street for a little bit so she could give some money to a few of her homeless friends, and when she was done with that, she'd eventually found a coffee shop to hang out in until it was time to meet Steele. She'd even been given the opportunity to play as she waited. What had come out was mournful, sad, and downright depressing, because she was. She hadn't wanted to hurt Steele, but with the way his father had smiled, it was pretty obvious Mitchell had found a new way to control Steele. Her. The door opened again and she turned just as Steele walked in and smiled. That smile. Her stomach did a few flips and her knees felt like jelly. "Hi," he said as he wrapped his arms around her. "I'm sorry." She pulled back. "No, I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you." "I know." He tucked a piece of hair behind her ear and kissed her forehead. Flashes went off outside and faces peered in through the window. "There's the press. Guess it's a good thing we made up, huh?" She smiled. If only it was real. Maybe it was a good thing the press showed up. It served to remind her what this was. The hostess cleared her throat. "Your table is ready, Mr. Corday." Alana tilted her head. "Our table is ready? We just got here." "I called earlier." They followed the hostess and she sat them at a booth by the front window in clear view of the photographers outside. "I looked all over for you," he said. "You did?" "About a block away, I'd realized I'd been stupid and turned around. By the time I got back, you'd disappeared." "I just walked around Seattle for a bit and then found a coffee shop to hang out in. They had a stage and I played for a while. You could have called me." She smiled. He held up the phone. "I don't have your number in here." "I thought you had it backed up." A tiny smile spread across his lips. "I do, but it's on my computer." Oh. If the distance between them was visual, it looked like a chasm. She needed to get a grip. "Would you mind sitting over here?" He patted the seat next to him. She left her violin on the empty bench and sat beside him. "Guess we do need to make it look good." "Well, if that's the case." His gaze caught hers, and those pools of honey were like little golden beacons. "I guess kissing you would make it look even better." A soft caress of his lips against hers, and she molded to him. She knew it was for the press, but it sure felt real. It was toe-curling and magical, and it made her stomach do somersaults. Tingles rolled down her spine like she was in a wave pool. She tried to hold back the moan and couldn't. His kisses made her insides squishy and made her feel things she hadn't felt before. The clearing of a throat broke them apart, and a waitress smiled down at them. "Hi." They gave their drink orders and her cheeks burned. It felt like someone had caught them in a car on Lover's Lane. "I really am sorry about earlier today," he said, his voice husky. What she wanted was for him to kiss her again, but if he kissed her again so soon, her hair would catch fire. Her whole body was trembling. "It's okay, I am too. I'll try to listen from now on." And it was all an act. They were sitting in a window booth in front of a wall of paparazzi and press. Of course he was going to make it look good. Duh. Why did it have to feel so real? If it even felt just a little fake, maybe her heart wouldn't be so confused. Her head wasn't much better. He stuck his hand in his pocket and pulled out a ring. "I wish this could be different." What did that mean? Everything was so confusing. It's okay. She knew it was coming, so why not now?
You've made this whole thing bearable. I want you to know that.
He slipped it on her finger as flashes nearly blinded her. How did she respond to that? Her tongue was tied in a knot. She gulped and looked down at the ring. It was beautiful, not gaudy or huge. It actually looked like something she would have picked out.
Are you hungry, or do you just want to order a few desserts? He asked.
Alana shook her head, and it helped loosen her tongue. She lifted her gaze to his. That sounds pretty good. When the waiter returned with their drinks, they each ordered several desserts, and the waiter left again. Alana leaned into him as he put his arm around her. Another volley of flashes went off and nearly blinded her. She blinked and pushed back in the seat to shield her eyes. Where did you go today?
Mostly, I went everywhere I thought you'd be. If I'd tried coffee houses, I'd still be searching.
He chuckled. She shrugged. It was just something to do. I got free coffee out of it. She smiled. He caught her gaze and held it.
I bet you filled the shop.
Light pink colored her cheeks. It was a little busy when I left. They didn't really want me to go.
What did you play?
How could she describe it? She'd been sad, and she'd thought about Steele the entire time. I don't know. I just played my emotions. She looked down, and the day settled on her. I was mad at myself. Sad. I felt stupid and kind of hurt. I couldn't stop thinking about you. She rolled her lips in as she squeezed her eyes shut. Steele hooked a finger under her chin and lifted her head. The moment his eyes locked with hers, it felt like everything around them was just a hum. He brought his lips down to hers, and the world faded. It's fake, her head screamed, but nothing about his kisses felt anything but real. His lips were soft and his kisses were sweet, and everything about him left her dazed. There wasn't an inch of her that didn't want to be closer to him. How on earth was she going to keep up pretenses until November, when her hammering heart was getting all sorts of wonky ideas? With another throat clearing, the kiss was over, but not before Steele put his lips next to her and whispered,
That wasn't for them. It wasn't a show.
He pulled back, and his eyes locked with hers again in what seemed like a silent plea for her to believe him. Her eyes widened. What? Not a show? That couldn't be. How could she believe that? The waiter set their varied desserts in front of them, and they all looked decadent. These look good. Did her voice squeak? His kisses were having a serious effect on her. He kept his arm around her as they ate, and from time to time they'd feed each other bites. The people pressing their faces against the glass seemed to eat it up, and each time they did share, hundreds of flashes would go off. When they were finished, he paid, and she grabbed her violin. Do you want to take a walk tonight? She asked.
Sure. Maybe I can make up for being a jerk earlier.
You weren't. You were just upset. It's okay. Steele held the door for her, and as they passed the horde of photographers, more flashes went off.
Is it serious, Steele?
Is it love?
Will she be moving to Washington with you if you win the Senate race?
They picked up the pace and eventually lost them, but not before having to duck into a few shops along the way. Wow, they're really getting serious about getting information, Alana chuckled.
He nodded. It's my fault. About a year ago, I got in my head that if I did enough outlandish things, my father's obsession with the Senate would be over.
I'm surprised he let you out of his sight long enough to do anything.
I was too, but it got me away from him, and that was enough. About 2 months ago, he stopped me as I was coming in from a party and told me that was enough.
He paused.
That's when I realized he'd let me get a reputation so that people knew my name.
Alana tilted her head. But you didn't stop.
No, because I wanted to take away any chance I had to win. The last stunt landed me a purchased girlfriend to repair the damage I had caused.
Purchased girlfriend. It sounded a whole lot dirtier when he said it like that. Alana inched away from him. Right. So much for that kiss not being for the press. She was such an idiot. They walked in silence for a little while, and then something like out of a movie played before her. 5 men surrounded them. They'd come out of nowhere.
Give us your wallet and purse,
one of them said. Steele stepped in front of Alana.
I don't think you want to do this."
The moment the words were out of Steele's mouth, chaos erupted. Two of the thugs grabbed him while one grabbed her from behind, causing her violin to drop to the ground. The man pinned her arms to her side. Steele jerked one of his arms free and decked the robber on his left. One of the other men came from behind and punched Steele in the back. "Stop!" Alana screamed as she tried to kick the man so he'd release her. He put his arm around her throat and squeezed. Steele turned toward Alana and stepped toward her. Alana's cry was the distraction the men needed. The four of them pounced on Steele, and he was on the ground within minutes. Time slowed while Alana watched helplessly as they attacked him. Heartbeat after heartbeat, the men didn't stop until headlights from a car flashed.
"Let's go!"
one of them yelled. The man holding Alana let her go and pushed her to the ground, and they ran off. Alana pushed off the ground and ran to Steele. Taking him in her arms, she pulled his phone out of his pocket, sandwiched it in between her ear and her shoulder, and dialed 911. When the operator came on the line, she made sure to tell them it was Steele Corday in the hopes that they'd hurry. His breathing was ragged, and he was so bruised and bloody she could barely recognize him. She held his face and put her cheek to his. "It's going to be okay," she whispered. He had to be okay. He just had to be. So what if their relationship was fake? So what if he didn't feel the same way about her? That didn't mean she couldn't care about him, even if it was more than she should. Chapter 19. With her legs curled under her, Alana sat in a chair in the hall outside Steele's hospital room. He'd been hurt badly. A broken rib had punctured his lung. If the ambulance hadn't arrived so quickly, she shivered, thinking about what could have happened. His dad had been stomping around all night, barking orders and yelling, but she had a weird feeling about him and the whole ordeal. Something she couldn't quite put a finger on was eating at her. The way those men showed up was odd. She distinctly remembered Mitchell saying he had eyes everywhere, but she also knew how desperately he wanted that Senate seat. None of it made sense to her. It wasn't the time to think about it anyway. The last time she'd seen Steele, he'd been so pale by the time the ambulance arrived. The sun was already coming up and she'd yet to see him. All she wanted was to make sure he was okay. Her eyes watered again, and for the millionth time she found herself crying. She cared about him. No, she was falling for him, and he'd been hurt. A nurse peeked her head out of his door and smiled at her. "He's asking for you." Alana bolted out of the chair and into the room, stopping next to him. "Hi."
"Hi."
The word came out softly. She bent down, took his face in her hands, and kissed him. "I've been so worried about you. I'd ask how you're feeling, but I've got a pretty good idea." His lips spread into a small, thin smile. He half opened one eye. The other was swollen shut, and his cheek was puffy and bruised.
"I'm okay. Groggy. I think they gave me something for pain."
"I'm sure they did." Steele patted his hand on the bed.
"Sit with me."
"I don't want to hurt you." He looked so weak. He slowly shook his head.
"You won't."
Alana perched on the side of the bed next to him and leaned down, touching her lips to his again. "You scared the daylights out of me."
"When did you get here?"
She caressed his cheek with the back of her hand. "I've been here all night. I wasn't leaving, not with you hurt. They wouldn't tell me if you were okay or not. They only let me in because you were asking for me."
"The press?"
Looking toward the door, she scrunched her face. "Who cares about the press?" She looked at him again. "I just want you to be okay."
"Thank you for staying."
His eyes closed.
"I guess it's good for numbers."
She took his face in her hands again. "Listen to me." Tears threatened to spill again. "I don't care about your numbers. I don't care about the press. I don't care about any of it. I stayed because of you." Her violin would have said it so much better. Steele pulled her to him and put his mouth to her ear.
"Thank you."
The door pushed open and Mitchell and Harriet walked in. If Alana could, she'd usher both of them right out the window. Mitchell more so than Harriet.
"Miss Riley,"
he said.
"Mr. Jerk."
"Hello." She couldn't stand the man. He didn't care a bit about Steele, and she didn't understand how he could be like that. She was only his fake girlfriend, and it felt like her heart was on the edge of a cliff. Harriet stopped at the bed and patted Steele's hand.
Are you feeling any better? Not really.
Harriet looked at Alana.
You are doing a fabulous job. The distraught girlfriend has his ratings going through the roof.
Because I was distraught. He was nearly beaten to death. Alana turned away.
Stupid tears.
Harriet pulled out her phone.
Her impromptu violin concerts have gone viral.
She turned the phone around.
The last one from the coffee shop already has over 2 million views.
There she was, standing in the coffee shop playing. I had no idea I was being recorded.
Whatever, sweetheart. It's gold. If this keeps up, that seat will be his.
Harriet was smiling like it was the best thing ever. Steele touched her arm.
That's what you played?
She shrugged. I got lost in it. I don't even remember half of it. The door opened and a nurse walked in. I'm going to have to ask you to let him rest now.
Not Alana, Steele said.
He grimaced as she tried to shift on the bed.
She stays. She always stays.
The nurse smiled. As long as you rest. She looked from Mitchell to Harriet. I'm sorry, all three of you can't stay. Mitchell and Harriet exchanged a look and followed the nurse out. Alana was surprised Mitchell didn't argue. She let her gaze fall back to Steele and her eyebrows knitted together. I can't believe all they care about is that stupid seat.
Were you really thinking about me while you were playing that?
Alana nodded and looked down as she twisted her hair around her finger. Yeah, I was. I'd made a huge mistake and you were really upset.
It wasn't you. It was me.
He shifted on the bed and gritted his teeth as he winced.
Is your dad okay?
Yeah, Rachel is staying with him until I get home.
Would you lie down with me and just stay?
Yeah. She settled in next to him on her side and touched her forehead to his. You have no idea how glad I am that you are okay. I think my heart would break if anything happened to you. When she leaned back, he was asleep. She pressed her lips to his cheek and then laid her head on his shoulder. Those pesky feelings were bubbling up, and it was getting harder to push them down. The longer she was with Steele, the harder it was to ignore how she felt about him. Alana closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It had been a long night. Her heart felt like it had been wrung out in someone's hand. As she lay there, cuddled next to Steele, she let herself relax. Before she knew it, she drifted to sleep.
3 days in a hospital had Steele anxious to see the outside world. Not that he wanted to be out on the campaign trail, but he did want out. The door opened, and for a brief moment he was excited. Until his father came into view. He lay back on the bed and almost wished the thugs had done more damage. "Where's Alana? Shouldn't she be here?" his father asked.
She needed to check on her dad and spend some time with him. She'd been here since I arrived.
I think she fulfilled the role of doting girlfriend, don't you?
I do.
He paused. It won't be long until you're out of here.
Steele looked out the window.
Yeah. His father's shoes clicked against the floor until they reached his bedside. Your poll numbers continue to climb. Great. The public really likes the new you. What we're seeing on social media is encouraging too.
Steele shook his head, unwilling to look at him.
Like he cared. If he could cut his father out of his life and run the company, things would be perfect. Taking control of a meeting, commanding the respect of the people he dealt with, and working to make the company stronger gave him a thrill. Forums have popped up, and most are wondering when the big day will be. Yeah, I'm sure they are. No doubt the forums were created by Harriet. His father laughed. Of course. It's the only way to control the narrative. The sound of Alana playing drew Steele's attention. Tilting his head, his father said, She's become quite the sweetheart. Playing her violin for you, and you sneaking out to see her. I know you were thinking about her while we were away on business. Isn't that exactly what you wanted? His father cleared his throat. I think you and I need to have another little talk. About what? I've been in the hospital. What could I have possibly done now? He grinned. Seems you have a thing for her. Steele exhaled sharply. Don't you want me to have a thing for her? Ho, ho, ho. But this is the real deal. You have genuine feelings for the sweet violinist. Steele looked at him. What do you want from me? If I wasn't playing the part, you'd be threatening me. I'm playing the part and you're still not satisfied. So you don't have feelings for her? She's pleasant. I haven't known her that long. What kind of feelings do you think I could have for her? A small shrug. I guess that's true. I'm doing exactly what you wanted me to, and it's not good enough. Steele looked away again. Nothing was ever good enough for the man. No matter what he did, there was always a complaint. What would it take to get him off his back? I also think Ms. Riley has genuine feelings for you. Steele looked up at his father. If I recall correctly, you paid her handsomely to have genuine feelings for me. If she behaved any different, you'd be saying she wasn't doing her job. We're playing the roles, that's it. I don't think that's quite true. Steele didn't feel like dealing with him. You're wrong. One corner of his lips twitched up. You weren't awake when Ms. Riley was sobbing over you. She witnessed a mobbing. That's not normal. Of course she was upset. Mitchell's eyebrows drew together, and the smile that he gave Steele chilled him. I think I might have to dig a little into Ms. Riley's past, see what I can find. In one swift move, Steele held his side as he stood. You will leave her alone. His father narrowed his eyes. Awfully brave for someone who has so much to lose. Steele was tired, and his whole body ached. He shouldn't have stood up, but he was sick of his father and the control he had. Yeah, I have a lot to lose, but so do you. Who's going to win you that Senate seat if you send me to prison? Mitchell's arm twitched, and Steele caught his hand in mid-swing. His father's face was inches from his own. Perhaps you should remember who's in charge. His father shoved him, making him stumble back onto the bed. Steele sucked in a lungful of air. I'm sick of this. Sick of you. Maybe it's time I confessed. At least with that type of prison, I'll know when my time is up. Before Steele could react, Mitchell landed 2 punches to his abdomen. Gasping for air, he pawed for the nurse call button, but Mitchell snatched it out of his reach. His father loomed over him and crossed his arms over his chest. No, we need to wait a minute. Steele curled into a ball, thinking his lungs were going to explode. The pain lancing through him made his eyes water. If you kill me, you won't get to the Senate, he choked out. I'm not trying to kill you. If I'd wanted you dead, they wouldn't have stopped until you were. Steele blinked, trying to make his brain work. The attack. It was you? Of course it was me. Nothing happens to you without my direct approval. That Senate seat is mine, and you're getting it for me. Steele fought to keep his eyes open. His father had him beaten? Why? Because you needed to be taught a lesson. Mitchell dropped the call button on the floor, walked to the door, and stuck his head out. My son has re-injured himself. We need help. In seconds, 2 nurses poured into the room, and from there it was chaos. His vision was blurry, and he was lightheaded. Alana Riley, I want her. One of the nurses came into view. Don't talk right now. We're getting help. He balled his fist into her scrub shirt. Don't let my father near me again. Please. It was all the energy he had left. His hand dropped on the bed, and he hoped they'd listen to him. The noises, voices, and everything around him blurred. He was floating away, and he didn't care. Chapter 20. Steele groaned. He tried to move and instantly regretted it. Don't move around. He opened his eyes, and Alana came into view. Never in his life had he seen anyone more beautiful. Hey. Her lips spread into a brilliant smile. Hi. She smoothed his hair back before bending down and lightly kissing him on the lips. You're determined to keep me in tears, aren't you? I'm sorry. The hospital called and said you'd hurt yourself. What did you do? Her eyebrows were drawn together, and her lips were in a thin, straight line. If he told her his father had him beaten and that they fought, he was certain she'd do something.
There was no way he could tell her the truth. "I don't know." "You scared me to death. Do you know how many days you've been unconscious?" He shook his head. "It's been 2 days. They sedated you to keep you from hurting yourself again." "That bad, huh?" He licked his lips. His mouth was so dry. "Yeah, it was that bad." Alana grabbed a cup, filled it with water, and put it to his lips. It was almost too cold as it went down. "Thank you." She leaned down and touched her forehead to his. "I've been so worried." "Lie down with me." "Sure." She stretched out next to him and kissed his forehead. "Please don't leave again. I know." She put her fingers to his lips. "I'm not. I have someone staying with my dad. I brought clothes so I can stay." Steele slipped his hand into her hair and brought her forehead to his. "Thank you." "Don't hurt yourself anymore." With her staying, his father wouldn't have the opportunity to hurt him again. It didn't mean he wasn't afraid for her. Mitchell had the misguided feeling that she cared about him. There was no way she thought of him like that. Before he could say anything else, the door to his room swung open and Harriet walked in. He half expected his father to be in tow, but the door clicked shut. She smiled. "Oh, good. You're awake. The press is here and clamoring to know how you're doing." Alana sat up. "No." "Sweetheart, this was part of the deal. Steele knows it," Harriet said. "Plus, my hands are tied. I'm not in charge here." Her words held an edge Steele understood. His father was behind this. Alana shook her head. "He needs to rest. He doesn't feel like answering questions. He just woke up." Steele touched Alana's arm. "It's okay. It'll be quick." She tilted her head, held his face, and touched her lips to his. "Okay." When she pulled back, her eyes held tears. Maybe she did care for him. She did say they could be friends. Harriet walked to the door, and she ushered in 6 people, 3 different news stations and 3 different teams. In minutes, they had their cameras ready. "Mr. Corday, do you have any idea who might have attacked you?" one woman asked. He shook his head. "No." "You were there, right?" the woman asked as she looked at Alana. She looked at the woman. "Yes, it was scary. There were 5 of them. They wanted our wallets." Then she turned her blue eyes on Steele and smiled. "Steele stepped in front of me, and then they just started beating him." Another one of the reporters, also a woman, nodded and smiled. "Very heroic." The mood changed as she held his gaze. "You have no idea what a good man he is. He's sweet, kind, and gentle. My father doesn't get out much, and he took him for ice cream." Steele was stunned. Either she really believed that, or she was just saying it for the press. But she wasn't looking at the cameras. She kept her gaze trained on him as she said it. He tried not to breathe too hard because it hurt, but it was hard to keep calm when she was looking at him and saying things like that about him. "You met at work, correct?" the first reporter asked Alana. Alana nodded. "Yes, I didn't even know who he was at first." The reporter kept eye contact with Alana. "Your relationship seems to have evolved quickly." "It did." Alana looked down at Steele and smiled. "He's very easy to fall for." "When's the wedding?" "Right now, all we're thinking about is his recovery," Alana said. A male reporter stepped forward. "Any word on how long it'll take you to recuperate? The race isn't that far off." A small smile spread on Alana's lips, and she looked at the man. "Oh, haven't you heard? He's going to go back to Yakima to be surrounded by family while he heals. Once he's feeling better, we hope to have a town hall meeting with the residents so he can field questions about his stance on current issues." Harriet nearly glowed. Steele took her hand and squeezed it. When she turned her gaze back to him, he smiled. The first woman reporter smiled. "Well, I guess the playboy has been tamed. Thank you for your time, Mr. Corday." As soon as the reporters were out of the room, Harriet clapped her hands. "That was brilliant. I don't know why I didn't think of that. A quaint, idealistic picture of his childhood town. It'll be great." Mitchell walked into the room. His face was flaming red. "Yakima? Whose idea was that?" He nearly growled as he asked the question. "It's perfect. You want him to win, and this will only help him. The playboy tamed by the sweet violinist, and he takes her back home to meet his mom? It couldn't be more perfect. You should have cleared it with me first."
Harriet shrugged. Yes, well, you did say you were going to defer to my expertise in this, correct? Fine. His father pierced him with a look that held a warning. Then Mitchell left the room with Harriet following. Steele looked up at Alana. I can't believe you pulled that off, but he'll know it was you as soon as the report goes live. How? Harriet was in the room. I never said it was my idea, and she took credit for it. He smiled. It had been 14 years since he'd seen his mom or any of his other family. Slipping his hand into her hair, he brought her lips down to his. Thank you. She settled in next to him. You're welcome. Now rest. He closed his eyes as she laid her arm across his chest. She'd taken something horrific and given him a way to go home. It would have never occurred to him to use the situation to get back home. His father was right. What he felt for her was real. He'd never cared for anyone the way he cared for her, but it would never be more. His father would see to that. His heart broke at the thought. He should have known it would work out like that, to love her and not get to keep her. Alana dabbed her eyes while she stared at her reflection in the mirror of Steele's hospital bathroom. It had been 3 days since he'd gained consciousness again. Why was she still crying? Her eyes were so swollen that they could be a species of pufferfish. She was happy he was okay, but the thought of losing him crushed her. Just as she was stepping out of the bathroom, she heard the door to Steele's room open and the distinct voices of Harriet and Mitchell. She knew she should probably let them know she was there, but something rooted her in place. It sounded like they'd been arguing. Why would they bring that stress to Steele? Mitchell, she's your golden ticket. If you don't stop your insanity, we'll lose her and Steele's seat, Harriet said. They have feelings for each other. I don't need them having feelings for each other. As soon as he wins that seat, she's out of the picture. As long as he has the seat, why do you care if there's something there? Having her around for the next race wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. She hated the way they talked about Steele like he wasn't a person. Steele doesn't need that kind of distraction during his first term. You need to be careful, Mitchell. She might have a contract, but if Steele breaks her heart, he'll never get another chance at that seat. Not only does Washington love her, but she's got fans as far away as New Zealand. She didn't need a contract to stay with him. What she said to the reporter came from her heart. She'd fallen in love with him. Yes, well, as long as they do what they're told, we'll be fine. Harriet took a deep breath. I'll never understand you. Steele does what you want all the time. Why not give him this? Because if I give him one thing, he'll want another. Through the crack in the door, Alana could see Steele. Because he hates me, he said and opened his eyes. That's not true, his father said, his lips twitching up. Steele looked at Harriet. Did you help him plan that attack? What? Steele's gaze traveled to his father and back to her. You mean you don't know he had me beaten? Alana felt the color drain from her face and she covered her mouth with both hands. That's what happened? Mitchell took a step toward Steele and he held up the nurse call button. Go ahead. You planned an attack on your own son? Harriet asked like it was disgusting to say. Steele paled as he held his side and pushed himself into a sitting position. We fought, and that's how I re-injured myself. Tears streaked down Alana's face. How was she going to keep this information to herself? His father had his son beaten? Her head swam as she tried to process what she was hearing. I can't believe you'd do something like that. Harriet paused. Steele, I had nothing to do with that. Nothing. I give you my word. You do your job, Harriet, and leave the discipline to me. Remember, he's not the only one I control, Steele's father said. The door to Steele's room opened again. What are you doing sitting up? A nurse came into view as she stopped at Steele's side. He needs rest, and you two need to leave. He's my son, and I'll stay as long as I like. And he's in my care, and I'll call security if I have to. Alana could have kissed the woman. Do you know who I am? Mitchell asked. He was so used to getting his way that it seemed he couldn't fathom anyone not being afraid of him. I don't care who you are. The nurse held Steele as she helped him lie back. You'll leave on your own accord or I'll have someone help you. Mitchell, we need to go. Steele's father cursed under his breath. Fine. Feel better, Steele.
With that, footfalls traveled in the direction of the door. It opened and then clicked shut. "Mr. Corday." "I'm fine," he said, just above a whisper. "Is there any way to keep him away from me?" The woman nodded. "Yes, I'll make sure of it." He sighed. "Thank you." Alana waited until the nurse left, and then she stepped out of the bathroom, stopping when she got to Steele. He looked exhausted as he lifted his gaze to hers. "Hi." "I was using the restroom. Are you okay? You look pale," she said, keeping her tone neutral. She didn't want him to know she'd overheard everything. "I'm okay. Thirsty." Grabbing a cup, she filled it with water, stuck a straw in it, and put it to his lips. "So cold," he whispered. "Thank you." She bent down and smoothed his hair back as she kissed his forehead. "You bet." He shot her a thin smile. "Would you lie down with me again? I sleep better when you're near." "Absolutely." She lay down next to him and palmed his cheek. "I'll stay as long as you want me to." Steele closed his eyes and took a deep breath as she put her arm across his chest. "Forever would be okay." She knew he didn't mean it the way she wanted, but it sounded sweet coming from his lips. Forever with him. If only. Chapter 21. Alana couldn't really blame Steele for insisting they go to his Yakima home the moment he was released from the hospital, and they'd come straight from the hospital to the airport. More than likely, somewhere in the back of Steele's mind, he was probably worried his dad would figure out a way to prevent him from going home, which wasn't out of the realm of possibility when it came to his father. The times she'd flown, none of the planes were as nice as this one. It had creamy white leather seats with splashes of light brown and wood accents, and even the aisle seat she was in wasn't like ordinary aisle seats. The armrest had more buttons than a television remote. "I don't know if I'll ever thank you enough for this." She turned in the seat to face him, curling her feet under her. "I get to meet your mom. I'd say that's a fair trade." "My mom's going to love you." His seat was reclined so he could rest while they traveled. Just the ride to the jet had made him pale. "What's she like?" Steele laid his hand over her stomach. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Before she was diagnosed with MS, she was full of life. Nothing was ever extreme or over the top, but she made everything exciting. We would spend every summer night outside, watching the stars. Each night, she'd pick one and tell me a story about either who it was or how it came to be." "You've missed her." He nodded. "When I left, it wasn't on the greatest of terms, but she didn't understand. I had to go." "Maybe you can explain it better while you're there." "I don't know if I can." Alana touched her cheek to his and whispered, "Something positive is going to come from this. Just you wait." She pulled back and smiled. "I have a gut feeling." "It would be the first time for me since this whole thing started, aside from you." Her pulse jumped and heat scorched her cheeks. Her? No, she needed to stop. He didn't mean it like that. Like he thought of her as something more. He'd been hurting for so long that he would say something like that because she was kind to him. "Then I guess you'd do something good," she said as she combed her fingers through his hair. He took a deep breath and his eyes slid closed. "I like it when you comb your fingers through my hair." Oh, she was in trouble. How could she have fallen so hard so quickly? What was she going to do when it came to an end? Nothing, because that was how it was always intended to end. And deep down, she'd known it the moment she signed the contract. Steele shivered and she pulled her sweater off and draped it over him. A small sigh escaped and he relaxed as she began combing her fingers through his hair again. Soon after, his breathing was even, but she continued to run her fingers through his hair. A shift in the air caused her to look up and find Mitchell standing over her. He squatted down and his mouth twisted into a menacing smile. "If you care about him, you'll do as you're told." "Isn't caring about him what you're paying me to do?" He lifted one eyebrow. "I think we both know you care about him, and the money has nothing to do with it." "If you hurt him, wouldn't that mean his Senate run would be in jeopardy?" "That's true, but there are ways I can hurt you. You need those hands for playing the violin, taking care of your father." Mitchell balled his fist in her hair and got in her face. Her pulse jumped. This man terrified her, but she wasn't going to let him bully her. Instead of responding, she nodded. Harriet appeared behind him. "Mitchell! Stay out of this. We need her." "We just needed to have an understanding," he said, glancing over his shoulder. He returned his gaze to Alana. "When we get to Yakima, you'll find a way to cut the trip short. Have I made myself clear?" He let her go and leaned back. She tilted her head. Why was he so bent on staying away from Steele's hometown? Was he afraid of something? "Have I made myself clear?" "Crystal." He smiled like he'd won something. There was no way she was going to push Steele into leaving early. She might even try to find a way to extend the trip. Her gut told her something in Yakima held the key to Steele's freedom, and she was going to find it. Scenery zipped past Steele as he gazed out the window of the car. It was hard to believe that in just an hour he'd arrived back home. He'd slept the entire trip and jerked awake as the jet landed. From that moment, he felt like he'd been hit with a live wire. Steele gripped Alana's hand. Leaning over, he put his lips to her ear and whispered, "I'm nervous." "Your mom loves you. Your entire family does. I'm right. You'll see." When the car stopped in front of his childhood home, his heart sped up. The 2-story red brick home hadn't changed at all. Then his gaze landed on a figure standing on the porch. He pushed open the door and pulled himself up. Alana scrambled out behind him. "Careful, no re-injuring ribs, remember?" "I won't," he said, holding his side as he walked. The closer he got, the faster he walked and the harder his heart pounded. It had been so long since he'd seen his mom. What if she was still angry with him for leaving? He stepped onto the porch and his mom smiled. "Oh, it's so good to see you." "I can't believe you're standing up." He'd forgotten how tall she was. She wrapped her arms around him. "I had great motivation." He hugged her back. "I've missed you so much. I'm sorry I haven't been back before now." His mom pulled back. "Well, we both know who's responsible for that." She turned her gaze on Alana. "And who are you?" "This is my fiancée, Alana Riley." He leaned in. "She's the one who made this possible. Alana, this is my mom, Helene Wilson." His mom cupped Alana's cheek and kissed it. "Thank you." Alana looked down as a light blush tinted her cheeks. "He needed to come home." "I already like her," his mom said. Steele ran his fingertips along her jaw. "Wait until you get to know her." Alana's blush darkened. "He's just being sweet." "Well, he is sweet, but I have a feeling he's right." His mom smiled. Steele hugged her again. "I won't stay away this long ever again. I don't care what he does to me." "Why don't we go inside?" she said, and her smile faded. "You are not welcome here. Find somewhere else to be." Steele turned, and Mitchell stood behind him on the bottom step. "I go where he goes, and I stay where he stays." "Not here, you don't. Get off my property, or I'll call the police." "Steele," his father said, "control your mother." Steele shook his head. "No, I don't think so." "Steele," his father's voice had an edge to it. "Remember." Then his gaze traveled to Alana. Alana smiled and looked at his mom. "I have my cell phone if you want to use it." Mitchell took another step up. "You don't want to do this." Steele shrugged. "I'm not doing anything. This is her home. She makes the rules." His father looked at Alana. "I thought I made myself clear." She shrugged. "You did, but you said nothing about this. You're a businessman. Perhaps in the future you should cover all your bases." The three of them walked into the house, leaving his father on the steps. Steele would pay. He knew he would, but for now, he'd spend time with his mom and deal with the consequences later. Steele looked around the now modest-looking living room. Nothing's changed. "Why mess with perfection?" Helene waved them through the living room and into the kitchen. "How about some iced tea?" "That sounds good," Steele said as he sat at the kitchen table. It was like he'd walked into a time capsule. "I've missed this place." His mom poured 3 glasses of tea and brought them over, taking a seat next to him. "Mom, how are you getting around?" She leaned forward with her arms on the table. Alana touched his arm and he looked at her. "There's a reason he hasn't wanted you to come back here. There's a reason he didn't want you having any time alone with her. I don't think you were the only one he hurt or controlled. Your fiancé is sharp. Breathing hard, Steele looked at his mom. You weren't sick? I have MS, but not as bad as you thought. Medication and being physical helps control it. I have bad days, more than I used to, but when you left... He has the deed, though, right? You'd lose the house. His mom nodded. Yes, he has the deed, but I'd rather lose this house than lose you again. I went with him because I thought you were sick. You were bedbound at that point. I was 16, almost 17. He said he'd withdraw your care if I didn't go. That wasn't all, but it was a big part of why he went. And he said he'd hurt you if I didn't go along with it and cut all contact. But you were so angry when I left. He'd never forget the look in her eyes. No, I was angry because Mitchell Corday was getting what he wanted, she said softly as she shook her head. He understood that feeling. All this time, and he kept you from me. He said if I had any contact with you, he'd take all funds away. He made the same threat to me. She looked down at the table. Steele, he hasn't sent me any money since you left. It suddenly felt like his lungs were being pressed and he couldn't get enough air. What? But that's why I went, so you'd be taken care of. I know, and that's why he kept us cut off from each other, because you'd learn the truth. Steele raked his hand through his hair. But you never tried to contact me. I wanted to, but before you left, he said if I tried, he'd hurt you. It felt like he was being hit with a baseball bat over and over. His father had manipulated him time and again. Maybe it wasn't just his mother that he'd used. Maybe it was time to think like Mitchell Corday and get control of his life back. Chapter 22. Alana chewed on her lip. If it's okay with you, would it be okay if I put my stuff up and maybe took a shower? That hospital shower wasn't that great. Steele knew what she was doing. Take the third bedroom on the left on the second floor. Towels are in the linen closet in the bathroom, his mom said with a smile. Thank you. Alana stood and kissed him on the cheek. Take it easy. He twisted a lock of her hair around his finger. You have my word. With a smile, he let her hair slip away and she walked out of the kitchen. A few moments later, his mom cleared her throat. So, fiancé, was this part of Mitchell's plan that has backfired on him? I'm sure he wouldn't let you decide on a woman yourself, especially not one as defiant to him as she is. It was Harriet. If Mitchell had his way, she wouldn't be in the picture. Harriet? There's more to this, isn't there? Steele held her gaze. He didn't want to tell her what he'd done, or that he'd paid Alana too. His mom smiled. Does she know you're in love with her? Steele jerked his head toward her and his pulse jumped. What? Does she know? No. At least she'd waited until Alana was out of earshot. His mom smiled. Until I said it, did you know? He shook his head. No, I have feelings for her, but I hadn't let my thoughts wander that far. Our relationship isn't that simple. Sure it is. It's obvious she's in love with you. He wished that were true. No, she wants to be friends. Alana is kind and caring. There was no way she felt like that about him. His mom chuckled. She loves you. If she doesn't, I'll kiss Mitchell Corday on the mouth. Steele threw his head back and laughed. I have missed you so much. Tell me about her. How did you meet? What makes things not simple? He would never forget the moment he saw her in the elevator. At work, she was a temp, and I struck up a conversation with her. She's funny, sweet, talented. Red hair, she chuckled. Clear blue eyes that seemed to see right through me. And she can cook like crazy. I'm in love with her. He nodded and a lump formed in his throat. Totally and completely in love with her. Why isn't it simple? She's not really your fiancé? When Steele didn't answer, she added, Mitchell Corday? Yes. She stared at him for a moment. What does Mitchell have on you that made you go with him? It has to be more than just the deed or my care that keeps you under his thumb. It's not important. I'm here and I won't let him keep me away this long ever again. A little nod of her head. Okay. Not going to press me? No. For now, I'm just glad you're home. The family will be here tomorrow. We're having a huge cookout. It took effort to keep them away, but I told them I wanted a day with just you. They'd have to wait. He smiled. It feels like I've been gone forever. Yeah, it does, but you're here, and I'm going to enjoy every second of it. She covered his hand with hers. Look at you. You were a beautiful boy when you left, and now you're this handsome man. Tell me how you're really doing. He hung his head. It's been hard. He keeps me on a tight leash. I wish I knew why he hated me. I don't know what I did that could have caused it. You didn't do anything. He had political aspirations, and when they didn't happen for him, he turned his sights on you. Why didn't he win? She shrugged. He couldn't gain the people's trust. Twice he ran and twice he lost. After that, he tried to get me to help him get you ready. I refused. We split, and he left Yakima. I guess I was pretty small. 4 or 5. He told me he was giving me until you turned 16. When he came back, he'd be taking you with him. Why did you go along with it? A few days before you saw him, he showed up while you were in school. He pinned me against the wall and put his hand around my throat. He said that if I didn't cooperate, he'd show me just how vicious he could be. Steele's blood boiled. As he balled his hand into a fist, he stood, ignoring the pain caused by the sudden movement. He put his hands on you? I couldn't let him hurt you. As long as you were valuable to him, you were safe. I'll kill him. He was seething. Father wasn't even a good enough word for him any longer. His mom stood and cupped his face. Sweetheart, he's not worth it. I hate him. I know, but don't hold on to it. You're here. That's all that matters. He gathered her into a hug. He'd missed her more than he'd realized, knowing someone loved him and cared about him, that he didn't have to wonder about their motivations, being able to fully relax and just be. It was like the last 14 years were being rinsed away, and he could breathe again. Alana took the longest shower she could possibly take. The water was barely lukewarm, and her fingers looked like raisins by the time she got out. She'd wanted to give Steele time with his mom. He'd been so happy to see her. His eyes sparkled, and his lips were spread into a smile so wide he almost looked goofy. Getting him away from Mitchell was even better. That man was beyond furious, and Alana was sure he'd try to find a way to hurt Steele because of it. She'd felt in her gut something was wrong, and his mom had proven it. Maybe whatever secret Steele's father had over him wasn't what it appeared either. What if Steele could be totally free of Mitchell? What if that sparkle in his eyes could be permanent? She'd give anything to see that happen. She finished towel drying her hair and slipped on some jeans and a t-shirt, hoping she'd given Steele enough time. When she got to the first floor, Steele and Helene had moved their conversation to the living room. So, Steele tells me you met at work, Helene said. Alana nodded as she sat beside Steele. Yes, on my first day there. He says you can cook, too. Alana cut him a glance. It's not that big a deal. Don't listen to her. I'm tempted to go get the ingredients for lemon chicken so I can prove it. Helene chuckled. Well, we won't be doing that. You look like you need to lie down for a while. I'm fine. Alana brushed her hand against his cheek. No, I think she's right. I don't want to walk up the stairs right now. Alana moved to the end of the couch. Then don't. I have a perfectly good lap. He gave her the strangest look, smiled, and then lay down with his head in her lap. Before she could stop herself, she bent down and kissed him. Then she realized she'd done it in front of his mom. Her cheeks burned like they'd been set on fire. What was that for? I think we've established you're kissable. She gave him a sheepish smile. Steele grunted a laugh. Right. He paused and held her gaze. What? He shook his head. Nothing. Do you have any family, Alana? Helene asked. Her cheeks continued to heat as she looked at his mom. Just my dad. No siblings? Alana shook her head. No, it's just me. I've got an aunt, but she's a professional bowler in Florida. I don't see her much." "That's an interesting profession." Helene chuckled and sat back in her chair. "We're having a huge family get-together tomorrow. Are you comfortable meeting a slew of people you don't know?" Alana shrugged. "Doesn't bother me."
"She's a violinist," he said with a yawn. "Went to Julliard."
Helene's eyes widened. "Julliard? I'm impressed. That's not an easy school. I've been playing since I could hold a violin. Playing has always come naturally to me. I love doing it." Alana smiled. Helene was impressed with her. That felt pretty good. "Did you happen to bring your violin?" his mom asked. "I did." Helene rubbed her hands together. "Then would you mind playing some tomorrow? I love the violin. It's been my favorite for years." "I'd be happy to play for you." Steele nuzzled her stomach and yawned again.
"She's played for me. It's beautiful."
Helene seemed to vibrate with excitement. "I'm thrilled. Everyone will love it." Steele's hand dropped to the couch as he fell asleep, and Alana palmed his cheek as she smiled at him. "You care about him." Alana looked up. "I care about him a lot." "He says things aren't simple between you two. Why is that?" How did she answer that without breaking her agreement to keep it confidential? "Mitchell Corday. I don't like him. He's cruel, and if I have anything to do with it, Steele is going to be free of him." Helene's lips spread into a wide smile. "I knew I liked you." "He loves you, and it's been hurting him that he couldn't come back." "He said you helped him get home." "It was an opportunity I couldn't pass up." His mom stood, crossed the room, and bent down to eye level. "Sweetheart, feel free to stay here as long as you want. My house is your house." She patted Alana's cheek and straightened. "I'm going to get him a blanket. I'll be right back." Helene liked her. It sent a thrill through her. Not that it mattered. It wasn't like she would get to be with him, but at least she knew if there had been a chance, she would have been welcomed into his family. Alana looked down at Steele. In her gut, she knew he wasn't leaving Yakima tied to Mitchell. Steele wouldn't be tied to her any longer either. It broke her heart, but it was worth it to see him free. Chapter 23. Bright sunshine and a light, cool breeze made the day perfect for spending time outside. It almost felt too perfect. Alana plated a few things from the plethora of offerings and took it back to Steele. "This looks pretty good. I doubt it's as good as yours," he said as she took a seat in the chair next to his. Alana couldn't stop the smile from forming on her lips. "Stop it." She leaned across and combed her fingers through his hair. "If you start feeling bad, let me know, okay?" "I feel better than I have in years." His face fell and his eyes grew stormy. Alana followed his line of sight and pinched her lips together. "I hope someone kicks him out." Mitchell had almost made it to Steele when a man nearly as tall as Steele stepped in his path. "Why are you here?" the man asked. He'd come from out of nowhere. She couldn't even remember seeing him until now. "Get out of my way. I'm here to see my son." The man widened his stance. "You're not welcome here." Mitchell shoved the man. "Do I need to remind you who you're talking to?" "I know who I'm talking to, and if you'd like to leave with your face in the same condition it's in, you'll leave. Now." Steele held his side as he leaned over to Alana. "That's my Uncle Lang, my mom's brother. He must have just got here. You'll love him." "I already do." "Fine." Mitchell glared at him and then his gaze fell on Steele. "You and I will be talking later. Do you understand me?" "As long as it's later." Steele smiled. Mitchell held his gaze a second longer and then stormed off the property. His uncle turned and winked. "I can't stand that man. He's lucky I didn't punch the daylights out of him." Helene dropped into the chair on the other side of Steele. "We had press on the front lawn. Seems some of them got the impression that this is a public event. We cleared up the confusion." "He's going to kill me, but I don't care. It feels so good to be home." The gloom was trying to settle back into Steele. Alana shook her head. "I don't think so." "I agree with her." Helene looked around Steele and eyed her. "Me too." His uncle stuck out his hand to Alana. "I'm Langley Wilson. People call me Lang. It's nice to meet you." Alana shook his hand. Alana Riley. Nice to meet you."
"I'm Uncle Lang." "Boy, Steele, not much has changed," Lang said. "You and red hair."
Steele's cheeks turned pink.
"Stop."
"Red hair?" Alana asked. Lang and Helene both laughed loudly. "That boy has liked red hair since he was in diapers. Drawn to it like a magnet," his mom said. Steele palmed his forehead.
"You can stop now."
"Oh, really?" Alana chuckled. The smile on Steele's face was playful.
"Yeah."
Alana covered his hand with hers. "I didn't know you liked red hair that much." The blush had bloomed from his cheeks to his neck.
"I always have."
She leaned across the chair, cupped his cheek, and kissed him. "I've never been happier to have red hair." When she realized what she said, and that she'd kissed him in front of his mom and uncle, heat rushed all the way to the tips of her ears. Helene leaned forward. "Alana, do you think you could play now? I'm dying to hear you." Alana smiled and stood. "Sure." She'd play for Helene, but the song would be for Steele.
"I've never been happier to have red hair." The words played in Steele's mind while Alana played her violin. He knew he was just reading into it, but for a moment, he almost believed she meant it. Whatever he thought she might feel for him was tempered by the fact that she'd signed a contract. She'd also been clear she wanted to be friends. His mom leaned over.
"That woman loves you. Listen to her."
He was listening. His mom just didn't understand the nature of their relationship. "She wants to be friends."
"She's in love with you, Steele. You can see it in the way she looks at you."
Steele shook his head and whispered, "Mitchell hired her to be my girlfriend." He couldn't bring himself to tell her he'd hired her too. The reason at the time seemed solid, but now it was just another thing that pointed to him being like his father. His mom's lips parted and her eyes glistened.
"What?"
"Mitchell hired her."
"He might have, but you can't fake the way she feels about you. That's as genuine as you can get."
He'd never know that for sure. She'd been paid to care for him. It didn't matter how many times she'd flirted or that it seemed she felt the same way. Steele took his mom's hand. "Please, don't press this."
"You're heartbroken."
"I'm fine. I have her for the moment. It's more than I've had in a long time." His mom nodded and turned her attention back to Alana.
"She is incredible."
"She is." Alana was playing something that felt like a roller coaster. One minute it felt like she was playing sunshine, and the next, it was like a dark cloud had covered her. When she finished, her eyes opened and she smiled. Everyone clapped. There were even a few with tears in their eyes. He wasn't sure what she'd been trying to say, but whatever it was, it had touched more than just him. Alana bowed and walked to him and his mom.
"Did you like it?"
Helene stood and hugged her.
"It was beautiful. Was that a song you composed?"
She caught Steele's gaze and held it.
"Yes." "You should be playing sold-out arenas, sweetheart," his mom said. "If you liked it, that's all I need."
She put her instrument in the case and bent down to Steele. "Are you okay? You look tired." He smiled. "I'm fine." She took his face in her hands. "Is there anything I can do for you?" He was tongue-tied. No, he wasn't. He was heart-tied. He was in love with her. "No, not at the moment, but could we take a little walk?"
"Are you sure?"
Her hand gently touched his side. "I don't want you doing anything to hurt yourself." "I won't. We just need to stay on this property. I don't want to deal with Mitchell." The level of detachment he felt toward the man he'd called father had reached its peak. The man was his father by way of genetic material, nothing more. Alana shook her head. "No, I won't let him near you." Steele's phone rang and he pulled it out of his pocket. Speak of the devil. He wasn't answering. He needed to talk to Alana. Before he could move, his heart sank. He looked at his mom. "You didn't tell me they'd be here."
"I think you need to talk to them."
"Mom." She stood and held his gaze.
"Trust me, Steele. Talk to them."
He looked at Alana. "Can we take that walk later?"
"You bet."
She smiled and dropped her hands as she stood.
He rubbed his mouth with his hand and hesitated. What could he say to Lauren's mom and dad? They had to know by now that it was his fault. He swallowed hard, stood, and took a deep breath before going to them. Would they finally want justice? "Steele, it's so good to see you," Lauren's mother said. Her father shook his hand. "Hey, bud." "Hi." He hung his head. Lauren's father grasped his shoulder. "I'm told we need to talk. Why don't we step away for a minute and do that?" Steele nodded. Whatever was coming, he deserved it. It had been a long time coming. They walked until they were nestled in a cluster of trees, and the noise was a murmur before they stopped. The silence drew out until Steele couldn't take it. "I'm so sorry. I know I should have done something. I swear, I checked the tanks. I should have insisted we not go, but she was so excited. It was my fault. I'm sorry." "What are you talking about?" her mom asked. "Aren't you mad at me? It's my fault Lauren died." Her dad's forehead creased and his eyebrows knitted together. "You? No, Steele, that's not what happened." His heart tripled its pace. "What do you mean?" "Lauren would have died no matter where she was. A blood vessel in her brain ruptured. She was gone before you got her back in the boat." Steele's stomach twisted. "What?" "Sweetheart, she had a brain aneurysm. A cluster of vessels was malformed. You had nothing to do with her death." His mind was in a whirl. "But Mitchell said the coroner's report listed her death as suffocation due to a tank malfunction. That it was my fault." Lauren's dad pinched his lips together. "Yes, well, we all know Mitchell now, don't we?" "But the depth?" "No, you weren't deep enough for the pressure to cause it. And even if you had been deeper, it was a defect. Nothing you did caused her death." Her mom stepped forward and cupped his cheek. "All this time you thought it was your fault?" He nodded. "I did. I felt so guilty. I loved her." "We know you did. She loved you too. You had nothing to do with it at all." Steele nodded as tears formed. "Thank you for telling me." Lauren's mom patted his cheek. "You'll always be a part of our family, Steele. Ray asks about you all the time. If you're still in town this weekend, he'll be here. He's missed you." Ray Davis, Lauren's little brother. Steele missed him. He'd been more like a kid brother. He smiled. "I'll make sure I'm here." Her dad patted him on the shoulder and they walked away. He was such an idiot. He should have known. If not when his father said it, then not long after he left with him. Mitchell was cold, calculating, and vicious. The man had his claws all over his life. Steele pulled out his phone and called Ada. "Were you serious about that condition?" "Ja, I was." "I'll see to it that the condition is met. Do we have a deal?" The phone shuffled. "Ja, no Mitchell Corday and we have a deal." "Done." He ended the call. There would be no more controlling him. He wasn't running for Senate, and he was no longer sharing the company. Mitchell Corday was done. One way or another, he was bringing his father down. Chapter 24. Steele paced the edge of the property. His side was burning and so was his anger. His father had used the death of his high school sweetheart to control him for 14 years. "Steele, is everything okay?" Alana asked, bringing him out of his thoughts. He stopped pacing and looked up. No. He'd kept this secret for so long. The whole time he thought he'd killed the girl he loved, that she had died at his hands, and his father knew the truth. He'd never hated Mitchell Corday more. Pressing his hand to his chest, he leaned back against a tree. He was hurting in more ways than one. Alana stepped closer. "Should we go back?" He shook his head. "No, I need to tell you this. I was going to tell you before I saw them, but I wanted to tell them I was sorry. I wanted to confess." "Confess to what? What happened?" Licking his lips, he wiped his face with his hands and looked at her. "I thought I was responsible for the death of Lauren Davis, my high school sweetheart." Alana's lips parted. "What?" "Lauren and I had skipped school. She convinced me to go scuba diving with her. Normally it was the other way around, but I had a math test that day and she knew I didn't want to take it." He paused as he remembered the sunny day. It had been like a sign that they should do something outside. Alana remained quiet, hugging herself as she looked at him. We'd been learning how, and we were almost certified. He paused. I'd gotten the gear ready, and we went out on a skiff. Everything was fine. The water was good, the temperature was great. One minute we were looking at some fish, and the next minute Lauren was sinking to the ocean floor. I grabbed her and hauled her onto the boat. I tried CPR for I don't know how long, but she was just gone. He put his fist to his mouth as tears rolled down his cheeks. She was just gone. Alana stepped forward and put her arms around him. I'm so sorry. She released him and stepped back. Steele raked his hand through his hair. My father said it was my fault, that there was a tank malfunction and she'd suffocated. That'd be manslaughter because I had been in charge of the gear. He said that he was going to the authorities and telling them I'd used faulty tanks. I don't know why, but I believed him. If he did that, then he'd have no use for me. My mom would have lost her care and the house. And you've been blaming yourself this whole time? Yes, I thought it was me. I'd gotten the gear together. I'd been the one to check the tanks and make sure they were working properly. It was my fault she drowned. He took a deep breath. I think I wanted to believe him. I loved her, and she died because we'd skipped school. If we hadn't, she'd still be alive. But none of it was true. She took his hand in one of hers and cupped his cheek with her other. It wouldn't have been your fault either way. If you checked the tanks and they were working properly, then it was something else. There would have been nothing you could do. His eyebrows knitted together as he looked at her. You wouldn't have hated me? For what? An accident? No. She shook her head. What actually happened? There was that Grace again. He shouldn't have been shocked, but he was. She had an aneurysm. I had nothing to do with it. It wouldn't have mattered where she was. She would have died. Did she like scuba diving? Steele tilted his head. Yes, she was the reason we were learning how. She wanted to graduate and go to Australia. She dreamed of seeing the Great Barrier Reef. Then she died doing something she loved with the person she loved most in the world. More tears ran down his cheeks. I guess she did. Alana brushed them away with her fingers. And Mitchell used it to trap you. I couldn't bring her back, and my mom would have been cut off. Lauren hadn't been gone a week. I was a grieving kid, making what I thought was the best decision at the time. What are you going to do? For the moment, I'm squeezing him out at Corday. I'd already started that, but the moment they told me I wasn't responsible, I called Schreiber. Mitchell Corday is out. Alana tapped her lips with 2 fingers. He needs to be held responsible for all the things he's done. I think, with some help, we might be able to make that happen. You can't be the only person he's done this to. Do you trust me? He nodded. Yes. I think I have an idea. The Henry Beecham Community Center filled with town residents and at least a dozen reporters from different stations. It had taken a lot of work on the part of Steele and his family, but in the previous 2 days, word spread that Steele Corday would be doing a town hall meeting. Since he was already in town, it seemed smart to address questions that might affect the people should he win the Senate election. As the seats filled, Alana chewed her thumb and hoped like crazy that things went smoothly. Steele was next to her in the front corner of the building, waiting until it was time to start the question and answer session. You really think this will work? Asked Steele. Alana shrugged. I don't know, but something has to change. With this many people, he won't be able to get you. She wasn't letting Mitchell hurt Steele ever again. Harriet walked to the podium at the front and tapped the mic. An enlarged image of her showed on a screen behind her. If we could quiet down, we can get started. The crowd quieted, and Steele's mom caught her gaze and winked. She'd liked Alana's plan as well. Giving her 2 thumbs up, she returned her attention to Harriet. Instead of a long speech, I'm just going to introduce Steele Corday. The crowd clapped and Steele gave Alana a quick glance. She winked. You'll do great. He took his place at the podium and stuffed his hands in his pockets. Some of you know me. Some of you don't. For those that don't, my name is Steele Corday. I grew up here. My mom is sitting 3 rows back on the right." His mom stood and waved and then sat again. "I love Yakima Valley. Where else can you get a miner's burger?" He chuckled and the crowd with him. "I don't really know what to say beyond that, so I'll open the floor for questions." A tall, bearded man stood. "You run Corday Enterprises. How are you going to do that and give the time you need to be a senator?" "I don't know. I'm sure there's a way, but having never done it, I don't know the answer to that question. I do know I have a responsibility to the people who work for me, and I made that commitment before announcing my run. All I can say is I'll give my best to both." Alana smiled as she watched Mitchell Corday slip into the center and duck behind a reporter. So far, so good. She wasn't sure if Steele caught his appearance or not. Lang stood. "You left here 14 years ago and never returned. Why is that?" "My mom was sick, and my father was threatening to withdraw his spousal support and kick her out of our home if I didn't go with him. I was almost 17, and he only had 1 more year to pay. I thought I was in trouble, and my mom needed that financial support. I went with him, and I've been under his thumb ever since." "Is that all?" his Uncle Lang asked. "No. It was the end of my junior year. My girlfriend at the time, Lauren Davis, and I had skipped school to go scuba diving. She died, and at the time, my father convinced me it was my fault. I loved Lauren, and I was grieving and felt guilty because I thought it wouldn't have happened if we'd just gone to school. I found out 2 days ago that her death was due to a brain aneurysm. It wouldn't have mattered where she was. The rupture would have been too severe for her to survive." People whispered, creating a hum. Steele held his hand up and the crowd quieted. Mitchell narrowed his eyes at Steele. If Alana could read thoughts, she was pretty sure he wasn't going to go away voluntarily. A male reporter in the back cleared his throat and Lang sat down. "Obviously you were beaten a couple of weeks ago. Have they figured out who did it yet?" the reporter asked. "They still have no idea," Steele answered. The screen behind Steele changed from his image to a female reporter interviewing 4 homeless people. The reporter looked at the camera and back to them. "Would you mind repeating what you just told me and speaking into the microphone for me?" Steele stared at the screen. He hadn't known about this part. Alana and Harriet had worked together to find this information. It helped that Alana knew some of the homeless population. One of them, a woman, shrugged. "Sure, I've got nowhere to be," she smiled. "Thank you," the reporter said. "You can start any time." "Well, not long ago, say 3 or 4 weeks, a rumor was going around that some fancy guy was willing to pay big bucks if someone was willing to jump someone. I thought it was just a rumor until one night when this big limo pulled up and this guy with a long coat and a fancy suit got out. I pretended to be asleep, but I overheard him asking these guys," the woman said, and thumbed at the 3 men she was with, "if they'd like to make a lot of cash. Like a lot. Thousands. My friends here declined, and he moved on to the next group down the street." One of the men spoke up. "That guy was serious, too. He was tall, with a big bubble nose, and he was angry looking. Thinning hair, big guy, but not workout big, overweight big." The reporter held up a drawing that looked like Mitchell. "Is this the man you saw?" "Yeah, that's the man. And why are you just coming forward?" Another of the men smiled. "You said Alana Riley was asking, that's why." Steele turned his gaze from the screen to Alana with a look of confusion. "Why her?" The woman spoke up again. "She'll play her violin, collect money, and give it to us. It's enough for a hot meal and some coffee. She's a sweet girl." "So you owed her?" the reporter asked. The third man, who'd been quiet the entire time, shook his head. "No, we love her. We got wind that the person who was beaten was someone she knew and cared about. We weren't going to let that guy get away with hurting her." The reporter faced the camera. "Police have confirmed that they're looking into the case with renewed interest based on the facts that have now surfaced. No word yet if they're any closer to the actual assailants." The screen flickered and Steele came into view again, just as the doors of the community center pushed open. Police held a struggling Mitchell Corday and stopped halfway down the aisle. "Let go of me! Do you know who I am? I'll have your badges! Do you hear me?" He looked at Steele. "I still have that deed." Steele shook his head. "No. See, there was a problem with the safe in your office, and it needed to be opened. The deed is sitting safely on my desk in Seattle."
You can't go into my office. Steele held up a finger. That's where you're wrong. The board and I had an emergency meeting last night and decided you were no longer the right image for Corday Enterprises, not with your outstanding warrant. And since Schreiber wasn't willing to move forward with you attached to the company, we felt it in our best interest to remove you.
Mitchell's face drained of color.
I'll get out. I have money for the best lawyer in the country.
You mean you did have money? After careful review of your finances, it was found that you used company funds for some of your not-so-ethical activities, and your accounts have been frozen. Steele smiled and then leveled his eyes at his father. I told you, if it was ever a fair fight, I'd win. Alana quietly slipped out the side door of the center and leaned against the wall. Steele winning meant she'd lost him. The contracts were now null and void. He had no reason to have a fake fiancé any longer. He was free. With a deep breath, she pushed off the wall. It was time to go home. Chapter 25.
Want to tell me where you're going?
Asked Harriet. Alana spun around and pressed her hand to her heart. Oh my goodness, you scared me.
Your plan worked. Don't you think you should stick around?
This is his moment. He should get to revel in it with his family.
He's going to want to know where you went. If it weren't for you, Mitchell wouldn't be in the trouble he is.
She looked down. It was the right thing to do. I just asked them nicely. Harriet walked to her.
So, you're just going to walk away?
She shrugged. I signed a contract to be his fiancé. I played my part. Now that Steele's father is out of the picture, that contract is done. There's no reason for me to stick around.
Really? I would think falling in love with him would be a good reason to stick around.
Alana shook her head. What? I'm not in love with him. I just didn't like Mitchell Corday. He was a slimeball, and Steele needed him out of his life. Harriet's eyebrows lifted.
Honey, you can't shovel that nonsense to me. You're in love with him. Every time you look at him, it's obvious.
It doesn't matter how I feel about him. That contract will always be overshadowing it.
But you had a thing for him before you signed it. I saw the way you looked at him, and it was clear he liked you.
What could she say? Loving him didn't change anything. She could give every dime back, and there would still be the question of whether she was being true or not. Whatever she felt for Steele Corday didn't matter. I don't think he'd see it that way.
He loves you, too.
Alana smiled. She wished that were true. He had a part to play as well. Mitchell made sure of that. None of it was real. Harriet exhaled sharply. Thank you for helping me, Harriet. This whole thing wouldn't have been possible without you, and I know it took a lot of risk for you to help.
It was worth it to see Mitchell Corday brought down in front of all those people. And with all the video I have of illegal activities Mitchell was involved with over the past years, that man will never see anything but bars for the rest of his life. I knew the day would come that it would be used against him. I just needed someone to help me get out from under his thumb. So, thank you.
She gave her a gracious smile.
Steele was fantastic out there.
Yeah, he was, Alana smiled. He's so happy. That's all I wanted. I'm glad I could help both of you. She pulled out an envelope from her purse. I'd planned on leaving this at the house, but would you wait a couple of days and give it to him? Let him enjoy his family and freedom. Harriet stared at the envelope.
I think you're making a mistake.
I'm not. She was confident of that. Her heart was breaking, but this was the right thing to do.
Do you want me to get the jet ready for you?
She shook her head. I think we both know all that glittery stuff has ended for me. I'm going to rent a car and drive home. She hugged the older woman. Enjoy your freedom, too.
Thank you, I will.
Harriet patted her hand.
At least let me give you a ride to the house.
It's not that far a walk, and you need to stay.
Okay. Have a safe trip home.
Thanks, she said. The walk to the house was quick, and it wasn't long before she was slipping into the seat of her rental car. She leaned her forehead against the steering wheel and closed her eyes. It was the right thing to do. A relationship with him would have never worked, not with the way it had started. Her drive through the mountains back to Seattle was peaceful, if not filled with a few moments of unabashed tears. She loved Steele Corday, and she'd never love anyone the way she loved him. 30 minutes away from home, her phone rang. She pulled the phone out of her purse and put it to her ear. "Hello? Miss Riley? Speaking? This is Meredith Tyler." Oh no. Meredith and Rachel were the two nurses watching over her dad while Alana was in Yakima. "What happened?" "Your dad has had a stroke. He's been rushed to the hospital. I called as soon as I could." Alana choked back tears. "I'll be there as soon as I can. Please, stay with him." "I'll stay right here." "Thank you," she said as she hung up the phone and pressed the gas harder. She'd lost Steele and her father was in the hospital. What was she going to do if she lost both of them at once? Her heart ached at the thought. She took a deep breath and pushed everything away but getting to her dad. He needed her, and she didn't need to be distracted. Once Mitchell was taken away, things had exploded. For one thing, he wasn't running for Senate, but that didn't stop people from encouraging him to. Apparently, they liked his answer to the first question. His father may not have been able to gain the public's trust, but he had. It was a miracle what honesty could accomplish. After he'd bowed out of the Senate run, he'd gone back home and spent the next few hours going from one thing to the next, including an hour talking to police and another impromptu board meeting. He'd wanted a chance to talk to Alana, to thank her, but he'd been unable to find her since Mitchell was taken away. He should have just paused everything and looked for her, but he couldn't. He'd called Ada Schreiber as soon as the board meeting was over to give her the news. He'd paced as he recounted what happened, and then ended the conversation when Ada had given her word that the signed agreement would be on his desk when he got back to Seattle. Steele walked into the living room and eased himself down on the couch across from his mom. He'd done too much, and he could feel it. "Have you seen Alana?" he asked his mom. "No, I saw her right before Mitchell was taken away. After that, I don't know where she went." Where could she be? If it wasn't for her, none of this would have happened. Getting him back to Yakima had been the best thing for him. Someone knocked on the door, and before Steele could move, his mom stood and answered it. "Hey, Harriet," his mom said. Harriet walked into the living room. She'd been kind enough to stay behind at the community center and answer questions from reporters. You were incredible. You know, if you really wanted that seat, it could be yours." "I don't want it. I never wanted it. Have you seen Alana?" "I saw her right after the police took Mitchell. She was walking here the last I spoke to her." Steele nodded. It was a little crazy. Maybe she was asleep upstairs. If she was, he wasn't going to go in there and disturb her. He'd just talk to her tomorrow. Harriet nodded, but something felt off. He just couldn't put his finger on what. "Yeah, that was definitely crazy," she said. "I almost can't believe it's over." "I know. It'll probably take a while before it truly sinks in." Harriet smiled and sat in a chair. "I'm going back to the hotel to get some sleep. If you don't mind, I'll catch a ride back with you on the jet whenever you're ready to go. I'm not in a hurry either, so take your time." Steele shook his head. "I don't mind. There's plenty of room now." "Yeah, there is." The way she said it made him pause. "Is there something you're not telling me?" She stood and pulled out an envelope from her purse, handing it to him. "She said not to give this to you for a few days, but I can't do it. I think you love her, and I'm pretty sure she loves you too." His mom nodded as she sat down. "I know she loves you." He grunted as he pushed off the couch and walked into the kitchen. As he opened the envelope, he sat at the table and unfolded the letter inside. A check floated to the table, and he looked at it. It was made out to Steele from Alana's bank. "Dear Steele, I can't tell you how happy I am that you're free. I've enclosed a check for the money you and Mitchell paid me. I tried using it to pay off the house, but every time I called, I couldn't. I wanted it paid off, but it felt wrong. I enjoyed spending time with you. I hope you'll find happiness now that Mitchell is out of the picture. For once, I believe in someone getting what they deserve, and you deserve to be happy. Yours always, Alana." Grabbing the letter and check, he stood and strode into the living room. "Where is she?" "She rented a car and drove back to Seattle," Harriet said. "She returned all of the money. All of it. She didn't even pay her house off like she said she would." He handed the letter to his mom. "I thought she was just playing a part." Harriet shook her head. "I knew she wasn't. Steele, when you first got to the hospital, she was in a panic. And after you fought with your father, I thought she was about to have a nervous breakdown. She sat by your bedside the entire time. Those are not the actions of someone faking it." His mom looked up at him. "I told you she loved you." He raked his hand through his hair. "I have to go." "Yeah, you do." She stood and smiled. "Go tell her you love her." Steele looked at Harriet. "You ready for that ride back to Seattle?" Then he looked at his mom.
You can come too.
No, just come back soon.
I will, he said as he hugged her. I love you.
I love you too.
Chapter 26. As soon as Steele's jet landed, he went to Alana's home, only to find it dark. Instead of waking them, he used what little patience he had to wait until morning. The night was spent restless, thinking about her. The letter, the money she didn't spend, and those songs she'd play for him. Each time, she'd tell him they were only for him, and to listen. They were soulful, sweet, and beautiful. She'd said it was her way of speaking. What if those songs were her way of saying she loved him too? The thought made him even more anxious to see her. When he went into work the next day, Inez had returned to work and gave him the news that Alana's father had a stroke. Why hadn't she called him? If nothing else, he liked Oliver and would have wanted to know. Now he stood at Oliver's bedside, hoping he'd pull through. Steele liked the man and wasn't ready to let him go. There were more stories he wanted to hear. It hurt to see him fighting for his life, and if it hurt this much for Steele, he could only imagine what Alana was going through. Across from him, Alana was stretched out on the couch, sleeping. He walked around the bed and grunted as he kneeled next to her. Alana. He smoothed her hair back, trying to wake her as gently as he could. Hey, Alana. She peeled her eyes open and sat up.
Steele?
Yeah.
What are you doing here?
I like your dad. Why didn't you call me? Her eyes misted over and she looked down.
Because I wasn't sure if I could handle seeing you.
Why? She lifted her eyes to his and they locked with his.
Somewhere along the line, I fell in love with you, but I know you'll never be able to believe that. Even giving the money back, I know you won't. I do, though. Love you. The only thing that contract did was give me an excuse to spend time with you. I was interested from the moment we met, even though I knew you were out of my league. I shouldn't have signed it, but I did. And now I can't take it back.
You were never out of my league, and you're not giving me much credit.
What?
When you could have left me in a drunken stupor, you didn't. You stayed with me to make sure I was okay, even after the way I treated you. You played songs, especially for me, that came from the heart. You stayed with me in the hospital, and you helped me take my father down, knowing you wouldn't get another dime. She chewed her bottom lip.
But the contract, I know it bothered you.
He cupped her cheek. I don't care about it anymore. I would have been required to spend that time with someone, and if I'm honest, I wanted it to be you. I couldn't stop thinking about you from the moment I saw you in that elevator, and the more I got to know you, the more I fell in love with you. You were kind-hearted, caring, and funny. I like who I am when you're around. If you'll have me, I'm yours.
Mine?
All yours, for as long as you want me. You can keep that ring if you want to. He paused. I'm head over heels in love with you. Alana smiled. I'll take you, and you should be prepared for a really long time because I love you more than you'll ever know. She took his face in her hands and brought her lips to his. She'd kissed him plenty, but for some reason, this one felt the sweetest. He'd never felt happier. Circling his arms around her waist, he pulled her closer and deepened the kiss. She slid her fingers into his hair and trailed feathery kisses from his mouth to his jaw. Her parted lips swept across his neck and ended at his ear. I love you. He pulled back and smiled. Not nearly as much as I love you.
Alana could hear it 1,000,000 times, and it'd be just as sweet as the first time. As she circled her arms around his neck, she kissed his cheek. I'm so glad you're here.
I don't want to be anywhere else.
She pulled back. Wasn't your mom sad you left so quickly?
He chuckled and smiled softly. She's the one that told me to come get you.
You don't feel very good, do you? She could see it in his eyes. So much had happened in the last few days, and it hadn't been long at all since he'd been released from the hospital.
Steele rested his head on her shoulder. Not really, no. But I couldn't let you go. I had to tell you I love you. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Tears threatened again. No one had ever said that before. Can you stand? He nodded and she helped him onto the couch.
How is Oliver?
He's stable. It was a mild stroke, so they expect him to pull through.
Good. I really like him.
She smiled. Yeah, he likes you too.
He does?
Of course I do. You took me for ice cream. Oliver answered from his bed. He was grinning from ear to ear. Had he heard their entire conversation? One more story to add to his collection. Alana rolled her lips in to keep from laughing. Steele squeezed his eyes shut and groaned as his head fell back on the couch. Well, go ahead and kiss him. I won't look, Oliver said with a wink before turning his head and closing his eyes again. She breathed a sigh of relief. It was embarrassing, but at least he was in good spirits despite his stroke. She grinned and touched her lips to Steele's, letting herself enjoy the feel of him against her. No more contract, doubts, or wondering if it was real or fake. He'd left everything and come for her because he loved her. For once, it wasn't her pouring all her love into someone and them taking. It was someone pouring love into her and giving back as much as she was giving. She leaned back. I love you, Steele. I'm so glad I had red hair. His cheeks turned red and he looked down. I would have loved you regardless. Oh? He nodded. Yeah, I would have. Lauren was blonde. I love red hair, but that's not why I fell in love with you. It's just a fantastic bonus. And you like my cooking. What can I say? I'm a simple guy. Good, because I'm a simple girl who loves you with all my heart. She touched her forehead to his. Best temp job ever. Epilogue, 8 months later. Alana rubbed her palms against her gown. It probably wasn't the best idea with the potential that sweaty palms could ruin it, but she couldn't help it. She was so nervous. Steele stepped behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist, kissing her cheek. You're going to be great. You know it. It's just, I haven't performed like this in a long time. But you were born to do it. Just keep your eyes on our family. She peeked around at the curtain at the packed auditorium. The entire middle section of the concert hall was filled with their family, his mom and her dad taking the middle seats of the front row. Good idea. I hope I can remember when the blinding fear takes over. He turned her around and held her. Why? You've performed in front of people plenty of times. I don't know. It's different this time. It's my final recital. As her wedding gift, Steele had surprised her by getting her back into Julliard for her last semester. He said they were thrilled she wanted to finish. Steele had bought a penthouse in New York so they and her father could live there while she finished. She was finally graduating. The only thing that's changed is your name. He bent down and kissed her. Anytime he kissed her, all her doubts and fears melted. He had such faith in her and her talent. She didn't know what she'd do without him. Thank you. For what? Speaking the truth? You're amazing, Alana. Her name wasn't the only thing that had changed. She'd been wanting to tell him after the concert, but keeping it from him was driving her insane. She brushed her fingertips along his jaw and smiled. My name isn't the only thing that's changed. His eyebrows knitted together. What are you talking about? You know how I've been dealing with that stomach bug that just won't go away? Yeah, you went to the doctor this morning, finally. Alana nodded. I did, but it's not a stomach bug. Then what is it? I'm 9 weeks pregnant. Steele's mouth dropped open. What? We're having a baby. Are you okay with that? I guess. He picked her up and crushed her to him. Okay, I'm overwhelmed. I thought you wanted to wait. I wanted it to happen when it was supposed to happen. Guess it was time. Oh, sweetheart, he said and set her down, pressing his hand against her stomach. The best thing to happen since we got married. I guess that's why I'm a little more nervous tonight. You're going to go out there and play like never before. You'll play for them and they'll be in awe of your talent just like I am. I'll be playing for them, but the song will be for you. She covered his hand with hers. For both of you, she smiled. You always say that about your songs. Because all my songs belong to you, Steele Corday. All of them. All of me belongs to you, at least for a little while longer. A woman with a clipboard stepped behind the curtain. Mrs. Corday, are you ready? Alana looked at her and smiled. I am. She brought her gaze back to Steele. Tiptoeing, she kissed him. I love you more than I'll ever be able to express with words, but when I play tonight, listen. It's the best way for me to speak. and it will be a drop in the ocean to the depth of my love for you. For both of you." Steele kissed her again. "I love you. I just wish I could say it as well as you do." "You do every time you look at me." She walked to her instrument and picked it up. One big deep breath, and the curtain opened. In the last 8 months, her life had completely transformed. She'd married the love of her life. She and her dad would be moving into his home by Washington Lake once she was done with school. She was playing again, and now she was expecting a baby. All those years of people taking and never giving back had been washed away. Steele had more than made up for all the hurt and ache she'd experienced. He showered her with love and affection, and the more she returned it, the more she got. It was like they both had cups that needed filling, and once they found each other, there was no reason for their cups to be dry any longer. Steele Corday had stepped onto an elevator and walked right into her heart, and she'd never been happier. This has been Her Fake Billionaire Fiancé, a Clean Billionaire Romance, Book 4. Written by Bree Livingston. Narrated by Nicole Goode. Copyright 2018 by Bree Livingston. Production copyright by Bree Livingston.